Hello viewers, a very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and our top story would be definitely what is happening in Manipur. Manipur is seeing a lot of unrest, and there has been an indefinite curfew imposed after a gunfight with militants in Jiribam district. We'll tell you everything that you need to know and all the latest updates coming in. But as usual, the headlines that we are tracking. Let's get started. The most high-profile economic summit, the India Economic Summit, concludes on a high note. After all, big news makers come under one roof.
The war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top. On doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
FF Sitaraman attends India Economic Summit, lays the facts of the Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US election, FM Sitaraman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay.
In 15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason.
Days after back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says the government is probing into the sinister plot.
पूरा नैरेटिव है इस देश के अंदर और वो यहाँ से नहीं चल रहा है। मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल और गैस के इस्लामिक देशों के पैसे आ रहे हैं, उनके यूरोप के और चर्च के भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, किसी को चाइना से पैसे आ रहे हैं। अब स्वामी रामदेव को तो एक कौड़ी चाइना से नहीं आएगी।
Ramdev Baba hits out at his critics, says there are people against yoga, Ayurveda, Sanatan, and these people are receiving funding from China. Let's go ahead to the big breaking update coming in. Remember that Jharkhand has gone to polls a short while back at 7 a.m. The polling has kicked off in Jharkhand, and this is the phase 1 of polling. Phase 2 would be on November 20th. Now, getting a big breaking news coming in from Jharkhand. The polling has begun for the phase 1 of the assembly elections. 43 assembly constituencies are in poll fray today. The ruling Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, JMM, led by CM Hemant Soren, seeks to retain power, fielding 41 candidates, including Soren, his wife and brother from Dumka. The BJP is contesting 68 seats, led by former CM Babulal Marandi in Dhanwar and Champai Soren as well. Okay, so we're getting these back-to-back updates. It's a very big battle ahead, where we are seeing that Jharkhand has just gone to polls in phase 1. 43 constituencies will be voting today. And these 43 constituencies are including 17 general seats, 20 reserved and scheduled tribes, 6 for scheduled castes. Remaining 38 seats will vote in phase 2, which will be on November 20th. And those are the pictures coming in, just the fresh visuals on your screen on the left-hand side of voters lining up to cast their vote. Election Commission of India has made elaborate security arrangements. 950 polling booths have been identified as sensitive across 31 constituencies. And I want to go ahead and go across to my colleagues joining us. We have both Prakash and Harsha joining us live, and they are both in Jharkhand. They will be getting us all the top updates. I'm going to go across to Prakash first, our editor, Special Projects. Thank you for joining us here. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in, it's a high-stake battle for Jharkhand. We have seen so many war of words as well just before these elections, which kicked off a few moments back.
Well, yes, for the last 1 year or so, it's a high-pitched battle between both the BJP and the JMM here. The JMM, the ruling coalition led by Hemant Soren, who was sent to jail on charges of corruption, but the High Court also gave him a bail in that particular case, sending a clear message that the case did not stand. Hemant Soren playing the martyr role in this particular election, but with the interference of Hemant Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, the BJP is leading a high-pitched campaign in all the 81 constituencies, and they have raised the issue of infiltration, in particular in certain pockets of Jharkhand, which has been time and again raised by the Jharkhand High Court as well. Now, the contentious issues are the corruption, which has marred the Hemant Soren government for the past 5 years or so, and here in Jharkhand, the 43 assembly constituency which goes to the poll, as you rightly pointed out, 27 constituencies are reserved. I am joined by Mahua Manji, the JMM candidate from Ranchi. She is contesting again. Madam, आप फिर से कैंडिडेट बनी हैं, पिछले बार 5000 वोटों से रह गई थी। बीजेपी का ये स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड है।
बिल्कुल, और इस बार 50,000 से जीतने का टारगेट है।
क्या क्या इश्यूज है, कंटेंशियस इश्यूज, जिस पर जेएमएम कैंपेन कर रही हैं इस बार बीजेपी के खिलाफ?
जेएमएम विकास की बात करती है, बीजेपी जुमलेबाजी करती है, वो सिर्फ एक दूसरे को लड़ाती है और धर्म के नाम पर वो वोट कलेक्ट करने की कोशिश करती है। लेकिन हमारी सरकार, हमारी झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा और महागठबंधन की सरकार में माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी ने सिर्फ काम किया है। बीजेपी को भी मौका मिला था, राज्य 2000 साल में बना और 24 साल के अंदर 17-18 साल भाजपा की सरकार रही, उनके बहुत सारे मुख्यमंत्री रहे और ख़ासतौर पर रांची सीट पर भाजपा के जिस विधायक के खिलाफ मैं इस बार उतरी हूँ चुनाव मैदान में, सीपी सिंह जी, वो करीब 28 साल 6 महीने तक यहाँ विधायक रहे। इस दौरान यहाँ पर रांची से ही भाजपा के 7 सांसद भी रहे, उनके मेयर और डिप्टी मेयर भी रहे, भाजपा के बहुत सारे पार्षद रहे, डबल इंजन की सरकार रही, मुख्यमंत्री रहे। इसके बावजूद यहाँ पर विकास नहीं हुआ, राजधानी किसी तरह से राजधानी नहीं लगता।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 2 अहम मुद्दे उठाए हैं, एक इन्फिल्ट्रेशन का जो कई जिलों में संज्ञान में आया है और दूसरा भ्रष्टाचार का। इसे आप क्या मानती हैं कि ये दोनों मुद्दे तार्किक हैं झारखंड को लेकर?
बिल्कुल तार्किक नहीं है। अगर किसी दूसरे कंट्री से अगर कोई हमारे कंट्री में प्रवेश करता है तो ये राज्य की जिम्मेदारी नहीं होती, केंद्र की जिम्मेदारी होती है। तो बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैं और केंद्र का जो डिपार्टमेंट है, होम मिनिस्ट्री है, उनको रिज़ाइन करना चाहिए, उनके मिनिस्टर को रिज़ाइन करना चाहिए कि आप अपने देश की सुरक्षा नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। राज्य सरकार तो हमेशा लड़ती है बाहरी ताकतों के खिलाफ, और अगर आप जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं वो असम के रास्ते से हो रहा है, झारखंड के रास्ते से नहीं।
आपने बोला कि केंद्र सरकार को देखना चाहिए, तो क्या आप मानती हैं कि घुसपैठिया एक मुद्दा है, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन एक मुद्दा है झारखंड में?
ये मुद्दा एक्चुअली भाजपा ने ही इसको हवा दी है। एक्चुअली भाजपा के कार्यकाल में 17-18 सालों में ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग मैक्सिमम हुई है। हजारों लड़कियों की, जो आदिवासी या मूलवासी लड़कियां, नाबालिग लड़कियों की तस्करी हुई है। पन्नालाल जैसे ट्रैफिकर हुए हैं, आप जाके देख सकते हैं कि वो लगभग 15,000 लड़की की तस्करी एकमात्र उन्होंने भी की थी। प्लेसमेंट एजेंसियां झारखंड में भर गई थी। उससे जो आंकड़े कम हुए आदिवासियों के उस समय का, आप देखिए उनके कार्यकाल में आदिवासियों के आंकड़े कम हुए जो कि बाहर चले गए नौकरी के नाम पर। माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी तो उनको वापस लाए, लड़कियों को रेस्क्यू करके वापस लाए।
दूसरा मुद्दा ये है मैडम,
पर मैया सम्मान योजना किया ताकि उनको एक सपोर्ट हो जाए, और मैया सम्मान योजना
बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट आप लोगों ने लॉन्च किया, मैया सम्मान योजना। क्या ये ट्रैक्शन गेन कर रहा है झारखंड?
बिल्कुल, एक्चुअली वो सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं क्योंकि इन लड़कियों को पहले भाजपा के कार्यकाल में ट्रैफिकिंग के शिकार होकर इनको बाहर राहत नौकरी के नाम पर ले जाते थे, तरह तरह से शोषण होता था। रिकॉर्ड में है, आप देखेंगे जुन लड़कियां बस स्टॉप रेलवे स्टेशन में मिलती थी, जिनको वो लोग बाहर ले जाते थे, उन्होंने इसे रोका। उन्हें फुलो झानो आशीर्वाद योजना, सावित्रीबाई फुले किशोरी समृद्धि योजना, पोटो खेल योजना, मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार सृजन योजना, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, पलाश ब्रांड देकर उनको रोजगार से जोड़ के ब्रांड नेम देना, ये सब कुछ तो हेमंत सोरेन जी के सरकार ने किया।
ये सब योजना आपने लॉन्च किया, ये बहुत अच्छी योजना है, लेकिन साथ साथ भ्रष्टाचार का भी मुद्दा आया। ईडी ने हेमंत सोरेन जी को गिरफ्तार किया, फिर हाई कोर्ट ने उनको इंडिक्ट भी किया, कहा कि केस स्टैंड नहीं करता है। लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है कि भ्रष्टाचार का मुद्दा जो है तर्कसंगत है, जो कि कई भाजपा के सांसद भी आरोप लगाते रहे कि सरकार आज गिर रही है, कल गिर रही है, लिफाफा खुल रहा था, लिफाफा अभी तक खुला नहीं। आप मुखर होकर बोलती भी रही, हमने पिछले साल आपसे बात भी किया।
जी, आपने खुद ही अपने सवाल का जवाब दे दिया कि ईडी ने उनको 5 महीने तक जेल में रखा, लेकिन उनके खिलाफ कोई सबूत नहीं दे पाई। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हस्तक्षेप करके उनको बेल उसके बाद हुआ। अगर वो उनको भ्रष्टाचार से इतना नफरत है भाजपा को, तो मधु कोड़ा जी के बारे में जब अमित शाह जी ने पार्लियामेंट में बोला, कांग्रेस को दोषी ठहराया कि ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी को कांग्रेस रखी है, उनको उसके 7 दिन के बाद उनको और उनकी पत्नी को अपने पार्टी में शामिल करके वो एमपी का टिकट नहीं देते। तो ऐसे हजार लोग हैं, जैसे अजीत पवार जी के यहाँ भी हुआ 70,000 करोड़ का घोटाला, जिनके बारे में कहा गया प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा, वो कुछ ही दिनों के बाद उनको अपने पार्टी में भी ज्वाइन कराए तोड़कर एनसीपी से, और उनको फिर मंत्री भी बना दिया। तो भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में भाजपा के मुंह में कोई शोभा नहीं देता, क्योंकि तमाम भ्रष्टाचारी को वो प्रश्रय देना चाहते हैं, हर पार्टी से कलेक्ट करते हैं, जिनको वो आरोप लगाते हैं, हम नहीं कहते हैं। और जहाँ तक आपने ईडी की बात कही, तो झारखंड में जो ईडी के नाम पर जिनको अरेस्ट किया गया, पूजा सिंघल जी को, उनका पूरा प्रॉपर्टी भाजपा के कार्यकाल का है। पल्स हॉस्पिटल, जिसको बार बार टीवी में दिखाया गया, 100 करोड़ कहा गया कि इसको बनाया।
माइनिंग स्कैम भी बहुत हुआ है।
माइनिंग स्कैम में आप जानते हैं कि क्या हुआ। माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी को जिस पर गए, एक छोटा सा क्रशर था जिससे कि बिल्डिंग बनती है, और उसमें अभी तक जेसीबी तक नहीं चला। वो बहुत पहले लिया हुआ था, जो कि वो रिन्यूअल होता है एक ऑफिशियल एक प्रोसेस के तहत। उसमें हजारों फाइल के अंदर किसी ने शरारत से या जो भी हो गलती से उनसे साइन करा लिया था। चूंकि वो विभागीय मंत्री थे, इसलिए उन पर आरोप लगा। एक छोटा सा, जो एक रिक्शा वाला भी चाहे तो आज ही ले सकता है, इतना छोटा सा एक क्रशर का माइंस था। कोई सोना चांदी या यहाँ पर जितने कीमती, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था।
नहीं, आप राज्यसभा मेंबर हैं, आप चुनाव लड़ रही हैं, क्या मजबूरी आ गई चुनाव लड़ने की? आप हाउ कॉन्फिडेंट आर यू ऑफ योर विक्ट्री?
सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने स्टेट की सेवा करना चाहती हूँ। मैं राजधानी को राजधानी बनाना चाहती हूँ। ये अभी 2000 साल में ये राज्य अलग हुआ, इसका कैपिटल ऐसा होना चाहिए कि लोग कहें कि हाँ, ये कैपिटल है झारखंड का। झारखंड इस देश का सबसे रिच स्टेट है। तो ऐसे में हम कैपिटल को कैपिटल बनाने के लिए आए हैं। यहाँ जो भाजपा के विधायक रहे, वो नगर विकास मंत्री भी रहे, यहाँ पर उनके साथ सांसद रहे, मेयर डिप्टी मेयर रहे, पार्षद रहे, मुख्यमंत्री मंत्री रहे। फिर भी अगर वो नहीं इसको संवार पाए, तो हम संवारेंगे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने दिखा दिया है कुछ ही दिनों के अंदर फ्लाईओवर देकर कि भाई हम इसको जाम फ्री कर सकते हैं।
भाजपा तो कह रही है उनकी सरकार आ रही है इस बार।
ये तो सब जानते हैं, हवाई है, वो तो चाहेंगे ही। पूरे देश की ताकत यहाँ है। मैं जहाँ से लड़ रही हूँ उसमें एक छोटा सा इलाका है रातू रोड, उसमें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को आना पड़ा रोड शो करने के लिए। वो लोग इतने डर गए हैं, मुझसे भी डर गए हैं।
चंपई सोरेन आपको छोड़कर भाग गए लास्ट मोमेंट में, इसका कोई इम्पैक्ट होगा?
ये वो भागे नहीं है, भाजपा की आदत ही है साम दाम दंड भेद से दूसरे पार्टियों को तोड़ना। हमारे पार्टी से तोड़ के ले जा रहे हैं। सीता सोरेन जी को ले गए, अभी उनको भी ले गए, और आप उसका क्या फल हुआ आप देखिए। सीता सोरेन जी को उन्होंने क्या, मतलब कैसे वो उनका हालत है, अभी उस तरह से सम्मान तो नहीं मिला। और भाजपा दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी कहती है खुद को, लेकिन जब लोकसभा चुनाव में 3 महिला प्रत्याशी उन्होंने दिया, तो एक जेएमएम की सीता सोरेन थी, एक कांग्रेस की गीता कोड़ा थी, और एक राजद की अन्नपूर्णा देवी थी। तो उनके पास कोई भी महिला कार्यकर्ता नहीं थी कि उनको तीनों पार्टी से उधार मिलाना पड़ा। और इधर से तो
आपकी
छोड़ करके बिल्कुल बन रही है, और सरकार भी बनेगी और राजधानी भी हमारा होगा। थैंक यू।
There we have Mahua Manji, the JMM candidate from Ranchi, pitted against CP Singh, a BJP stalwart from Ranchi. As she said, he's been the MLA for the past 28 years, but there's been no developmental work. But clearly speaking her mind against the ED as well as the BJP, and she says there were atrocities done against Hemant Soren, the way he was jailed for no charges. Back to you.
All right, thank you for joining us there. And I also want to go across to our other colleague from Seraikela. Kela. That is Harsha joining us live from outside Champai Soren's house. And the big question is, Harsha, that will Champai Soren be able to defend this constituency for the BJP now?
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Shivangi, there's a high-stake battle and Champai Soren is taking head-on-head fight with JMM candidate Ganesh Marai from Seraikela. This is Champai Soren's turf. It has been Champai Soren's turf since 2005, but this time he has been pitted against JMM. He's contesting on the ticket of BJP, but will he be able to retain his seat this time from the BJP party? That's the larger question. We have seen time and again how Champai Soren has been campaigning and also how Amit Shah, while campaigning for Champai Soren, clearly stated that he was insulted because he raised the issue of infiltration and for the tribal rights in Seraikela and in the state of Jharkhand, which was not liked by Hemant Soren, and that was the reason why he was ousted as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. When he filled in for Hemant Soren from February to July. Right now, I'm waiting outside Champai Soren's residence. He will first go to the temple, which is called the Gram Temple of the tribals here in his village only, which is Jilai Goda. We are waiting for him. He will be leaving from his residence at 8 o'clock. He'll be going towards his polling booth at around 9 o'clock. There's a very important battle for Champai Soren as well, because after ousting and after leaving JMM, he joined BJP, and how extensively he has done the door-to-door campaign and Nukkad Sabha and the small meetings as well. He has been raising the issue of infiltration, which was the BJP's core issue as well. BJP has been raising the issue of tribal lands matter as well, that how tribal lands are going in the hands of infiltrators, which is not the recent issue, but has been going from past 10 to 15 years. Also, JMM won the entire Jharkhand state in 2019. So there's a very prestigious battle for BJP indeed, and therefore in the first phase we have seen how Prime Minister Narendra Modi did an entire road show in Ranchi and also addressed several rallies along with several BJP senior leaders campaigning here. We have seen Hemant Biswa Sarma, how he had put his in all in this election by doing road to road, by meeting road to road every community, people doing Nukkad Sabhas, doing a small meeting, a small gathering. So this is indeed a very prestigious battle for BJP, that how they are going to win this time, which they lost in 2019 to JMM. So we have to wait and watch exactly how the Maya Yojana scheme of JMM versus BJP's infiltration and these schemes the centre has launched is going to win and convert into vote for both the parties. And what will be the situation for Seraikela? As we very well know, from 2005, the seat has been for Champai Soren. But will the face matter here, or will the party matter here? That's the bigger question which everyone is asking, and everyone will see that how voters are going to perform here. We'll be speaking to Champai Soren, Shivangi, once he leaves from his residence. But right now, this is his village, Jijingoda, where I'm reporting right now. Back to you.
All right. Okay, thank you for joining us there, Harsha. I want to go back to Prakash, our editor, Special Projects, joining us once more. And we had a couple of conversations there about what we can expect ahead of these elections. But Prakash, let's talk a little bit about, and if you could tell our viewers more on this, what CM Hemant Soren had spoken about. He had said very clearly that the BJP will drive out the Bangladeshi infiltrators who have gone into Jharkhand, and there was this big promise being made about the UCC, that UCC would be brought into Jharkhand. So these two have been a very important poll planks of the BJP. On the other hand, JMM has focused on reservation to women in government jobs.
Well, yes, infiltration is a big issue here in Jharkhand, and it has gained momentum, and it is much talked about here in Jharkhand after the Jharkhand High Court also took cognizance of it. And yes, there are reports that in 16 to 18 districts of Jharkhand, there has been large number of population influx from different parts of the bordering areas into Jharkhand, and that has to be ascertained and examined for sure. So it has definitely gained momentum. BJP has also diverted its pitch from anti-Pakistan theory to infiltrator issue here in Jharkhand for the first time, and that is gaining momentum for sure. But the JMM is trying to counter it with the developmental project as well as the victimization and the way Hemant Soren was sent to jail with political vendetta at the behest of the ED, because the Jharkhand High Court has also clearly stated in its order that the case does not stand against Hemant Soren, and Hemant Soren is trying to play a martyr amidst the tribal, because the tribal voters plays an important role, and that is why Champai Soren was drifted away from the JMM to the BJP. But will it gain any importance, and will it help the BJP in any way? That's $1 million question, because Sibu Soren has been holding an important influence on the tribal voters for a long time, and that is why it is called the Disham Guru. And but yes, last time Raghuvar Das was the face of the BJP here in Jharkhand. He was facing heavy anti-incumbency, and BJP lost it in a very close battle. This time it's a different face. Maybe Babulal Marandi, the former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, in fact the first Chief Minister of Jharkhand, is the face. We'll wait and watch what kind of traction he gets, but he's also pitched in a high voltage battle in Rajdhanwar in the Giridih district of Jharkhand. So interesting political overtones here in Jharkhand. It's a small state. BJP has been trying its best to form the government for the past 1 year or so by drifting away the BJP MLAs to the JMM MLAs, to the BJP, but it did not happen, and the JMM MLAs stay put together for quite some time, and they supported Hemant Soren in a big way. And here in elections, it's a high voltage battle between both the BJP and the JMM, both sides fighting it very strong here in Jharkhand, and the litmus test would be announced on 23rd of November here in Jharkhand. Back to you.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Prakash and Harsha, as voting has kicked off in phase 1 of Jharkhand elections. I'll be coming back to both of you the entire day as we track the elections in Jharkhand. We move ahead, viewers, and we'll talk a little bit more about what is happening in Jharkhand. What are the key issues, and who are the big contestants, the big rivals? What has really been happening in Jharkhand ahead of those elections which kicked off today? Take a look at this report to understand what we can expect.
The stage is all set. Jharkhand will witness the first phase of assembly elections today, with polling scheduled across 43 constituencies. The voting will be held from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. However, in 950 booths, the voting time will end at 4 p.m. In total, 15,344 polling stations have been set up across the state. Security forces have been deployed in strategic locations to maintain law and order and safeguard the electoral process. In the first phase, 683 candidates, including 73 women, are competing for seats. The 43 constituency includes 17 general seats, 20 reserved for scheduled tribes and 6 for scheduled castes. In the previous assembly elections, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha or JMM won 30 seats, the BJP got 25 and Congress won 16 seats. It's a neck-and-neck fight between BJP and Indi in Jharkhand this time. What remains to see is whether Jharkhand will vote for change or status quo.
Okay, viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in. Manipur is right now in a situation where there's a lot of unrest, and we're getting to know of some breaking updates where a 24-hour shutdown has been called, and this is the backdrop of the gunfights and the unrest violence we have been seeing in the past few days. 24-hour shutdown called by the Meitei outfits. This is by the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity and the other Meitei organizations in the Valley districts beginning tonight. And this will be there till Wednesday evening. And the shutdown comes amid escalating violence And unrest in Manipur, particularly following a disturbing incident involving the kidnapping of 6 women and children from Jiribam, which is raising alarms across the state. So those are the pictures coming in, viewers, where Manipur once more on the edge. On the right hand of your screen, you can see some of the pictures we have got for you, which showcase that there is still violence and unrest in Manipur. The latest incident was, and we highlighted this for you as well, a disturbing incident involving the kidnapping of 6 women and children from Jiribam, and this is raising alarms across the state. I want to go across to my colleague joining us. Shutdown in the valley districts. Aniruddha is joining us live. Aniruddha, please take our viewers to the latest coming in. The Meithai organizations have announced this shutdown. What does this entail? And also take our viewers through when will this shutdown end?
Yes, Ivangi, this shutdown, which started at around 6:30 yesterday evening, will end today. They have called for a 24-hour shutdown across all the valley districts, in all the 5 valley districts of Manipur. It may be mentioned that day before yesterday, when the violence broke out in Jiribam area of Manipur, at that point in time in which 10 suspected militants were also gunned down by the central forces, following at that very time when the firing was on between the security forces and the armed militants. Six individuals, including 3 children and 3 women, were abducted by the militants, and it is being suspected that they have been taken hostage by the militant. This has raised an alarm across the state of Manipur. Yesterday, in fact, the IGP Ops of Manipur, I.K. Muiva, has also confirmed on record that the status of these 6 hostages, which has been taken away by the suspected armed militants, have not yet been traced. The police is looking at each and every area. Such operations continue by the central forces as well as the Manipur police. Meanwhile, it may also be mentioned that the Kuki student organization KSO has also meanwhile come forward condemning the central forces. In a shocking incident which has come to light, Sivangi, the KSO has has issued a statement yesterday evening in which they have said that the central forces, the CRPF, should not step out of their camps, and if anything happens, if they don't follow this dictate, then they will be not responsible. This is a statement which has come from the Kuki student organization, and this is being condemned by everyone, as the central forces are being overseen as a neutral force, and the diktat being issued by the KSO is being condemned. Meanwhile, it may also be mentioned that the KSO has which is working in order to the CRPF Sivangi has been working in order to bring peace and stability to the state of Manipur, have been attacked in several instances also, and in one such instance when the CRPF camp and the police station in Bokobekra were attacked by the militants day before yesterday, that is on Monday. At that time, the CRPF retaliated heavily, in which 10 militants were killed. But the KSO and many other Kuki organizations have been claiming that they are not militants and they were just village volunteers. However, the Manipur police have come on record stating that RPGs and AK series rifles have been recovered from the spot, which clearly indicate that those who were gunned down were not village volunteers and they were in camouflage uniform, clearly indicating that they were trained militants. Sivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we get more updates, and we'll keep a very close eye on what is happening in Manipur. We move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting to know that there's a fresh controversy which has erupted. That is right. A Congress leader in Karnataka has made a controversial remark on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and this latest remark has once again kicked off a huge storm. Take a look at this report for more.
Another controversy has erupted in Karnataka after Congress minister stirred up a heated debate. The Karnataka Congress leader and former MLA Syed Azim Pir Khadri made a bizarre claim about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, stating that Ambedkar was on the verge of converting to Islam, after which he chose Buddhism. However, the Congress party has distanced itself from Khadri's remarks, calling them unwarranted and clarifying that they do not reflect the party's official stance. Meanwhile, the Congress minister issued a clarification. Listen in to what he had to say.
कल हमारे फंक्शन में मेरे को स्पीच दे, मैं दूसरा हमारा उनका रिलेशन बोलते बोलते कहीं एक जगह मैं सुना था, हमारे मुस्लिम हमारे तब लोग जाके डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर जी के पास गए, आप इस्लाम मज़हब को आ जाओ, तो उन्होंने उससे इनकार कर दिया, तो फिर वो बौद्ध धर्म में चले गए। वो उनके लेवल बात करने वाला उतना बड़ा शख्स नहीं हुए, उनके कदमों के धूल के से भी कम है हमारा, हम एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता, लेकिन ये हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में मुझे बहुत ही सब कम्युनिटी वाले, मैं माइनॉरिटी मुस्लिम हुआ तो भी हमारे नॉन मुस्लिम ही मेरे को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देते हैं, हर चुनाव में बहुत वोट देते हैं मेरे को, 40,000 वोट मेरे को देते हैं। तो अब ये चुनाव रहने की वजह से ये सब इश्यूज होते हैं, तो अगर यदि वो कौम को दिल को ठेस पहुंची है तो मैं मेरा स्टेटमेंट को वापस लेता हूँ और विषाद प्रकट करता हूँ।
Following the controversy, the BJP also weighed in, criticizing the leader's comments. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju condemned the Congress leader, urging him to stop misleading the public and tarnishing the legacy of Baba Sahib. Remember, Syed Azim Pir Khadri, who was denied a party ticket, rebelled and filed his nomination as an independent candidate in the Shigao by-polls. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a key figure in India's independence movement and the architect of Indian Constitution, famously converted to Buddhism in 1956. Ambedkar's religious choices continue to spark debate, with his legacy deeply intertwined with the socio-political landscape of India. The Shigao by-election has now become a focal point for political tensions, heightened by Khadri's controversial remarks.
US top headlines tracking right now. The most high-profile economic summit, the India Economic Summit, it concludes on a high note after all big newsmakers come under one roof.
Post the war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top. On doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
FM Sthiraman attends India Economic Summit, lays the facts of the Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar, but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after US elections, FM Sthiraman weighs in on the de-dollarization. The debate says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay.
Those 10-15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason. And whatever has happened, whatever threats we got at that time, there is a serious investigation going on.
Days after back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says that the government is probing into the sinister plot.
और वो यहाँ से नहीं चल रहा है, मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल और गैस के इस्लामिक देशों के पैसे आ रहे हैं, उनके यूरोप के और चर्च के भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, किसी को चाइना से पैसे आ रहे हैं, अब स्वामी रामदेव को तो एक कौड़ी चाइना से नहीं आएगी.
Ramdev Baba hits out at his critics, says there are people against yoga, Ayurveda, Sanatan, and these people receive funding from China. And viewers, we move ahead to the big international story coming in. Russia's parliament approved a bill to ban adoption by citizens from countries where gender transitioning is illegal, reinforcing measures against non-traditional sexuality and promoting traditional values. Take a look at this report for more.
Russia's lower house of parliament has passed a bill to ban adoption of Russian children by foreign countries.
Мы с вами не знаем, как сложилась судьба наших детей, российских детей. Их вывозили в разные страны.
The bill specifies to ban adoption by citizens from countries where gender transitioning is legal.
А идеология, которую пытаются навязать, пропагандируя отказ от деторождения, приведет к тому, что рожать детей перестанут.
It follows an array of measures in recent years suppressing non-traditional sexuality. As Putin and his officials have called the upholding traditional values in the country to pit against Western liberalism characterizing as degenerate, recently the country banned gender transition medical procedures and called flagged LGBTQ movement as extremism. The United States would not be directly affected by the law because Russia in 2012 banned adoption of its children by US citizens.
As Haiti continues to be mired in a wave of violence by the armed gangs, a new prime minister was sworn in who promised to restore the stability and tackle gang violence in the crisis-wreaked country. Now, take a look at this report to understand what the latest is on this development.
Amid the ongoing gang violence in the crisis-racked Haiti, Haiti sworn in a new interim prime minister.
Le premier chantier incontournable et qui conditionne la réussite de la transition est le rétablissement de la sécurité. Sécurité des personnes, sécurité des biens et infrastructures, sécurité alimentaire et liberté de circulation sur tout le territoire national.
But the gang violence continues to rage on. A fresh violence was erupted by the gang in the capital, who opened fire at a flight. The flight headed from Florida to Haiti's capital was hit multiple times by gunfire. The gunfire caused minor injuries to flight attendant. Haiti temporarily shut down its flight operations as gangs attempted to seize control. The latest episode of the gun attack on flights serve as a reminder that the gang violence have claimed hundreds of lives. With the violence spreading to nearby regions, fueling hunger and forcing hundreds and thousands from their homes, how will the new Prime Minister battle the spiraling gang violence in the country?
On Tuesday, at COP29 meeting, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres emphasized the urgent need to address the severe climate impacts facing vulnerable countries, stressing the injustice of the situation. He pointed that despite the minimal emissions, the climate crisis is in fact hitting Africa and its people hard, devastating economies and societies. Here's a full report highlighting this latest development.
As Africa grapples with climate crisis, it is having severe consequences for the continent, despite its low greenhouse gas emissions. UN Chief Antonio Guterres addressed the matter on Tuesday in COP29 meeting. He urged the developed nations to uphold their pledge to double adaptation funding by 2025.
We must address the intolerable injustice your countries face to help protect your economies and your people from devastating climate impacts. Despite minimal emissions, the climate crisis is hitting your continent hard, pummeling your people and pounding your economies. We urgently need developed countries to honor their commitment to double finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion a year by 2025, and we need meaningful contributions to the new Loss and Damage Fund and to ensure it is a destination for innovative finance.
The continent emits 7% of greenhouse emissions, despite being home to nearly 17% of the world's population. Guterres expressed that Africa has the potential to become a green energy powerhouse, provided nations' collaboration.
Africa can become a green energy powerhouse, driving industrialization and prosperity for your people. So let's work together to make that a reality.
While the world sets new records in renewable energy deployment, Africa is being left behind.
The world is setting new records in renewable energy deployment, leaving Africa behind. Our continent accounted for just 0.5% last year. So if we are to translate our ambition, commitment and vision to impact on the ground, we must look for innovative solutions that can help drive new capital into green industries, create jobs for our youth, and strengthen Africa's infrastructure for the next level of growth.
With Africa being the youngest continent on the planet facing injustice, can Africa become a renewable energy hub?
Bolivia's complex relationship with the coca farming is back in the spotlight as former President Evo Morales seeks a re-election, a move that has divided the country. Now, the price of coca has now dramatically dropped since his departure from office, leaving many farmers struggling. And in this report, we take a closer look at the impact of his policies and the uncertain future for Bolivia's growers after his ouster.
Evo Morales, a controversial leader whose fuel to rise was the signing of the controversial bill, is seeking re-election. The bill passed in 2017 sought to double the lands used to produce coca leaves.
Vamos a salvar Bolivia. Solo el movimiento popular, solo el movimiento indígena, acompañado por sus profesionales patriotas, vamos a salvar Bolivia. Esa es nuestra vivencia, nuestra historia.
Coca leaves are used to produce a controversial narcotic stimulant illegal in most countries. Evo Morales' political stronghold in the heart of Bolivia's farming region came from supporting the coca farmers. Morales was the first indigenous president in power from 2005 to 2019. He was liked by farmers who saw him as a father figure.
Desde pequeño yo le conocí a Evo y ha sido un buen presidente para nosotros y para toda la comunidad, ¿no?, de aquí del Chaparé. Nos ha sacado adelante en sí. La coca tenía un buen precio y todo estaba estable. Y uno podía comprarse lo que quería ya con la plata de la coca que podíamos vender. Porque tenía un buen precio, ¿no?
To the farmers, coca had a better price under the former leader, who was ousted on the allegations of abusing a minor in 2016. His supporters had blocked the political road for the now President Louis Arc by demanding the criminal investigation against him be lifted.
Muy mal lo veo yo, muy mal. Incapaz el presidente por no solucionar, ¿no? Porque debería llamarnos a un diálogo ya hace rato, cosa que él no lo ha hecho.
The price of coca after his ouster has fallen by half since 2018, from $9.5 per kg. The plummeting price of coca is affecting producers. Bolivia had a past entangled with coca in vogue ever since Pablo Escobar's rise in the 80s. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, coca cultivation is now 2% of Bolivia's GDP.
So coming up, polling begins at 43 assembly seats in phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections, a high-stakes electoral battle for the BJP and the Indie bloc. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside. but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage of a future looking back at the past.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network.
The deadly conflict between Israel and Lebanon intensifies as Israel continues its airstrikes on northern Lebanon, causing widespread devastation and civilian casualties in the latest series of attacks. At least 8 people have been killed and more than 14 others injured. International calls for a ceasefire grow louder. However, both sides show no signs of de-escalation. Here's more. Take a look.
Amidst the ongoing skirmishes between Hezbollah and Israel, a series of incessant Israeli airstrikes that started on Monday caused tremendous civilian loss and casualties.
I first saw Hussein after the surgery. I noticed that he stopped talking. And it was obvious that with mental health trauma in children, they regress. And now when we were checking his wounds, we noted that he's back in diapers. So another sign of regression, that he's bedwetting again, he's lost control. Really for us, trying to get him on the mend, the mental health plays as big a part as the physical health.
The bombardment in northern Lebanon left 8 killed and 15 injured. Corpses lay with mangled body parts in the site of destruction as health workers and Lebanese Red Cross scrambled to contain the damages.
بصي يعني الكل بتفاجئ اول غاره بتصير على عكار يعني لا انذار ولا اعطوا انذار لحدا يخلو المبنى 30 شخص موجود بقلب المبنى نزل عليهم المبنى شهداء جرحى اشلاء متناثره على الطرق.
Ever since the September attacks when Israel blasted the pages of Hezbollah terrorists in Beirut, both the nations have showed no signs of stopping in launching counter-strikes. Till date, over 3,200 people have been killed in Israeli attacks on Lebanon, and over 14,000 have been injured since October 2023 alone.
Amul, the iconic dairy brand, is set to expand its global footprint with ambitious plans to enter the European market. Speaking at the India Economic Summit, Amul's managing director shared details of the company's successful foray into the US market and its next major move launching in Spain. Here's more on Amul's global ambitions and its journey to becoming the world's largest dairy brand.
At the India Economic Summit 2024, in conversation with the Republic Media Network, Amul's managing director Jayan Mehta outlined the brand's ambitious growth plans. Following its recent entry into the US market, which he deemed as highly successful, the cooperator is now set to foray into the European market with a launch in Spain. With India poised to be the producer of 1/3 of the world's dairy output and milk, Amul looks forward to encashing the opportunity in strengthening its global footprint.
We've been exporting to more than 50 countries for the last several decades, but now we thought there's a chance and opportunity for us to get into fresh product business. And that's how we launched fresh milk in the United States a few months back. It's doing very well and it's got into mainstream with a unique product, which is like our Amul Gold full cream milk with 6% milk fat, which nobody in US ever imagined that you can have a milk like that, which is doing very well. And the same thing, we realized that Europe is a market where there is a large number of Indian diaspora, and we need to find a way to enter that.
Amul, which is now the largest food and dairy brand of the world, processes over 3 crore liters of milk on a daily basis. With a portfolio of over 107 dairy plants across the country and 50 products, Amul sells 22 billion packs a year annually domestically.
They collect close to 310 lakh liters of milk every day, which is collected through 18,600 village cooperative societies of Gujarat. There are 18 district milk processing unions who are affiliated, who are owned by, again, these village societies, and processed at about 107 plants within Gujarat and abroad. And we are marketing it through the network of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, as you rightly mentioned, through a network of 87 branch offices, more than 20,000 distributors, 1 million retail outlets. 22 billion packs of Amul products are sold every.
With a turnover of rupees 80,000 crores, Amul is now ranked as the strongest dairy and food brand globally.
Polling has begun for the phase 1 of Assembly elections. 43 Assembly constituencies are in the poll fray today. Stay tuned as we get you the latest from Jharkhand.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
It is possible to explain every tariff that we have levied. It's not to control imports, but yet, do I have a responsibility towards the companies, for instance, in India, the capacities that is existing in India to produce some goods, and we go about importing those goods or those goods in broken down fashion and then reassemble them? Do we have a moral authority to kill or nip in the bud those who are growing in India and who can produce in India? I need to give that protection for them as well. As much as I have to encourage industries which need those imports. Imports are required. Intermediary goods are required to be imported. I will have to encourage that. I will lift the tariffs on them, provided it doesn't, intended or unintended, hurt my own capacity to produce. I have to balance the two.
Very important.
It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras.
Welcome back, viewers. Let's get to some big sports stories we're tracking. Bev Priestman is out as coach of the Canadian women's soccer team in the wake of an independent report into the Olympic drone spying scandal. Take a look at this report to understand what has happened so far.
Bev Priestman is out as a coach of the Canadian women's soccer team. This comes after an independent report into the usage of drones to spy off an opponent at this year's Paris Olympics. Priestman and 2 other team officials were banned from any soccer-related activity for 1 year by FIFA. Priestman, Mander and Lombardi were all suspended by soccer's international governing body for a year. During the match in Paris, Canadian staff flew drones over their training sessions before their opening match. Despite the penalty, Canada advanced to the group stage and lost to Germany on penalty kicks in the quarterfinals. The replacement for Priestman for the women's national team coach will be announced shortly.
Getting us some updates from the world of entertainment, viewers. Landman digs below the surface of the workings of the oil fields in Texas created by Yellowstone. And Taylor Sheridan, Billy Bob Thornton, plays a central character. Tommy Billy Bob Thornton described his character as a relatable person just trying to do his job and get by. He explained that his character Tommy is suddenly faced with multiple challenges. His daughter wants to move back. His ex-wife is trying to control everything, and he's living with his lawyer and geologist while trying to make money. Despite these pressures, Tommy is a man with a sense of humor, love for his ex-wife and kids, and concern for his child, particularly when it comes to a dangerous business decision.
Of course. He's just a guy who's trying to do his job and get by, and all of a sudden he's hit from every direction with his daughter wants to come back and live with him. His ex-wife, wants to control everything. He's living in the house with his lawyer and his, geologist. I'm trying to make money for this guy, and so Tommy's just a guy who, he's got a sense of humor. He has love in him, loves his ex-wife still.
The Natural History Museum in London has kicked off its festive season by revealing its Christmas jumper design. To go ahead and promote this new design, the museum's life-size animatronic T-Rex is sporting an oversized version of the jumper. This year's design features vibrant colors showcasing fern, the museum's latest exhibit. It also highlights the iconic South Kensington building decorated with a lot of decorations and flowers. Netflix's Cobra Kai returns for its final season, but fans can wait to mourn as the season is broken into 3 mini-seasons, with a part 1 on July 18th and part 2 on November 15th. Actor Ralph Macchio reflects on the lesson of staying open-minded, especially when it comes to his views on Karate Kid Part 3. He admitted that at one point he felt the movie did not measure up to the first 2 movies. However, he acknowledged that Cobra Kai has drawn significant storylines from Karate Kid Part 3, particularly from the performance of Thomas Ian Griffith as Mike Barnes and Robin Lively.
Well, never say never. It's taught me be careful what you think you know is one of the things I talk about, because I would always say that I felt that the Karate Kid Part 3 would, the movie kind of paled in my view to the first 2.
The rapper Daniel Hernandez was sentenced to 45 days in prison on Tuesday by a federal judge. The sentence came after a rapper repeatedly violated the terms of the probation, despite leniency granted earlier for his cooperation in prosecuting a violent gang. The judge noted that Hernandez's repeated disregard for the rules of judicial system showed a lack of respect. The additional time in prison comes 5 years after Hernandez was sentenced to 2 years in prison. Also coming up, viewers, the polling has begun for the phase 1 of the assembly elections. 43 assembly constituencies are in the poll fray. Stay tuned.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside, but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to Wednesday's edition of Live This Morning. The voting has begun in Jharkhand. It's a two-phase polling, of course. The first today and the second on the 20th of November. And it's been a high-voltage campaigning in the run-up to the Jharkhand elections. We'll get you the key issues and, of course, the key candidates in the fray, starting first up with the headlines. The most high-profile economic summit, the India Economic Summit, concludes on a high note after all big newsmakers come under one roof.
Post the war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top. On doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman attends India Economic Summit, lays the facts of the Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate via UPI and RuPay.
Those 10-15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason. And whatever has happened, whatever threats we got at that time, there is a serious investigation going on.
And days after back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says government is probing the sinister plot behind the threat calls.
पूरा नैरेटिव है इस देश के अंदर और वो यहाँ से नहीं चल रहा है। मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल और गैस के इस्लामिक देशों के पैसे आ रहे हैं, उनके यूरोप के और चर्च के भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, किसी को चाइना से पैसे आ रहे हैं। अब स्वामी रामदेव को तो एक कौड़ी चाइना से नहीं आएगी।
Baba Ramdev hits out at his critics, says there are people against yoga, Ayurveda, Sanatan, and these people receive funds from China. Polling begins in 43 assembly seats in phase 1 of polls. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and the Indie bloc. And like like we told you, NRC has been one of the major poll planks of the BJP in the state of Jharkhand, where the latter claims that rights of tribal people in the state have been taken away by those infiltrating into the state, and that has been one of the key issues that the BJP has taken up in its campaign rallies. In fact, as we speak, voting is underway for 43 seats in phase 1 of polls in the state, and most of the constituencies that go to polls today are the tribal belts in the state. We have Prakash joining us live from Ranchi, and Harsha, who's joining us live from Jhansi, Ranchi as well, and Saraikela, who's joining us from Champai Suren's house. Let's first up go across to Prakash. Prakash, good morning. The BJP has been focusing on the issue of infiltration. It says that rights of tribal people are being given away to those infiltrating the state, and that too for vote bank politics by the JMM. Once again, if you can take us through the key focus areas for the BJP in this elections.
Well, as far as the JMM is concerned, the JMM has pitched its battle against the BJP for misusing the ED, one, and the way Hemant Soren was arrested, and Hemant Soren was then given bail by the High Court. And yes, the BJP has used the plank of infiltration. For the first time, we've been watching in this election that BJP is not using the word Pakistan, because it has failed to gain traction. Now the infiltrator issue, which has gained prominence in the state of Jharkhand for the past 1 year or so, and there have been reports that in 18 districts of Jharkhand, infiltrators have gained presence in majority numbers, and there has been an abnormal increase in the numbers of minorities, and which has been raised by several agencies as well as surveys as well, and it has gained traction and momentum in different parts of Jharkhand as well. So another issue that has been raised by the BJP is the corruption plank, the way Hemant Soren government has been involved in the mining scam, or be it the other scams that has taken place, where the JMM is banking on the Maiya Samman Yojana as well as the tribal voters, and that is what they say, that the tribals should be kept outside the ambit of the NRC, and that is what the JMM is upping its ante against the BJP. Now, I'm here at a polling booth in Ranchi, where polling has already begun. It's a low-key polling affair here because not large number of people are here, and the BJP has been winning this constituency for the past 28 years or so. CP Singh, former speaker of the Jharkhand Assembly, is a BJP candidate, pitched against Mahua Manji of the JMM. Madam, आपने वोट दे दिया? वोट दे जी? वोट दिया? हाँ, दे दिया। इस मुद्दे पर वोट किया? Development.
Overall development and wellness of the country.
Infiltration भी बहुत बड़ा issue है झारखंड में.
Yes.
आपको क्या लगता है?
Yes, it is a big problem.
It is a big problem. How do you think is it going to affect the state of Jharkhand?
When the Bharpa will come, it will do it.
Okay. So he has clearly stated the fact that infiltration is one of the big issues. We'll take in few more voices. आपका वोट किया आपने सर?
मेरा मत लीजिए।
नहीं ले आपका। मैडम वोट दे दिया? क्या मुद्दा रहा वोट करने का?
कोई मुद्दा नहीं, कुछ मुद्दा नहीं।
कुछ मुद्दा नहीं। And we are joined by a few young volunteers also. They are class 8 and 9 students. आप लोग volunteer करने आए हैं चुनाव के लिए? चुनाव आयोग या स्कूल के द्वारा आपको बुलाया गया?
स्कूल के द्वारा बुलाया गया।
क्या भूमिका है आप लोग की आज?
हम लोग के यहाँ बुजुर्ग लोगों का हेल्प करना है, जो विकलांग है उन लोग का हेल्प करना है,
जो फिजिकली रूप से
किस क्लास में पढ़ती हैं?
9th।
तो वोटिंग का प्रक्रिया आप समझ रही हैं? अब आप कुछ दिन बाद अभी 9th में है, तो 13-14 साल की 4 साल बाद वोटिंग के लिए एलिजिबिलिटी हो जाएगी। आप भी सीख रही हैं?
हाँ।
क्या समझ में आता है इलेक्शन का?
जितना समझ पाते हैं उतना कर लेते हैं, उतना अच्छा समझ नहीं आता, पर धीरे धीरे सीख रहे हैं हम लोग भी।
These are young girls from a school acting as a volunteer to help elderly people cast their vote as well. It's early morning here in Ranchi, and people are gathering here slowly and gradually. We'll get in more voices as they pour in, and we'll vote करने आई हैं मैडम. क्या मुद्दा सोच के आई हैं?
अच्छा सोच के आए हैं.
क्या मुद्दा क्या है?
मुद्दा जो है, जो होने वाला है वही होगा.
बीजेपी कहती है इन्फिल्ट्रेशन बहुत बढ़ रहा है, भ्रष्टाचार बहुत बढ़ रहा है. जेएमएम हेमंत सोरेन कहते हैं कि ईडी की दबिश जबरदस्ती बनाई जाती है.
नहीं बीजेपी ही ठीक है.
So हम पूछ नहीं रहे कि क्या ठीक है. So obviously it's a bastion of the BJP, and the BJP has been winning this constituency for quite some time. For the past 28 years or so, CP Singh, the former speaker and the former minister of Jharkhand, is a sitting MLA. He is pitted against Mahua Manji, whom I interviewed an hour back. She says that the BJP is unnecessarily and using the ED and the other agencies to castigate Hemant Soren, and they will form the government. Back to you.
Yes, Prakash, stay with us. So Prakash has been reporting from Ranchi, where the JMM has fielded Mahua Manji from in the BJP stronghold. Let's also go across to Harsha. She's joining us live from outside Champai Soren's residence. Harsha, good morning. The BJP claims that Champai Soren was insulted by the JMM because one of the issues that he raked up was infiltration matter. If you can explain this to us, how exactly has Champai Soren taken up the issue of infiltration, one, and the claims being made by the BJP that the infiltrators marry the tribals in the state only to get hold of the tribal land?
You rightly pointed out the tribal lands are now not anymore tribal lands in major pockets of Jharkhand. If we go to the Santhal area, the major issue is Bangladesh infiltration, and that is what Champai Soren has been raising this issue of the plight of tribals since long. And while he was in the position of chief minister as well, when he filled in for Hemant Soren from February to July, at that time also Champai Soren clearly raised the issue of Bangladesh infiltration. And Amit Shah, while campaigning for Champai Soren, also stated that this issue which was raised by Champai Soren was the major reason why Champai Soren was ousted as the chief minister, and also he had to leave the party JMM. Now this is a high-stake battle because this time Champai Soren is contesting from his home turf only, which is Saraikela, which is the Jiliang Goda area where I'm standing right now. Since 2005, the formation of Jharkhand, Champai Soren has been winning this seat continuously, and he won for the 4th executive term as well in 2019. But this time he's contesting on the ticket of BJP. So this is very important for him to win. And most of the people whom we meet also, they have a close, they say they are very close to Champai Soren. He has a special bond with the tribals in this area. And Samiksha, if you will see this entire village, it's all tribal village here. And therefore, how much the issue of the tribal right is important. And also, Champai Soren again and again is stating that the functions and the policies of the JMM has completely changed, which is used to be initially is not anymore. Champai Soren is one who was very close to not only Hemant Soren but Shibu Soren as well. But he thinks that he was insulted, he was humiliated, he alleged again and again, which been the major reason for his leaving the party JMM. So this is very important seat, and not only this, Samiksha, right now where I'm standing, just half an hour from here is Jamshedpur East and West. Both are a very high-stake battle constituency because Raghuvar Das' daughter-in-law Purnima Das Sahu is in the poll Fray, and Dr. Ajay Kumar is in the Jamshedpur East against Purnima Das Sahu. And if we talk about Jamshedpur West, it's Health Minister Banna Gupta versus Saryu Rai. So it's all the high-stake battle here, and who will win this constituency, because these are the major faces who have have a lot of impact in the Jharkhand politics as well. So this is a major turf of Champai Soren as well, where I am reporting right now. We have to see when Champai Soren will be leaving from his residence, because we see that the security arrangements have also been enhanced in the entire area and the nearby polling booths. But yes, tribals have a connection, as the entire Jharkhand is a tribal state, so issues of tribals matter. So whether it's going to be Hemant Soren's Maiya Yojana scheme, which will convert into votes, or whether it's going to be the issue of the tribal rights and Bangladeshi infiltration, which BJP has raised, is going to convert into votes. That is very interesting to see. Back to you.
Right, stay with us, Harsha. Let's go across to Prakash. In fact, before we go across to Prakash, let's listen in to what Mahua Maji had to say, who's been fielded by the JMM from the BJP stronghold, that is Ranchi.
मुद्दा एक्चुअली भाजपा ने ही इसको हवा दी है। एक्चुअली भाजपा के कार्यकाल में 17-18 सालों में ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग मैक्सिमम हुई है। हजारों लड़कियों की, जो आदिवासी या मूलवासी लड़कियां, नाबालिग लड़कियों की तस्करी हुई है। पन्नालाल जैसे ट्रैफिकर हुए हैं, आप जाके देख सकते हैं कि वो लगभग 15,000 लड़की की तस्करी एकमात्र उन्होंने भी की थी। प्लेसमेंट एजेंसियां झारखंड में भर गई थी। उससे जो आंकड़े कम हुए आदिवासियों के उस समय का, आप देखिए उनके कार्यकाल में आदिवासियों के आंकड़े कम हुए, जो कि बाहर चले गए नौकरी के नाम पर। माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी तो उनको वापस लाए, लड़कियों को रेस्क्यू करके वापस लाए।
दूसरा मुद्दा ये है मैडम,
पर मैया सम्मान योजना किया ताकि उनको एक सपोर्ट हो जाए, और मैया सम्मान योजना
बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट आप लोगों ने लॉन्च किया, मैया सम्मान योजना। क्या ये ट्रैक्शन गेन कर रहा है झारखंड?
बिल्कुल, एक्चुअली वो सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि इन लड़कियों को पहले भाजपा के कार्यकाल में ट्रैफिकिंग के शिकार होकर इनको बाहर नौकरी के नाम पर ले जाते थे, तरह तरह से शोषण होता था। रिकॉर्ड में है, आप देखेंगे जिन लड़कियां बस स्टॉप रेलवे स्टेशन में मिलती थी, जिनको वो लोग बाहर ले जाते थे, उन्होंने इसे रोका। उन्हें फूलो झानो आशीर्वाद योजना, सावित्रीबाई फुले किशोरी समृद्धि योजना, पोटो खेल योजना, मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार सृजन योजना, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, पलाश ब्रांड देकर उनको रोजगार से जोड़ के ब्रांड नेम देना, ये सब कुछ तो हेमंत सोरेन जी की सरकार ने किया।
And let's put out that statement also that's coming in from Hemant Soren, who says that the BJP is doing politics on religious lines, and that they are raking up issues that do not matter. He says, and I quote, the BJP NDA only wants to divert the attention of the public by raising religious issues and disputes with neighboring countries, because they do not have any real issues. They have no solution whatsoever to solutions like rising inflation, unemployment, and infiltration across the Chinese border. Let's go across to Prakash. He's joining us live from Ranchi. Prakash, Hemant Soren says that the BJP is not focusing on the border dispute with China, but what about the infiltration issue? The fact that there have been infiltrations from the Bangladeshi side in the state of Jharkhand.
Well, it is, Samiksha, it is a way to divert the important issues that plagues Jharkhand. And yes, infiltration is definitely an important issue in Jharkhand. It has been raised time and again by various surveys and various agencies that 16 to 18 districts are affected with infiltrators, and the tribal population has been affected, and they have been the worst affected because of this. And Jharkhand, the state of Jharkhand was carved out of Bihar some 24 years back because of the tribal interest. And Shibu Soren, the Disom Guru of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, has spearheaded this movement for a long time, and that is how it was carved out from the erstwhile Bihar during Atal Bihari Vajpayee's government, keeping it. But the way infiltrators have gained presence, gained momentum, that has shown an area of concern. And it is not only Jharkhand, the adjoining areas of Bihar as well, and the Simanchal area of Bihar. So there have been a cause of concern as far as the infiltrators in the Kishanganj area and the adjoining areas of Bihar, particularly Dumka, Devghar, Jammu, those areas have been affected the worst. So I can see that people are talking about it in a big way, and which can give the BJP an upper hand if actually what I feel on the ground while I've been speaking to people in this urban pocket, which is a BJP bastion as well. But people are talking about it, and it has resonated among the masses. And if that percolates in the tribal population as well, then BJP may have an upper hand for sure. And yes, if Hemant Soren is talking about China, then he is trying to deflate the issue, which I think will not gain momentum. In fact, the political momentum or tectonic shift will happen in favor of the JMM. But yes, he has raised various issues regarding the Maiya Samman Yojana in order to counter the infiltrator issues, because the tribal women have been affected. That's what the BJP has been charging, especially Hemanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, has been camping here for quite some time. He is in charge of the BJP here in Jharkhand, and we are all seen the same issue plagues in Assam as well. And the way he is spearheaded BJP to victory in Assam, and the same formula is being adopted here. We'll wait and watch what happens on 23rd of November. And if I can see the resonance that is happening, this momentum that is being gained by the BJP pertaining to the infiltrator issue, JMM may be in for trouble. Back to you.
All right, Prakash and Harsha, thank you for the moment. We will keep coming back to you for more updates. For now, we switch focus to other election stories that we are tracking. This is from the state of Maharashtra. And it seems that the political discourse has hit a new low as its Maharashtra Congress chief, who's likened the BJP to dogs. In fact, what makes it worse is that the Maharashtra Congress chief has gone on to defend the comments where he likened the BJP to dogs urinating. Let's take a look at this report.
After AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis traded verbal volleys over vote jihad, the Congress's Maharashtra chief Nana Patole unleashed a foul-mouthed rant against the BJP. Fronting a public meeting in Akola ahead of the single-phased assembly elections, Patola likened the BJP to dogs. Claiming that the BJP calls OBC people dogs, the Congress leader exhorted the people to treat them likewise.
मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या अकोला जिले के ओबीसी के लोग आप बीजेपी को वोट करोगे जो तुमको कुत्ता बोलते हैं? आप बीजेपी को कुत्ता बनाने का समय आ गया है। बीजेपी को कुत्ता बनाने का समय आ गया है। ये इतनी मस्ती में आ गए कि ये किसी को, अब ये तो भगवान हो गए ना, पहले देवेंद्र जी थे।
The remark drew a scathing response from the BJP, which claimed that Patole's statement was an expression of the Congress's deep-seated anti-Ambedkar and casteist mindset.
Has Rahul Gandhi or the Congress ever talked about caste when it comes to other religions? No, because their politics of division and hate, their politics of appeasement is to harm the Hindu community and carry a campaign of hate. The people of Maharashtra in 2.5 years of the Mahavinash Aghadi saw this destructive politics.
Earlier, Owaisi had rebuffed the BJP's charge of vote jihad against the opposition, saying that while his ancestors fought for the country's freedom, the BJP's political forebears wrote love letters to the British.
याद रखो, तुम मेरी जबान का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकते ना। अगर तुम मोदी अमित शाह भी बैठ गए तो मेरी जबान का मुकाबला नहीं कर। ये लोकशाही है, जमहूरियत है, यहाँ पर धर्म युद्ध और जिहाद कहां से आ गया फडणवीस?
Responding to the AIMIM Supremo, Fadnavis called him a descendant of Razakars who looted people and destroyed families.
ये रजाकारों के वंशज हैं, जिन रजाकारों ने हमारे तमाम मराठवाड़ा के लोगों पर अत्याचार किए, ज़मीनें लूटी, जिन्होंने हमारी महिलाओं की अस्मत को लूटने का प्रयास किया, हमारे परिवारों को तहस नहस किया, ये उनके वारिस हैं। ये किस मुंह से हमसे बात करेंगे?
With the campaign rhetoric getting shriller and uglier as the polling day approaches, has the Congress resorted to abuse after sensing doom in Maharashtra?
And speaking at a rally in the state of Maharashtra that heads to polls in just 7 days from now, Prime Minister Modi once again hit out at the opposition, the Indie bloc, for playing politics on lines of religion and caste. Once again slammed the opposition and called for unity in wake of the all-out appeasement politics by the opposition.
Prime Minister Modi tore into MVA and called them the biggest corrupt party. In his back-to-back rallies, Prime Minister Modi launched scathing attacks on the Aghadi. The Prime Minister even warned people that if the Congress and its allies come to power in Maharashtra, development would come to a grinding halt. Listen in.
साथियों, मैं आपको कांग्रेस और उसके साथियों की एक बड़ी साजिश से भी सावधान कर रहा हूं। हमारे देश में आदिवासी समाज की जनसंख्या करीब 10% के आसपास है। कांग्रेस अब आदिवासी समाज को जातियों में बांटकर टुकड़े करके कमजोर करना चाहती है। यहां चिमूर चंद्रपुर में भी बड़ी संख्या में मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहन रहते हैं। कांग्रेस चाहती है कि हमारे आदिवासी भाई एसटी के रूप में उनकी पहचान खो दें, आदिवासी के रूप में उनकी पहचान खो दें, उनकी ताकत से उनकी जो पहचान बनी है वो बिखर जाए। सारे आदिवासी समाज की छोटी छोटी जातियां अपने आप को एसटी के नाते भूल जाए, आदिवासी के नाते भूल जाए, सिर्फ जाति के रूप में याद रखें और आपस में लड़ें, आपकी एकता टूट जाए। ये कांग्रेस का खतरनाक खेल है।
Not only this, Prime Minister also accused the Congress of dividing people.
साथियों, मैं आज महाराष्ट्र भाजपा को भी बधाई दूंगा, जिसने बहुत ही शानदार संकल्प पत्र जारी किया है। ये संकल्प पत्र में लाड़की बहनों के लिए, हमारे किसान भाई बहनों के लिए, देश की युवा शक्ति के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए एक से बढ़कर एक शानदार संकल्प लिए गए हैं। एआई यूनिवर्सिटी की बात हो, वाटर ग्रिड प्रोजेक्ट हो, हर घर से पाइप से पानी हो, देहात में पक्का घर हो, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ाना हो, इसमें महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य को उज्जवल बनाने के लिए बहुत सारी योजनाएं और संकल्प की प्रस्तुति है।
Furthermore, Prime Minister described the BJP's Sankalp Patra poll manifesto as a commitment to Maharashtra's development. Listen in.
महाराष्ट्र का तेज विकास ये अघाड़ी वालों के बस की बात नहीं है भाई।
Right now you're watching Republic TV. All the 43 constituencies in Jharkhand Assembly elections in the poll fray. In the first fray, the high-stake battle where major faces are in the poll fray, from Purnima Das Sahu to Champai Soren to Banna Gupta and Saryu Rai. In the poll fray, you are watching right now Republic TV. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned with us. It's the high-stake battle. It's Maya Yojana scheme versus BJP's infiltration issue in Jharkhand this time.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Inside the person, the strength of bearing with the challenges and also the kind of demands that come off, that is the strength I'm talking about of a leadership. And you find that in Prime Minister Modi, and I will say this up front before I even open up this conversation with Arnab. A leader of that nature, keeping a team of people working with him, gives the confidence to the ordinary citizen that you are in safe hands, we will work hard, there shall not be any corruption, we are clear where we want to go, along with you. It's not a dream of the leader alone. People are also resonating that voice. So to be in that team, I feel very humbled and honored. And all the praise that Arnab might give me, saying, this is what you brought to this position, this is what you did. It's a big team under Prime Minister Modi. And it is that team which is delivering it. And I don't think personally and individually I am doing some miracle. No, it's a large team and a very firm leadership which says, let's go together. If there are little challenges, if there are, criticism, we'll take it in our stride. I'm not sure we'll ever in India change from being non-aligned. The expression may change. You're not going to be able to explicitly be with one group of nations as opposed to another group of nations.
The most high-profile economic summit, the India Economic Summit, concludes on a high note after all big newsmakers come under one roof.
Post the war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top. On doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman attends India Economic Summit, lays the facts of Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar, but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, Finance Minister weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay.
Those 10-15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason. And whatever has happened, whatever threats we got at that time, there is a serious investigation going on.
Days after back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says that the government is probing into sinister plot.
पूरा नैरेटिव है इस देश के अंदर और वो यहाँ से नहीं चल रहा है। मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल और गैस के इस्लामिक देशों के पैसे आ रहे हैं, उनके यूरोप के और चर्च के भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, किसी को चाइना से पैसे आ रहे हैं। अब स्वामी रामदेव को तो एक कौड़ी चाइना से नहीं आएगी।
Ramdev Baba hits out at his critics, says there are people against yoga, Ayurveda, Sanatan, and these people receive funds from China. And polling underway at 43 assembly seats in phase 1 of Jharkhand elections. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and the Indy bloc. And we begin this segment with international stories that we are tracking. The Russian parliament has approved a bill to ban adoption by citizens from countries where gender transitioning is legal, thereby reinforcing measures against non-traditional traditional sexuality and promoting traditional values.
Russia's lower house of parliament has passed a bill to ban adoption of Russian children by foreign countries.
Мы с вами не знаем, как сложилась судьба наших детей, российских детей. Их вывозили в разные страны.
The bill specifies to ban adoption by citizens from countries where gender transitioning is legal.
А идеология, которую пытаются навязать, пропагандируя отказ от деторождения, приведет к тому, что рожать детей перестанут.
It follows an array of measures in recent years suppressing non-traditional sexuality. As Putin and his officials have called the upholding traditional values in the country to pit against Western liberalism characterizing as degenerate, recently the country banned gender transition medical procedures and called flagged LGBTQ movement as extremism. The United States would not be directly affected by the law because Russia in 2012 banned adoption of its children by US citizens.
Now, as Haiti continues to be mired in a wave of violence by armed gangs, a new prime minister was sworn in who promised to restore stability and tackle gang violence in a crisis-racked country. Take a look at this detailed report.
Amid the ongoing gang violence in the crisis-racked Haiti, Haiti sworn in a new interim prime minister.
Le premier chantier incontournable et qui conditionne la réussite de la transition est le rétablissement de la sécurité. Sécurité des personnes, sécurité des biens et infrastructures, sécurité alimentaire et liberté de circulation sur tout le territoire national.
But the gang violence continues to rage on. A fresh violence was erupted by the gang in the capital, who opened fire at a flight. The flight headed from Florida to Haiti's capital was hit multiple times by gunfire. The gunfire caused minor injuries to flight attendant. Haiti temporarily shut down its flight operations as gangs attempted to seize control. The latest episode of the gun attack on flights serve as a reminder that the gang violence have claimed hundreds of lives. With the violence spreading to nearby regions, fueling hunger and forcing hundreds and thousands from their homes, how will the new Prime Minister battle the spiraling gang violence in the country?
Now, as the COP29 summit gets underway in Azerbaijan, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres addressed concerns over the climate change impact on vulnerable countries across the globe. Here's a report on all that has transpired at the COP29 summit so far.
As Africa grapples with climate crisis, it is having severe consequences for the continent, despite its low greenhouse gas emissions. UN Chief Antonio Guterres addressed the matter on Tuesday in COP29 meeting. He urged the developed nations to uphold their pledge to double adaptation funding by 2025.
We must address the intolerable injustice your countries face to help protect your economies and your people from devastating climate impacts. Despite minimal emissions, the climate crisis is hitting your continent hard, pummeling your people and pounding your economies. We urgently need developed countries to honor their commitment to double finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion a year by 2025, and we need meaningful contributions to the new Loss and Damage Fund and to ensure it is a destination for innovative finance.
The continent emits 7% of greenhouse emissions, despite being home to nearly 17% of the world's population. Guterres expressed that Africa has the potential to become a green energy powerhouse, provided nations' collaboration.
Africa can become a green energy powerhouse, driving industrialization and prosperity for your people. So let's work together to make that a reality.
While the world sets new records in renewable energy deployment, Africa is being left behind.
The world is setting new records in renewable energy deployment, leaving Africa behind. Our continent accounted for just 0.5% last year. So if we are to translate our ambition, commitment and vision to impact on the ground, we must look for innovative solutions that can help drive new capital into green industries, create jobs for our youth, and strengthen Africa's infrastructure for the next level of growth.
With Africa being the youngest continent on the planet facing injustice, can Africa become a renewable energy hub?
Now, the deadly conflict between Israel and Lebanon has only been intensifying as Israel continues to carry out airstrikes on northern Lebanon, resulting in widespread devastation and civilian casualties as well. In fact, in the latest series of attacks, at least 8 people have been killed and more than 14 others injured. International calls for a ceasefire have only been growing louder. However, both sides show no signs of de-escalating in the conflict zones.
Amidst the ongoing skirmishes between Hezbollah and Israel, a series of incessant Israeli airstrikes that started on Monday caused tremendous civilian loss and casualties.
I first saw Hussein after the surgery. I noticed that he stopped talking. And it was obvious that with mental health trauma in children, they regress. And now when we were checking his wounds, we noted that he's back in diapers. So another sign of regression, that he's bedwetting again, he's lost control. Really for us, trying to get him on the mend, you know, the mental health plays as big a part as the physical health.
The bombardment in northern Lebanon left 8 killed and 15 injured. Corpses lay with mangled body parts in the site of destruction as health workers and Lebanese Red Cross scrambled to contain the damages.
مزري يعني الكل متفاجئ اول غاره بتصير على عكار يعني لا انذار ولا اعطوا انذار لحدا يخلو المبنى 30 شخص موجود بقلب المبنى نزل عليهم المبنى شهداء جرحى اشلاء متناثره على الطرق.
Ever since the September attacks when Israel blasted the pages of Hezbollah terrorists in Beirut, both the nations have showed no signs of stopping in launching counter-strikes. Till date, over 3,200 people have been killed in Israeli attacks on Lebanon, and over 14,000 have been injured since October 2023 alone.
Right now you're watching Republic TV. All the 43 constituencies in Jharkhand Assembly elections in the poll fray. In the first fray, the high-stake battle where major faces are in the poll fray, from Purnima Das Sahu to Champai Soren to Banna Gupta and Saryu Rai. In the poll fray, you are watching right now Republic TV. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned with us. It's the high-stake battle. It's Maya Yojana scheme versus BJP's infiltration issue in Jharkhand this time.
Director, the taste of success.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside, but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage of a future looking back at the past.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think
Now, Yogi, Amul, which is set to expand its global footprint with ambitious plans to enter the European market. Speaking at the India Economic Summit, Amul's managing director shared details of the company's successful foray into the US market and its next major relaunch, project launch that will be taking place in Spain. Here's an excerpt from the summit that was held yesterday.
At the India Economic Summit 2024, in conversation with the Republic Media Network, Amul's managing director Jayan Mehta outlined the brand's ambitious growth plans. Following its recent entry into the US market, which he deemed as highly successful, the cooperative is now set to foray into the European market with a launch in Spain. With India poised to be the producer of 1/3 of the world's dairy output and milk, Amul looks forward to encashing the opportunity in strengthening its global footprint.
We've been exporting to more than 50 countries for the last several decades, but now we thought there's a chance and opportunity for us to get into fresh product business. And that's how we launched fresh milk in the United States a few months back. It's doing very well and it's got into mainstream with a unique product, which is like our Amul Gold full cream milk, with 6% milk fat, which nobody in US ever imagined that you can have a milk like that, which is doing very well. And the same thing, we realized that Europe is a market where there is a large number of Indian diaspora, and we need to find a way to enter that.
Amul, which is now the largest food and dairy brand of the world, processes over 3 crore liters of milk on a daily basis. With a portfolio of over 107 dairy plants across the country and 50 products, Amul sells 22 billion packs a year annually domestically.
They collect close to 310 lakh liters of milk every day, which is collected through 18,600 village cooperative societies of Gujarat. There are 18 district milk processing unions who are affiliated, who are owned by again these village societies, and processed at about 107 plants within Gujarat and abroad. And we are marketing it through the network of the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, as you rightly mentioned, through a network of 87 branch offices, more than 20,000 distributors, 1 million retail outlets. 22 billion packs of Amul products are sold every.
With a turnover of rupees 80,000 crores, Amul is now ranked as the strongest dairy and food brand globally.
At the India Economic Summit, Finance Minister addressed critical national and global issues, including India's economic progress, the role of opposition, and shifting geopolitical dynamics. Speaking at Republic Media Network's Republic headquarters with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Sitharaman called out domestic pessimism, likening critics to modern-day Shalyas who undermine India's potential.
Attempting to pull me down, he's doing a disservice for the cause that he pretends to take up.
Why so?
In this case, for instance, talking about halwa, talking about how many scheduled castes are there, how many OBCs are there. If you're really intending to serve the cause of scheduled castes, it's not a halwa ceremony on which you'll question that.
That's true.
You'll do so much more to help the cause of really scheduled castes and OBCs, rather than say, during the halwa, if you had 5 fellows belonging to OBCs or SCs or STs, you've served the cause.
Co-founder and marketing chief of Boat, Aman Gupta, shared how manufacturing ecosystem in India boomed, giving impetus to electronics industry such as the product incentive linked scheme, Startup India and Make in India initiative.
We started doing that, ma'am. It was tough. 2 years we did not know how to make in India, but touchwood, we are very proud that a significant portion of our products are now made in India, and we are happy about it. Earlier we were not even creating jobs in India, right? Today we have more than 10,000 jobs indirectly which we've created out of our manufacturing facilities in India.
Speaking with the Republic's senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, Jain Mehta, Managing Director of Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Amul, outlined the brand's ambitious growth plans and revealed that Amul is set to expand into the European market soon.
We've been exporting to more than 50 countries for the last several decades, but now we thought there's a chance and opportunity for us to get into fresh product business. And that's how we launched fresh milk in the United States a few months back. It's doing very well and it's got into mainstream with a unique product, which is like our Amul Gold full cream milk with 6% milk fat, which nobody in US ever imagined that you can have a milk like that. It's doing very well. And the same thing, we realized that Europe is a market where there is a large number of Indian diaspora, and we need to find a way to enter that market.
Taking to the India Economic Summit, Ashish Chauhan, MD and CEO of the National Stock Exchange, spoke on the significant strides in India's financial inclusion with an optimism about investor opportunities present in the nation by substantiating that 30 out of 19,300 PIN codes in the country remain without an NSE-registered investor, and positively attributed this growth to the government's initiatives. At the India Economic Summit, Union Shipping Minister Sarbananda Sonowal outlined an ambitious growth plan for India's shipping and maritime sectors, unveiled the government's efforts to develop the world's largest port and propel India into top ranks of global maritime nations.
Amidst violence in Manipur, abduction of 6, including children, created sensation across the state. Republic TV continues to bring you a rolling coverage as a 24-hour shutdown is on in the valley districts of Manipur. Stay tuned for more.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
It is possible to explain every tariff that we have levied. It's not to control imports, but yet, do I have a responsibility towards the companies, for instance, in India, the capacities that is existing in India to produce some goods, and we go about importing those goods or those goods in broken down fashion and then reassemble them? Do we have a moral authority to kill or nip in the bud those who are growing in India and who can produce in India? I need to give that protection for them as well. As much as I have to encourage industries which need those imports. Imports are required. Intermediary goods are required to be imported. I will have to encourage that. I will lift the tariffs on them, provided it doesn't, intended or unintended, hurt my own capacity to produce. I have to balance the two.
Very important. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium.
Check of sports stories that we are tracking in this edition. Former India pacer Munaf Patil was roped in by Delhi Capitals as a bowling coach. For the upcoming edition of the Indian Premier League, the 41-year-old Munaf will work alongside head coach
Hemang Badani and DC Director of Cricket Venu Gopal Rao. England fast bowler Resi Topley has been fined 15% of his match fee by the ICC for smashing the chair in anger after suffering another injury setback during the first T20 international against West Indies. India defeated South Korea by 3-2 to register their second consecutive win in Women's Asian Championship Trophy. Hockey, India raced to a 2-0 lead in the first half through goals from Sangeeta Kumari and Deepika before Korea mounted a strong comeback in the third quarter and drew parity with goals. Afghanistan all-rounder Mohammad Nabi has announced that he will retire from one-day internationals after next year's Champions Trophy in Pakistan. After Afghanistan's 2-1 series win over Bangladesh, the 39-year-old said that he'd been pondering about quitting the format since last year's ODI World Cup. Pakistan's white ball captain Mohammad Rizwan is confident of winning the upcoming T20 International Series in Australia and is also eyeing a whitewash of the home team. The Pakistan team led by Rizwan surprised everyone by winning a one-day series in Australia for the first time since 2002. Premier India pacer Mohammad Shami will make his much-anticipated return to competitive cricket after a hiatus of nearly a year through Bengal's Ranji Trophy match against Madhya Pradesh in Indore, as announced by the Cricket Association of Bengal. India hit the nets at the Western Australian Cricket Association Stadium in Perth on Tuesday to begin preparations for the upcoming Border Gavaskar Trophy, which is set to begin on 22nd of November. The first test will be played at the Optus Stadium in Perth.
Right now you're watching Republic TV. All the 43 constituencies in Jharkhand Assembly elections in the poll fray. In the first fray, the high-stake battle where major faces are in the poll fray, from Purnima Das Sahu to Champai Soren to Banna Gupta and Saryu Rai. In the poll fray, you are watching right now Republic TV. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned with us. It's the high-stake battle. It's Maya Yojana scheme versus BJP's infiltration issue in Jharkhand this time.
Viewers, much more coming up. UP CM Yogi Adityanath hits out at the MBA for fanning land jihad, pan card jihad and love jihad in Maharashtra. Stay tuned.
It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium, but it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. For us, news is a passion. For us, news is a service for this country.
It is possible to explain every tariff that we have levied. It's not to control imports. But yet, do I have a responsibility towards the companies, for instance, in India?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And as you can clearly see, it is polling day in Jharkhand, phase 1 of elections in Jharkhand. And we are seeing that 43 constituencies will be voting today to elect their MLA. That is right. We have our reporters on the ground getting you all the top details. But as usual, the headlines we are tracking. Let's get started. The most high-profile economic summit, India Economic Summit, concludes on a high note. After all, the big newsmakers come under one roof.
Post the war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top. On doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
FM Sitharaman attends India Economic Summit, lays the facts of the Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US election, FM Sitharaman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI RuPay.
Those 10-15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason. And whatever has happened, whatever threats we got at that time, there is a serious investigation going on.
Days after back-to-back hoax bomb threat, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says that the government is probing into the sinister plot.
नैरेटिव है इस देश के अंदर और वो यहाँ से नहीं चल रहा है। मिडिल ईस्ट के तेल और गैस के इस्लामिक देशों के पैसे आ रहे हैं, उनके यूरोप के और चर्च के भी पैसे आ रहे हैं, किसी को चाइना से पैसे आ रहे हैं। अब स्वामी रामदेव को तो एक कौड़ी चाइना से नहीं आएगी।
Ramdev Baba hits out at his critics, says there are people against yoga, Ayurveda, Sanatan, and these people are receiving funding from China. Polling begins at 43 assembly constituencies, seats in the phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections, high stakes electoral battle for the BJP and India. Viewers, a very good morning. Let's go ahead and see the big breaking news coming in right now. Yogi Adityanath, CM of UP, has fired a fresh salvo at the MBA to stop this yet attack on the MBA, where he has said and alleged that the opposition has made Maharashtra a hub of love jihad, land jihad and PAN card jihad. That is right. Big update coming in on Republic TV. That this is, remember, just ahead of that huge election that is upcoming in Maharashtra on November 20th. And the results will be out on November 23rd. And before that, we see that Yogi Adityanath, the CM, has made this sharp remark. Now we have to go ahead and listen in to what the UP CM had to say.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी गठबंधन का महायुति गठबंधन महाराष्ट्र के अंदर चुनावी समर में आपके सामने है और दूसरी तरफ राष्ट्र की अस्मिता के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेन कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है। और इसीलिए बहनों भाइयों, मैं आप सबसे कहने के लिए आया हूं कि जो महाराष्ट्र हम सब के लिए प्रेरणा भूमि रहा है, पूरे भारतवासियों के लिए प्रेरणा भूमि रहा है, उस महाराष्ट्र को फिर से प्रयोगशाला नहीं बनने देना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी गठबंधन का महायुति गठबंधन महाराष्ट्र के अंदर चुनावी समर में आपके सामने है और दूसरी तरफ राष्ट्र की अस्मिता के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेन कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है। और इसीलिए बहनों भाइयों, मैं आप सबसे कहने के लिए आया हूं कि जो महाराष्ट्र हम सब के लिए प्रेरणा भूमि रहा है, पूरे भारतवासियों के लिए प्रेरणा भूमि रहा है, उस महाराष्ट्र को फिर से प्रयोगशाला नहीं बनने देना चाहिए।
And viewers, we're getting some more updates coming in from Manipur. Remember that Manipur is on the edge, and the latest is that in the last 24 hours, we've seen that there have been some developments where Metai organizations have called a shutdown, a complete shutdown. This will last for 24 hours. And this is a big update that we're getting for you. Now, this has been called by the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity and other Metai organizations in the Valley districts beginning tonight and lasting until Wednesday evening. So we see that the shutdown comes amid escalating violence and unrest in Manipur, particularly following a disturbing incident involving the kidnapping of 6 women and children from Jiribam, which is raising alarm across the state. We have to go ahead and play out this report by my colleague Anuruddha, who's getting us the ground reality.
Right now we are at Kangsup village in Imphal West, and here you can see there's a live bomb here. This mortar was dropped here with the help of a drone, and you can clearly see the string which is attached. This is the string with the help of which the drone used to carry this bomb, and this bomb, when it was dropped here, it penetrated through this tin and fell here, but it didn't exploded. At what time this attack took place last night?
It was around 8 p.m.
Around 8 p.m.
Yeah.
There was also heavy firing in this area.
There is a lot of firing and bomb explode everywhere.
Where are the villagers taking shelter now?
Actually, the villagers are sheltered at the relief camp. Actually, this bomb actually planning to drop this nearby, just near that relief camp. It's just near the relief camp and the MR camp also there.
So they accidentally dropped it here.
They accidentally dropped here. Actually,
the main thing is that
here we have another person. Yes.
Actually, the main thing is that they are very highly well equipped. Actually, usually drones, they are usually used to with latitude and longitude situation, so they are mainly targeting with the longitude and latitude coordinate. But when they plan it, some kind of some point is missing, so they are not targeting to the exact location. That's why their bomb are not exactly placed to the target. Because of the longitude and coordinate, there is some. That's
you
why.
can see these bombs have been dropped once again with the help of drone. Drones were used in the ongoing ethnic conflict in Manipur. We have also reported it earlier, and once again it has surfaced that for the second time, it can be said, for the second time again, reports have surfaced that drones are being used by the militants to drop bombs. We are in the second spot now, and this is the impact crater. You can see one mortar fell here and it exploded at this house, and the impact can be clearly seen here. The house have been partially damaged. The roof, the tin has also been penetrated, and the splinters, this is the propeller, you can see this is the propeller of the mortar, and the splinter has penetrated even the walls of this house. Many portion of the wall have been damaged. In fact, cattle has also sustained injury while that bomb was dropped. And the car here, you can also see the car, another spot where the splinters have caused damage. Several bombs exploded in this area, but yes, as we are reporting, we can confirm that one bomb had hit a house and another was dropped unsuccessfully, as it was not exploded. Many houses in this area have also been set ablaze by the militants, and we are bringing you this report from Kangsup. In what it is being believed as a retaliation to the fierce encounter that took place in Jirimam between the central forces and the suspected Kuki militants, which resulted in death of 11 suspected Kuki militants, a fierce offensive was witnessed in Kangsup in Imphal West yesterday night at around 8:30. Militants fired from the nearby jungles and the foothill areas towards this Meitei village, in which at least 10 to 12 houses were also set ablaze by the miscreants. Here you can see vehicles were also torched, all the properties and belongings were ransacked. Heavy firing took place in this area. Several bombs were also dropped. One particular bomb was also dropped near this house, and it exploded. Several houses have been damaged. As I am telling you, you can see how the entire house has been ransacked by the armed militants who stormed the village at around 8:30. The situation in Manipur continues to remain grim, and with fresh escalation being witnessed, and the biggest witnessed yesterday in Jirimam, when militants also tried to attack a police station. The Boko Bekra police station was targeted by the militants, and Manipur police have officially issued a statement in this regard. 11 militants have been killed. They have said 11 armed militants have been killed who stormed into the Boko Bekra police station, and which is now being seen as a retaliation of that attack which happened in Jirimam. This particular village in Kangsup was attacked by the miscreants. We have a few people out here, we have few locals out here. I would like to know, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे यहाँ पर कितना बजे कल अटैक हुआ था यहाँ पे? They are not willing to speak, but yes, as I continue to show you the visuals from this locality in Kangsup, you can see how several houses have been torched. This particular vehicle was also set on fire by the miscreants. A fierce gun battle took place. It lasted for more than 3 to 4 hours at least. The villagers were luckily taking shelter in the nearby relief camp and managed to escape unhurt. Security deployment has been increased in the area, but fierce psychosis remain among the people. With video journalist Asok, I am Arnab Goswami and this is Republic Media Network from Kangsup in Imphal West, Manipur.
And viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in right now where we saw that Amit Shah has made a very, very powerful statement in a second poll rally in Mumbai. The Union Home Minister has clearly said and promised the eviction of illegal Bangladeshi nationals and Rohingya immigrants from the city before the end of the current term. Shah emphasized the need to secure India's borders and remove immigrants he deemed a security threat. So this is the big update coming in right now. Need to secure India's borders, says Home Minister Amit Shah. On your screen, you can see, those pictures coming in as well. Now, remember that the elections in Maharashtra are not too far away. And before that, we see that there has been a heavy campaigning. Home Minister Shah is promising eviction, especially of Bangladeshi nationals, illegal nationals who are staying there, and the Rohingyas. Immigrants. And now we have to go ahead and play out exactly what the Home Minister had to say when he promised eviction.
मैं आज कह कर जाता हूं, मुंबई वालों, ये टर्म समाप्त होने के पहले मुंबई में से एक एक बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या को चुन चुन कर मुंबई के बाहर करने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। और मैं आज कह कर जाता हूं, मुंबई वालों, ये टर्म समाप्त होने के पहले मुंबई में से एक एक बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या को चुन चुन कर मुंबई के बाहर करने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। और मैं आज कह कर जाता हूं, मुंबई वालों, ये टर्म समाप्त होने के पहले मुंबई में से एक एक बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या को चुन चुन कर मुंबई के बाहर करने का काम ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी।
All right, getting some big breaking news coming in right now, where we are learning as we speak. There's a big development in the Muda case, where we see that the personal assistant of Siddaramaiah is right now under the scanner. That is right. That is right, viewers. Trouble mounts for Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah. CM Siddaramaiah is facing the probe heat. The latest ED sleuths have now questioned Siddaramaiah's PA, C.T. Kumar. The investigation was conducted for C.T. Kumar and S.T. Dinesh Kumar at the ED office in Bengaluru. C.T. Kumar, S.T. Dinesh Kumar, who look after the affairs belonging to the CM. The ED is probing the influence of CM in the 14-site case. Okay, so big update coming in. ED now trying to find out that were signatures forged. And trouble mounts for Karnataka CM, viewers. Muda scam, latest update coming in. The trouble is mounting for Karnataka CM. And what we're learning right now, ED is questioning CM's personal assistant C.T. Kumar in the forgery case. Let's not forget that the pressure is mounting on CM's Siddaramaiah when it comes to the Muda scam. The Lokayukta has begun its probe. And not just Siddaramaiah and his wife, but there's pressure rising even when it comes to the associates of Siddaramaiah. ED is questioning CM's assistant C.T. Kumar in a forgery case linked to the Muda scam. This is the big update we're tracking for you here on Republic TV. The CM, Siddaramaiah, is facing the probe already and is under heat because of this Muda scam, which has put a lot of pressure on him, and many calls for resignation have come in, especially from the BJP. But the ED is continuing its probe and questioning CM's assistant, PA. And I want to go across to my colleague joining us, Sri Lakshmi from our Republic Kannada team. Sri Lakshmi, take our viewers through this latest development. PA, C.T. Kumar being questioned by the ED. And what role does the ED suspect C.T. Kumar of playing in the Muda scam?
Well, Shivangi, Republic Kannada is bringing out all the important details of this Muda scam and along with the documents in front of the people. Now, Enforcement Directorate officials have intensified their investigation. On the other hand, Mysore Lokayukta is also investigating the Muda scam. Now, this ED officials have questioned Siddaramaia's personal assistant Siri Kumar. The investigation was conducted for Siri Kumar and SG Dinesh Kumar at the ED office in Bengaluru. Because of it is said that illegal money has been involved in the Muda scam, ED is intensifying its investigation in that direction to find out what amount of illegal money is being involved and to what extent this corruption scam goes. A serious inquiry into the forgery of signature, especially Kumar's signature on Parvati's letter. I mean, many such illegalities. Yesterday, Republic Canada exposed that, Tahsildar had paid for the registration of these sites. And many such illegalities, many such, incidents where officers have been used and pressure was put on officers, to help to purchase these sites can be seen in this Muda case, Shivangi. And there was another list where many people have been given more than 30 sites in this Muda list. That was also exposed by Republic Canada. And it's quite sure that Enforcement Directorate may come up with many more illegalities through this investigation, because complainants like Snehamayi Krishna and Pradeep Kumar have already given many information, many such documents to Enforcement Directorate. Based on that and based on the information that has been accessed by Enforcement Directorate, it is intensifying its investigation. It is just tip of the iceberg what we are seeing now in Muda case. There are many more things is going to come up, it seems, because
Muda case. There are many more things is going to come up, it seems, because earlier itself complainants have said that it is thousands of crores of scam. Back to studio, Shivangi.
All right, getting us all those details, Sri Lakshmi getting us top updates. And we will be coming back to Sri Lakshmi because we are tracking this story very, very closely here, and all the aftermath of the Muda scam, which is being investigated. We're going to move ahead right now because we're getting some more updates coming in. We have to go ahead to the big story, which is we are tracking the entire day today. That is Jharkhand polls. That is right. Jharkhand kicked off its voting around 7 a.m. today. 7 a.m. was the time when the voting officially began. And we have seen that this is the phase 1 of elections. Phase 1 of elections. Phase 2 of elections would be held later on. And the big update coming in right now, viewers, the polling has begun. And we are seeing that this is happening in 43 assembly constituencies. The ruling JMM, led by CM Hemant Soren, seeks to retain power. All right, let's go ahead and play out these reactions that we're getting as the reporters are on the ground getting us top updates.
मुद्दा एक्चुअली भाजपा ने ही इसको हवा दी है। एक्चुअली भाजपा के कार्यकाल में 17-18 सालों में ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग मैक्सिमम हुई है। हजारों लड़कियों की जो आदिवासी या मूलवासी लड़कियां, नाबालिग लड़कियों की तस्करी हुई है। पन्नालाल जैसे ट्रैफिकर हुए हैं, आप जाके देख सकते हैं कि वो लगभग 15,000 लड़की की तस्करी एकमात्र उन्होंने भी की थी। प्लेसमेंट एजेंसियां झारखंड में भर गई थी। उससे जो आंकड़े कम हुए आदिवासियों के उस समय का, आप देखिए उनके कार्यकाल में आदिवासियों के आंकड़े कम हुए जो कि बाहर चले गए नौकरी के नाम पर। माननीय हेमंत सोरेन जी तो उनको वापस लाए, लड़कियों को रेस्क्यू करके वापस लाए।
दूसरा मुद्दा ये है मैडम,
पर मैया सम्मान योजना किया ताकि उनको एक सपोर्ट हो जाए, और मैया सम्मान योजना
बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट आप लोगों ने लॉन्च किया, मैया सम्मान योजना। क्या ये ट्रैक्शन गेन कर रहा है झारखंड?
बिल्कुल, एक्चुअली वो सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं क्योंकि इन लड़कियों को पहले भाजपा के कार्यकाल में ट्रैफिकिंग के शिकार होकर इनको बाहर नौकरी के नाम पर ले जाते थे, तरह तरह से शोषण होता था। रिकॉर्ड में है, आप देखेंगे जुन लड़कियां बस स्टॉप रेलवे स्टेशन में मिलती थी, जिनको वो लोग बाहर ले जाते थे, उन्होंने इसे रोका। उन्हें फुलो झानो आशीर्वाद योजना, सावित्रीबाई फुले किशोरी समृद्धि योजना, पोटो खेल योजना, मुख्यमंत्री रोजगार सृजन योजना, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, पलाश ब्रांड देकर उनको रोजगार से जोड़ के ब्रांड नेम देना, ये सब कुछ तो हेमंत सोरेन जी की सरकार ने किया।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us, Harsha from Sarai Kela, joining us live. This is where Champai Soren will be defending his seat. But Harsha, very interestingly, this time from the BJP side. So we have to really wait and watch what will happen. Go ahead, Harsha. Take us through what are the latest that we are learning as polling has kicked off.
So Shivangi, this is not an easy battle indeed. It's a tough battle and head-on-head battle between Champai Soren and also between Ganesh Malai, who is the JMM candidate. But this time it's very difficult and different from all the elections which Champai Soren has fought till now, because till now he has been contesting on the ticket of JMM as the face of the JMM. But now he is contesting on the BJP ticket, and therefore, although this is his turf, but to retain this seat as the BJP candidate, it's the bigger and larger question. And that is the reason why Champai Soren has been extensively campaigning entire day and night. He would be reaching his home at 4 o'clock in the morning by doing nukkards and door-to-door campaigns, meeting all the tribals and across the voters here in his constituency. Also, we saw how HM Amit Shah campaigned from Champai Soren as well. He in fact went on by saying that Bangladeshi infiltration issue was raised up by Champai Soren, and that was the reason why he was ousted by Hemant Soren when he filled in for Hemant Soren when Hemant Soren went in jail from February to July. It was not indeed an easy time for Champai Soren, but he spoke on Bangladeshi infiltration. He spoke how the policies and functions are very important to ensure that the tribals get their rights. And in the state of Jharkhand, which is a tribal state, Shivangi, we see that the larger question is that the tribals' lands should be restored to tribals only, which is in large number has gone to the infiltrators or to the Muslims who have come from different regions after crossing the borders. That is the larger question here in Jharkhand when we talk about the issues. And also we can't ignore the fact that during the before few months before the election, JMM launched this Maiya Samman Yojana, and this scheme was widely accepted and appreciated, appalled and applauded by the tribals in the state, and how tribal women were going to the ATMs and were taking out the Maiya Samman Yojana amount which they were given in their account. And also it's being said that from December onwards, the Maiya Samman scheme will be giving 2,500 rupees to the Maiyas. And this is what is the poll pitch of JMM as well. While we saw how BJP campaigned in this entire Jharkhand by raising not only the issue of Bangladeshi infiltration, but also the issue of the corrupt JMM government and also the paper leak and the misuse of the resources which JMM has got. These all were the issues which BJP raised, and also we know in several pockets of BJP, in several pockets of Jharkhand, there is an issue of basic amenities as well. But Shivangi, let me show you the visual. This is the village of Champai Soren. We are waiting outside his residence only. We are waiting for Champai Soren to come out and go, because we were told earlier that he will be casting his vote at 9 o'clock. But right now we are told in some time only, around 10 o'clock, he will leave for his polling booth and he will be casting his vote, because this is a very important election for Champai Soren. Lot is on stake, not only for BJP but for Champai Soren as well. A very close confidant of Shibu Soren, who rose to popularity and also was very close to Hemant Soren as well. From 2005 to till now, he has continuously won the seat of Saraikela. But this time, will it be the face of Champai Soren, or will it be the issues, or are the voters going to see the party from which he is contesting? This is going to be a very interesting election, but the pitch which will convert into votes, that will be set to the voters to decide. But let me tell you very straightforward that this Saraikela is a very interesting turf right now, and just half an hour from Saraikela is Jamshedpur East and West as well. Jamshedpur East, from where there's Dr. Ajay Kumar versus Purnima Das Sahu. Purnima Das Sahu is a daughter-in-law of Raghuvar Das, where the governor, there was also allegations on governor from the side of Congress leaders Ajay Kumar that governor was continuously campaigning for his daughter-in-law. Right now you are watching Republic TV, all exclusives from Jharkhand, as 43 constituencies go for in the poll fray in the first phase of Jharkhand Assembly election. Stay tuned, as we'll be right back after a short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside.
Assembly seats in the phase 1 of the Jharkhand Assembly elections. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and the Indie bloc.
टू लेन, 4 लेन, 6 लेन, 12 लेन के हाईवे बन रहे हैं.
CM Yogi fires fresh salvos and MVA says the opposition has made Maharashtra a state of love and land jihad and PAN card jihad. Bypolls underway for 31 seats across 10 states, voting in full throttle in Rajasthan, Kerala and West Bengal.
Post the war, or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top, on doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
FM Sitaraman attends India Economic Summit and lays the facts of the Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
And days after the US election, FM Sitaraman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate and says the countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. We're getting some big breaking news coming in from West Bengal, where Bengal LOP Subindu Adhikari has alleged that the Bengal police are adopting desperate measures to influence the voting process to extend an upper hand to the TMC. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. Subindu further says that the house of BJP worker is being constantly monitored by the police and such house arrests are being made to prevent BJP workers from participating in the electoral process. Big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we are learning back-to-back details coming in right now, where as 6 assembly seats in West Bengal are going to the by-polls. Among the by-polls being held in West Bengal and some other states, a big allegation coming in from West Bengal, where Bengal LOP has alleged that the Bengal police are adopting desperate measures, I repeat, desperate measures to influence voting process to extend an upper hand to the TMC. As Subhendu has further said that the house of BJP workers being constantly monitored by the police and such house arrests are being made to prevent BJP workers from participating in the electoral process. Big allegation. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us. 6 assembly seats are going to the polls on Wednesday, that is today. And big allegation coming in from the West Bengal BJP. Go ahead, Hidita, take our viewers through the latest that we are learning of.
Exactly. So today morning, 6 assembly polls have gone to the elections today morning, and as we see that there are continuous allegations which are coming in name of TMC, and now the LOP of the state, Shubhendu Adhikari, has stated that TMC police or Mamta's police is continuously threatening the BJP leaders. They're keeping a close track of BJP. From Medipur, Chandrapur GP, this BJP Karyakarta, this member of BJP, Nayan De, has been put into house arrest, and that is what Shubhendu Adhikari is alleging, that Mamta's police has house arrested him so that they can put their influence on the voters. Last night also from other polls like Shitai, we have seen that the bike gang has been going around and influencing the voters. So we are seeing that continuously TMC's influence on the voters is on ahead of the elections and also during the elections, as we see from the allegations made by the LOP of the state. Back to you.
Right. Okay. This is a video shared by Subhendu on X. Exclusive pictures from Republic Bangla. And Hidita, I'm coming back to you right now. If you could take our viewers through, what exactly do we see? What are we seeing here in those pictures?
Nayan Dev in Midnapur at his house. So we can see the police and some other people who are off-guarding his house, who are in guard so that he cannot come out. So it is a clear representation of what kind of house arrest has Mamta's police done, and the visibility of the police person is also there. This video is completely made by Nayan Dev and it has been shared by Shubhendu. So Mamta's police is completely keeping a check on the BJP members and the BJP leaders so that they cannot go out. We have also seen sometimes back that a BJP member was stopped to enter the booth also. So this is what kind of influence that they are playing in the districts or the polls that we are on elections today.
Right. So these are pictures coming in right now, viewers, where you can clearly see that Subhendu Adhikari has gone ahead, put a post out on X, and that video also has been put out, which our viewers are seeing, that the Bengal police are trying to influence the voting process to extend an upper hand to the TMC. And also, Ritita, you know, while we talk about this latest incident, we can't forget what happened the last time in the elections which were held in West Bengal and other polls being held in West Bengal, where the BJP has alleged time and again that the police and the government they've tried very hard to silence the opposition, and we have also seen a post-poll and pre-poll and violence on election days in West Bengal. So not a big surprise there that this allegation is coming in right now. We have to move ahead, and we will be coming back to the story coming in from West Bengal as by-polls are underway in West Bengal. We move ahead right now, viewers, because remember the India Economic Summit, the Republic headquarters, our chief guest, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, takes on Rahul Gandhi and opposition. She even took a dig at Rahul's halwa ceremony, remarked. Listen in to this entire conversation for you.
You have opposition state governments which are in trouble. How does the center view them? The BJP goes for the kill on them. You know, like Himachal Pradesh, they say there's a toilet tax nowadays, and there was another controversy recently on the samosas that were meant for the chief minister were consumed by someone else. Silly issues. Then Karnataka has a fairly interesting deficit, and we had Mr. Siddaramaiah actually give advice with DK Shivakumar sitting next to him that next time you make promises, please think whether you have the money for it. Problem, Mr. Kharge doesn't realize there are cameras everywhere. He was recorded saying that. We debated it at night. We keep looking for these issues also. Now, are you a little too tough with the state governments? Ms. Sitharaman, if you don't mind my asking you, because all of them point their fingers at you. All these chief ministers, they point their fingers at Prime Minister, of course, but they point their fingers at you saying, Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Ministry, allocation of funds, Niti Ayog, they have complaints everywhere that we are not being given what are... So what if we give freebies? It's our policy. Government should support us long term, etc. Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, all of them. You know, so how much truth is there in that comment? That there's a little
Not
bit of...
one bit of truth.
I'm sure of that.
I'm sorry to sound so aggressive on
No, I like you aggressive. You're no longer aggressive.
On.
When you were spokesperson, you were very aggressive. Nowadays, you've become far less aggressive. But please, we like the aggressive Nirmala Sitharaman on top of this.
Arnab will be the first fellow to say, what is this finance minister? She doesn't contain. She can't take
No, please.
She shouts. She gets aggressive. And look at Gautam Gambhir. He's been told, why is he always contented? Yeah, he's a good cricketer. He's gone there to get to some order.
Amazing.
But even there we tell him, no, you can't be this, you can't be that. Like that I'll be told. You're not a spokesperson anymore. Why are you getting angry? Why are you giving answers like that? So I'm remaining quiet. But now you provoked me adequately.
And we want you to bat like Shrikant now, ma'am.
I'm honestly saying, and I repeat with my eyes wide open, looking into the very august audience.
Yes, ma'am.
There's not one element of truth in this, that the center is denying states their funds. Whichever state says it, I'll come and stand one-on-one to say this. It's not right. Because it may be a different story that they want more. They want more either because they're giving freebies or because they don't know to generate revenues, or they are not able to contain the loopholes, or they are not able to, look at newer ways of getting revenue. It may be anything. But to say that the center is denying them funds is absolute.
Yes.
I was going to say nonsense.
Yes, it's all right.
Maybe that's not right.
No, it's not.
But baseless.
Yes.
See, the formulation of how much has to be given to a state for the next 5 years is decided by a finance commission, a constitution body.
Yes.
And if that body finally gives a report and that's accepted, and post that the formulation is on the central government, we do it accordingly. There's no way I can have, I like Madhya Pradesh more than Kerala, so cut down on Kerala, give Madhya Pradesh. Impossible. The system is completely fitted with mechanism that automatically every month the devolution happens. So that argument has been placed several thousand times, and there was one state which has taken us to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has also very clearly said you go amicably sort it out with the central government on the larger issue of whether the central government should oversee the borrowings of the state, which is Article 293 given in the Constitution, an authority to the central government, because sovereign guarantee is given by the central government for states' borrowings. And therefore, the central government is vested with authority to oversee borrowings of the states. And legitimate borrowing, let us say now 3% of their GSDP, cannot be denied and cannot be put under condition. I don't put conditions for you to borrow if it is within the 3% limit.
But Bengal, for example.
So whichever state, within your reasonable, permissible limit you borrow, nobody can say no. But beyond that, and aside from that, you create newer bodies which don't have the legitimacy to borrow, which don't account to the state assembly, whose revenues are not controlled by the assembly. if such bodies are made to borrow, and to them you give the right of your duties, meaning liquor policy, you have excise duties imposed on every bottle which is sold, and through that the revenue comes, and you have to come to the house, meaning assembly or the parliament, to say how much you earned. Now, suppose you transfer the right of the excise completely to this body which is not accountable in the assembly, and say the revenue earnings coming from the excise duty will go to this body, with that they'll pay the loan, and the borrowing is taken without any kind of restraint. CAG has pulled up states saying, what are you doing? This money which comes out of the excise duty should go to the assembly, should go into the budget, should be accounted for, and the votes sought in the house. If that is for the next 5 years siphoned off to this body which is not accountable to the assembly, CAG pulls it up. And we say, no, that is not allowed. That kind of a borrowing is not allowed, because we have the right to oversee these kind of borrowings also under Article 293. They then say, oh, the center is controlling me. Is this right in the first place? These kind of anomalies happened, highlighted by the CAG, questioned by the center, and then they make such noise to cover up these kind of wrongdoings. What is due to states, to any state, to every state, goes and goes in time. I will challenge in the 5 years that have been here, and so with Arun Jaitley's time. I will challenge if money has been delayed to any state. If you don't submit your certificate of utilization and then expect me to nevertheless give the money, obviously it won't happen. Submit your utilization in time, get your money in time. So there are so many.
So in Bengal, this utilization issue became a big issue in Bengal.
Yes.
Bengal has not given you utilization certificates.
That is the Manrega funds not going there.
But why should the people of Bengal suffer? Why should the people of Bengal suffer? Recently, Prime Minister got emotional in a scheme when he was announcing medical facility. And he said that I forgive the people of Bengal should forgive me because I am not able to serve them, because my schemes are not being allowed by Mamata Banerjee. And the Bengal government says, we don't need your scheme.
That's right.
Our scheme on health insurance is better than yours.
So
doesn't the person in Bengal just end up suffering because of it? What is the person's recourse then?
The citizen, whether in Bengal or in Tamil Nadu, have no fault of theirs.
Yes.
They are not at fault. But when state governments politicize such things, and they don't allow schemes of the central government to reach the state citizens, it's unfortunate that the citizens don't benefit. Tamil Nadu, I'm purposely bringing that on board, PM Vishwakarma Yojana. To benefit 18 such people, barbers, boat makers, fish net makers, masons, what is their caste? Who asked their caste?
Absolutely.
Whereas in Tamil Nadu, the politicians there, the government there, distorts it by saying Vishwakarma is a jati. You are giving it to the jati. What understanding of jati is this? And what understanding of the Vishwakarma scheme is this? When we have named 18 different activities, even if you look at the jati, are all these 18 in one jati? First of all, jati, the varnan itself is wrong. And there they've denied by giving a false argument saying PM Vishwakarma is a jati-based scheme. It's not. 18 different types of skills with which ordinary people are working. We are trying to give them skills. We are trying to give them kits. We are trying to give them some payments. And we are also extending subsidized loans so that they can build their occupation better. Tamil Nadu denies. Bengal denies on Manrega. You can see, and Ayushman Bharat is denied.
Yes.
It is purely out of this jealousy that all people, common people friendly schemes of the central government are reaching the ground, and they don't want to recognize the good work which is being done by Prime Minister Modi's schemes.
character, the taste of success.
I'm not sure we'll ever in India change from being non-aligned. The expression may change. You're not going to be able to explicitly be with one group of nations as opposed to another group of nations. You are going to constantly keep friends everywhere. You need to keep friends everywhere. And why, pray, should you do that? Whether it is unipolar world, bipolar world, or multipolar world as we face now, India's given position and India's inherent belief and a geopolitical location necessitates us to be consistent in one thing, that you recognize you have friends everywhere. Circumstances may change, but your friendship and alignment with each one of them should continue. You cannot, at the cost of becoming indifferent or even alienating some group, become closer.
Welcome back, viewers. We are getting your top updates coming in, and right now we'll talk about what's happening in the US. The president-elect Donald Trump has now come out with his own team, and we have the names for you. His team for administration. And Tesla CEO Elon Musk, millionaire, entrepreneur turned politician Vivek Ramaswamy to lead the Department of Government Efficiency in the US. So two names already out, where we see Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. They have got very, very important positions we are learning of right now. So these are the pictures coming in for you. Top roles for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in Donald Trump's cabinet. And as you can clearly see that this is other names that you can already see in Trump's A team, the new CIA chief, the ambassador to Israel, amongst others. And Trump says, I look forward to Elon and Vivek making changes to the federal bureaucracy with an eye on efficiency and at the same time making life better for all the Americans. Donald Trump has won the presidential elections last week, defeating Democratic rival Kamala Harris by around 69 electoral votes. So those are the names out there. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, Michael Waltz, National Security Advisor, the NSA. There are many more names. John Ratcliffe, a CIA chief, Mike Huckabee, ambassador to Israel. Trump's A-team. He has announced his A-team. Then we see Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in the Department of Government Efficiency. So this is the A-team of Trump. Remember, Trump has always praised Musk and described him as an amazing and super genius guy, in his words. Let's listen in to what Elon Musk has to say.
Our defense budget is pretty gigantic. It's $1 trillion. But the interest that we owe on the debt is now higher than the defense budget. Over $1 trillion and growing. This is not sustainable. So we have to do something about that, or the country's going to go bankrupt. So that's an essential thing too.
Well, we need you in the cabinet.
Yeah. So that's why we need the Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. That's on a brass plaque on a desk. It's going to be amazing. So, exactly. As people were saying, it's just like it's common sense stuff, and America really just needs to remain the land of opportunity, the land where your success is a function of how hard you work and your talent. Like if you're talented and hardworking, that should be the only thing that determines whether you're successful. That's it. And America is also supposed to be the land of freedom. That means personal freedom. Like the government should not be imposing all these rules on people, and it's like Yeah. So government overreach is not cool. Freedom. Yeah, exactly. Twitter files. I mean, it was just nutty. People are.
All right, viewers. So Elon Musk speaking there. He's part of Trump's A team, and you can see that these are the names on your screen. We start off with Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, Michael Waltz, National Security Advisor. John Ratcliffe will be the CIA Chief. Mike Huckabee is going to be the ambassador to Israel. Speaking about the others, who is the Secretary of State that has been announced? Marco Rubio. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will be in the Department of Government Efficiency. So this is a big update we're getting for you. And very big update as President-elect Donald Trump is getting together his team.
Amidst violence in Manipur, abduction of 6, including children, created sensation across the state. Republic TV continues to bring you a rolling coverage as a 24-hour shutdown is on in the valley districts of Manipur. Stay tuned for more.
Inside the person, the strength of bearing with the challenges and also the kind of demands that come off, that is the strength I'm talking about of a leadership. And you find that in Prime Minister Modi, and I will say this up front before I even open up this conversation with Arnab. A leader of that nature, keeping a team of people working with him, gives the confidence to the ordinary citizen that you are in safe hands, we will work hard, there shall not be any corruption, we are clear where we want to go along with you. It's not a dream of the leader alone. People are also resonating that voice. So to be in that team, I feel very humbled and honored. And all the praise that Arnab might give me, saying, this is what you brought to this position, this is what you did. It's a big team under Prime Minister Modi. And it is that team which is delivering it. And I don't think personally and individually I am doing some miracle. No, it's a large team and a very firm leadership which says, let's go together. If there are little challenges, if there are, criticism, we'll take it in our stride. I'm not sure we'll ever in India change from being non-aligned. The expression may change. You're not going to be able to explicitly be with one group of nations as opposed to another group of nations. You are going to constantly keep friends everywhere. You need to.
Getting us some top updates coming in from the world of business at the India Economic Summit. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has addressed critical national and global issues, including India's economic progress, the role of opposition, and shifting of geopolitical dynamics. Speaking to Republic Media Network's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Sitharaman called out the domestic pessimism, likening critics to modern-day Shalias who undermine India's potential. And she also enumerated to the country's strategic approach to foreign direct investment, stressing the need for transparency, especially flagging concerning investments from China. Taking to the occasion of 4th distinguished edition of Republic Media Network's India Economic Summit, co-founder and marketing chief Aman Gupta shared how manufacturing ecosystem in India is booming, giving impetus to the electronics industry thanks to various government SOPs such as Product Incentive Linked Scheme, Startup India, Make in India. He highlighted that everyone wants to manufacture in India now, referring to how foreign companies have turned their focus to the country from China, regarded as a global hotspot for electronics manufacturing. Gupta also spoke about the growing shift in India's employment landscape, with more people stepping up into the startup world, recalling his own journey. At the India Economic Summit, in conversation with the Republic Media Network Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor, Jain Mehta, Managing Director of Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, Amul outlined the brand's ambitious growth plans. Mehta revealed that Amul is set to expand into the European market, beginning with Spain by the end of the month, following its recent entry into the US market. Mehta believes that India is poised to produce a third of the world's milk and how Amul looks at cashing on the opportunity, making its global footprint. Mehta also discussed the iconic mascot of brand Amul Girl and how she has resonated with nation's mood for years now.
Right now you're watching Republic TV. All the 43 constituencies in Jharkhand Assembly elections in the poll fray. In the first fray, the high-stake battle where major faces are in the poll fray, from Purnima Das Sahu to Champai Soren to Banna Gupta and Saryu Rai in the poll fray. You are watching right now Republic TV. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned with us. It's the high-stake battle. It's Maya Yojana scheme versus BJP's infiltration issue in Jharkhand this time.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside, but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage of a future looking back at the past.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our top focus remains on the unrest that is currently prevalent in Manipur. Curfew has been imposed, and the police claim that 6 people have been abducted after the recent bomb attacks. We'll get you all the latest from Ground Zero, but first a quick check on the headlines. Polling begins at 43 assembly seats in phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections. High-stakes electoral battle between BJP and Indi bloc for the tribal votes.
महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेट कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires fresh salvos at MVA, says the opposition has made Maharashtra a state of love, land and PAN card jihad. Crucial by-polls underway for 31 seats across 10 states, voting in full throttle in Rajasthan, Kerala, West Bengal and other states.
Post the war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top, on doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman at the India Economic Summit at Republic headquarters says that India first approach is pertinent.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar, but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. First up, viewers, an intense war of words has broken out in Maharashtra ahead of the high-voltage assembly elections. First, it was Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge launching an attack on Yogi Adityanath, targeting his saffron attire as well as his batenge to katenge remark. Kharge first said that there are some politicians who are hiding behind the saffron robes. And in retaliation, Fadnavis raised the Razakar remark against Mallikarjun Kharge. And after that, Yogi Adityanath has also called out Kharge's blind eye towards Razakars. He has said that Kharge is conveniently turning a blind eye towards Razakars despite a Razakar attack in which Kharge's kins were murdered. Listen in to this reaction coming in from Yogi Adityanath.
आजकल कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी अनावश्यक रूप से मेरे ऊपर लाल पीले हो रहे हैं, गुस्से में। खड़गे जी मेरे ऊपर गुस्सा मत करिए, मैं तो आपकी उम्र का सम्मान करता हूं। आपको गुस्सा करना है तो निजाम पर करिए, हैदराबाद के निजाम को, जिस हैदराबाद के निजाम के रजाकारों ने आपके गांव को जलाया था, हिंदुओं की निर्मम हत्या की थी, आपकी पूज्य माता को, आपकी बहन को, आपके परिवार के सदस्यों को जलाया था। इस सच्चाई को देश और दुनिया के सामने रखिए कि जब भी पटेंगे तो इसी प्रकार से निर्ममता से कटेंगे। ये सच्चाई रखिए। आप वोट बैंक के लिए इस सच्चाई को देश के सामने रखने से कोताही कर रहे हैं, देश के साथ धोखा आप कर रहे हैं। मैं तो एक योगी हूं, मैंने तो एक ही बात सीखी है, मैंने तो एक ही बात सीखी है, हर काम देश के नाम।
Well, we have Sandeep joining us live from Mumbai. Sandeep, the intense war of words has escalated between the BJP as well as the MVA. Now, Yogi Adityanath has said that Kharge is turning a blind eye towards Razakars who murdered his own family members for the sake of appeasement politics?
See, definitely, as the elections are coming closer, the war can be witnessed in the state of Maharashtra, specifically in the rallies that have been, in fact, taken out by Congress party or Bharatiya Janata Party. Now the election is getting, Congress against BJP or BJP versus Congress party, because ultimately, remember, this is all about vote bank politics. Remember the statement that was, in fact, given by Mallikarjun Kharge was targeting Yogi Adityanath, and in fact, there are huge followers of Yogi Adityanath in the Hindu community. And now, in fact, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has retaliated back, and in fact, he mentioned that it was the Razakars who had slaved Hindus and also killed the ancestors of Hindus. So ultimately, a direct attack and a direct war of words between Mallikarjun Kharge and Yogi Adityanath can be seen. As the election comes more closer, more and more, war of words could be witnessed in coming days. We saw how Asaduddin Owaisi came in Maharashtra and spoke against Devendra Fadnavis. Also, Fadnavis attacked Asaduddin Owaisi. So ultimately, the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Congress party, they are in fact trying to, get their vote united, their vote banks united, so that they could get their voters, encashed in the coming election.
That's right, Sandeep. Stay on with me, because first, let's also tell our viewers about how Kharge first made this remark against Yogi Adityanath, targeting his saffron attire, saying that some politicians are hiding behind the saffron robes in the guise of being sadhus. Listen in.
कौन एक साधु के बेस में रहते हैं, लेकिन अच्छे पॉलिटिशियंस बन गए हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर भी बने हैं, और उनका गेरुआ कपड़े पहनते हैं और सर पे बाल भी नहीं रखते। तो ऐसे एक नेता है जो बीजेपी ने पैदा किए। ठीक है कि हम मुझसे कोई, मैं ये कह रहा हूं उनको, बीजेपी को, या तो सफेद कपड़े डालो, या तो सन्यासी कपड़े डालते हो, गेरुआ डालते हो, पॉलिटिक्स से बाहर हो जाओ। भाई उसकी पवित्रता क्या रही? एक तरफ गेरुआ कपड़े डालते हो, जज साहब आपको पूछ रहा हूं, एक तरफ गेरुआ कपड़े डालते हो, दूसरों को उपदेश करते हो, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे बोलते हो, और ये क्यों डाले? अरे आपका काम तो है सब कुछ जोड़ना।
What we showed you was just one of many such battles that are currently underway in Maharashtra. Let's now shift to another one where Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole has made some shocking remarks, saying that the time has come to tame the BJP like dogs. He made this comment yesterday, and today he has defended his remark, saying that if they abuse my community and call them a dog, why will I stay quiet? This is Nana Patole's defiance in the open after making disparaging remarks on the Saffron Party. Let's listen in to what Nana Patole had to say today.
समाज को गाली देंगे, कुत्ता बोलेंगे, तो मैं क्यों चुप रहूं? अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, तो मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो, ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं, मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला। समाज को गाली देंगे, कुत्ता बोलेंगे, तो मैं क्यों चुप रहूं? अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, तो मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो, ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं, मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला.
Well, Sandeep, coming back to you, we were just talking about how Nana Patole made this remark yesterday, and today when he was questioned, he completely defended his remarks, saying that if they target my community, then there's nothing wrong in calling them dogs. What does this mean, Sandeep? Because the political discourse has stooped to such a low that we are seeing everything, name-calling, branding each other, and calling out their attires. What's happening in Maharashtra?
See, this is a major setback for Nana Patole. In fact, on one hand, when he abused Bharatiya Janata Party and compared the party as a dog, in fact, on the other hand, he is making statement and says that my community is being abused, the OBC community is being abused. So ultimately, you need to understand from where it is coming. Remember, there have been multiple disputes when we talk about the reservation, be it Maratha reservation, be it SC/ST reservation or OBC reservation in the state of Maharashtra. Now, on the other hand, he has gone one step ahead and in fact tried to in fact make it kind of that Bharatiya Janata Party is against OBC community, and you need to understand that Bharatiya Janata Party enjoyed massive support from OBC community, and that is what Congress Party is trying to do in Maharashtra, that they are trying to get those vote bank which is somewhere connected to Bharatiya Janata Party, and for the same reason now he has connected his earlier remark to the OBC community and says that BJP abuses OBC community and hence I have abused BJP. So this is kind of excuse that Nana Patole is trying to give right now, but ultimately the Bharatiya Janata Party has retaliated back to the Congress Party, and they have clearly said that this is a kind of frustration that Congress Party is having, and which is being in fact coming out from their own mouth.
That's right, Sandeep. Now, the Congress might be trying to sway the OBC community, but this is not the way to do it. They have to rake up some real issues, speak about the problems being faced by the OBC community, but instead, we are seeing such below-the-belt remarks from the Congress Party, and in fact, the BJP has also questioned the Grand Old Party on the same and have said that this is the frustration of the Congress Party because many opinion polls have hinted at a victory for the Mahayuti alliance.
मुझे लगता है उनका जो वक्तव्य बयान आता है वो भौंकने सरी का लगता है, तो इसलिए खुद वो नजरिया से देखते हैं क्योंकि उनका बयान वो भौंकने सरी का रहता है, इसलिए उनका ऐसा बयान आता है.
बार बार इस प्रकार की बातें कही जाती हैं. कल जो है मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे वो बयान दे रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि योगी जी को भगवा छोड़ करके ये राजनीति में आना चाहिए, जो भगवा पहनता है उसको राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए.
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने तो हमारा भगवा झंडा लेके ही रहते का राज किया, तो मुझे लगता है भगवा लेके राज करने में कोई उसमें बुरा नहीं है. मुझे लगता है भगवा अपने राष्ट्रभक्ति का प्रतीक है, वह लेके राज करना वो अभिमान की बात है.
जैसे ही चुनाव नजदीक आ रहे हैं वैसे ही अपशब्दों का दौर जो है वो शुरू हो गया है. कल खड़गे जी ने कहा कि योगी जी को भगवा रंग छोड़ करके या तो राजनीति ही करें या तो वो साधु ही बन जाएं. आज नाना पटोले का बयान आया, उन्होंने कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कुत्ते की हालत में जो है बनाने का वक्त आ गया है. इस प्रकार की भाषाएं चुनाव के दौरान,
देखिए, कांग्रेस बौखला चुकी है और कांग्रेस जब बौखला जाती है उनको मालूम है कि वो हार की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो फिर उन्होंने अपना मानसिक संतुलन वो खो देती है. वो जो बोलते हैं उनके ऊपर है, हमें उसके ऊपर कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं देनी. वो अपना मानसिक संतुलन खो चुके हैं. अब तो उनको क्योंकि इमरजेंसी के किसी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी अभी धीरे धीरे, जब 23 तारीख को रिजल्ट आएंगे. आप देखना कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोग.
Well, shifting our focus to Karnataka, viewers, Republic Kannada has accessed documentary proof of how the Karnataka Congress government is indulging itself in appeasement politics. Now, we have accessed documents which demand reservation for the Muslim community in government contracts. Now, this particular document that we have accessed is nothing but a letter that has been written to Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and the letter has been written by Zamir Ahmed Khan. The Minority Affairs Minister Rahim Khan, Chief Minister's Political Secretary Nazir Ahmad as well. Now they have written a letter to Chief Minister demanding quota for the Muslim community in the government contracts, and this letter was written by the Council Chief Whip Salim Ahmed, MLAs Tanveer Seth, Abdul Jabbar, N.A. Harris, Rizwan Arshad, Asif Seth, Khanija Fatima, Iqbal Hussain and many more. They have requested Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to provide 4% reservation to Muslims in the contract works. We have Sri Lakshmi also joining us live from our Bengaluru newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, what is this? This is a proof of how appeasement politics is raging in Karnataka under Siddaramaiah's regime.
Very true, Deepak. When we had first broke the story saying that even in government contracts, Congress government has plans to give 4% reservation to Muslims newly. At that point of time, yesterday, Chief Minister's office had published a press note saying that no plans are there to give any kind of reservation to Muslim community. But later on, the notice also read that the issue is false. No such, the information itself is false. But now, if you can see, the documents are available saying that, CM is supporting this. CM's political secretary, MLC Nazir, spearheaded this document. So there was a meeting happening in Mysuru yesterday regarding Waqf also, wherein many Muslim leaders were joined and many things like this were being discussed, it is said. Now the big question, Deepak, is even in Waqf case, we can already see that all over the state a lot of anger is there among farmers community because their lands have been snatched by them and their lives are at risk. On the other hand, CM Siddaramaiah orally said that no notice will be served to any farmers. But the notices are still being on and the land record mutation is still there as it is in many places. It is not being changed and even Revenue Department is moving up to survey those lands. On one hand, government is, leaders like Siddaramaiah is saying that they're not taking any action regarding Waqf. On the other hand, the big question is whether the government is betraying farmers. Likely, in this case also, in this 4% reservation also, on one hand, orally Siddaramaiah says that no such demands are there, no such intentions are there from government. But on the other hand, it is said that he says that to put up the file regarding this 4% reservation. Now the big question is this government playing with the feelings of SC, ST, OBC and farmer community? Is it playing with the lives of the people over there here just for its appeasement politics? What we are seeing is said that just tip of the iceberg. Even in Waqf case, there are so many other things to come up. And on one hand, we can also see that today by-elections are happening here. Until by-elections are over, I don't think they will put up this 4% reservation thing. But once the by-elections are over, it is very much likely that Congress may move on to, support this 4% reservation. But the BJP in a big way is, protesting against this. It's for us to wait and watch what will happen regarding this 4% reservation.
That's right, Sri Lakshmi. Many thanks for joining me with those details. But it's not just about this particular case, viewers. In fact, let's now tell you about another story that we're tracking from Karnataka itself, because a Karnataka Congress leader has made some shocking remarks saying that B.R. Ambedkar was on the verge of converting to Islam. And after this remark was made during his Shiggaon, campaigning, the BJP has said that this is nothing but a bid to divide the society based on the lines of caste and religion. Here's the report.
Another controversy has erupted in Karnataka after Congress ministers stirred up a heated debate. The Karnataka Congress leader and former MLA Syed Azim Pir Khadri made a bizarre claim about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, stating that Ambedkar was on the verge of converting to Islam, after which he chose Buddhism. However, the Congress party has distanced itself from Khadri's remarks, calling them unwarranted and clarifying that they do not reflect the party's official stance. Meanwhile, the Congress minister issued a clarification. Listen in to what he had to say.
कल हमारे फंक्शन में मेरे को स्पीच दे, मैं दूसरा हमारा उनका रिलेशन बोलते बोलते कहीं एक जगह मैं सुना था, हमारे मुस्लिम हमारे सब बड़े लोग जाके डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर जी के पास गए, आप इस्लाम मज़हब को आ जाओ, तो उन्होंने उससे इनकार कर दिया, तो फिर वो बौद्ध धर्म में चले गए। वो उनके लेवल बात करने वाला उतना बड़ा शख्स नहीं हुए, उनके कदमों के धूल के से भी कम है हमारा, हम एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता, लेकिन ये हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में मुझे बहुत ही सब कम्युनिटी वाले, मैं माइनॉरिटी मुस्लिम हुआ तो भी हमारे नॉन मुस्लिम ही मेरे को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देते हैं, हर चुनाव में बहुत वोट देते हैं मेरे को, 40,000 वोट मेरे को देते हैं। तो अब ये चुनाव रहने की वजह से ये सब इश्यूज होते हैं, तो अगर यदि वो कौम को दिल को ठेस पहुंची है तो मैं मेरा स्टेटमेंट को वापस लेता हूं और विषाद प्रकट करता हूं।
Following the controversy, the BJP also weighed in, criticizing the leader's comments. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju condemned the Congress leader, urging him to stop misleading the public and tarnishing the legacy of Baba Sahib. Remember, Syed Azim Pir Qadri, who was denied a party ticket, rebelled and filed his nomination as an independent candidate in the Shigao by-polls. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a key figure in India's independence movement and the architect of Indian Constitution, famously converted to Buddhism in 1956. Ambedkar's religious choices continue to spark debate, with his legacy deeply intertwined with the socio-political landscape of India. The Shigao by-election has now become a focal point for political tensions, heightened by Khadri's controversial remarks.
Meanwhile, viewers, in Manipur, tensions continues to rise, and amidst the ongoing situation, there is a 24-hour shutdown that has been imposed in several districts in the valley. In fact, my colleague Anirudh gets us this ground report on what exactly the situation is in Imphal.
Republic TV is the only channel on Ground Zero bringing you updates from violent hit Manipur, and now we are reporting from Kangchup village in Imphal West, where fierce gun battle took place last night. Several houses were set ablaze in this area. You can also see this vehicle. This vehicle was also torched by the suspected armed Kuki militants who stormed the village last evening. It is being seen as a retaliation to the fierce encounter that took place in Jiribam, where 11 suspected Kuki militants were killed, and thereafter this village was attacked by the armed militants yesterday night at around 8:30, and you can see these houses completely burned down. They have also wrote on the walls when the militants came here. They engraved these markings. They left these markings on the walls, which you can read by yourself, and we are giving you a sense of what has unfolded here last night. The gun battle continued for at least 2 to 3 hours, though no casualty has been reported in this village. The villagers were taking shelter in the nearby relief camp, and as we bring you this visual now, the entire village remains abandoned. Several houses have been tossed. At least 10 to 12 houses have been tossed in this area. Also, there are another set of vehicles which have been tossed towards this direction. I'm bringing you these visuals from Kangchup, the only channel to be present on ground zero. Here you can see 2-3 houses completely ransacked, set on fire by the militants, armed militants who stormed into this village. It is being told that when the militants attacked this village, at that point in time, only village volunteers were present here, and the villagers were at the relief camp. Here you can see all the belongings have been ransacked and houses completely damaged, ravaged by the militants who stormed here. 2-3 vehicles again on this side here, completely damaged as the militants set it on fire.
Well, it's time for a quick break, but on the other side, we'll get you all the live action from 10 states, which is seeing 31 seats going to by-polls. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
It is possible to explain every tariff that we have levied. It's not to control imports. But yet, do I have a responsibility towards the companies, for instance, in India, the capacities that is existing in India to produce some goods? And we go about importing those goods or those goods in broken down fashion and then reassemble them. Do we have a moral authority to kill or nip in the bud those who are growing in India and who can produce in India? I need to give that protection for them as well. As much as I have to encourage industries which need those imports. Imports are required. Intermediary goods are required to be imported. I will have to encourage that. I will lift the tariffs on them, provided it doesn't, intended or unintended, hurt my own capacity to produce. I have to balance the two.
Very important. Polling begins across 43 assembly seats in the phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections. High-stakes electoral battle between BJP and the Indie bloc.
महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेन कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires fresh salvo at MVA, says the opposition has made Maharashtra a state of love jihad, land jihad and pan card jihad. Yogi takes on Mallikarjun Kharge after his Gerua attack, questions Kharge's silence on Razakars. Big inside scoop in Trump Cabinet 2.0. Musk likely to be part of Trump's cabinet.
Post the war or post any other situation, post the US elections and the kind of results which have come, as always, we'll keep India's interest on the top. On doing things, but each time we keep India on the top, India's interest on the top.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman attends India Economic Summit at Republic Media Network headquarters, lays the facts of the Modi government's India First approach.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after US elections, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Jharkhand. Two Bangladeshi nationals have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the Bangladeshi infiltration case for facilitating illegal infiltration and human trafficking in India. Now, these arrested individuals have been identified as Ronnie Mondal and Sameer Chaudhary. And one Indian national, Pintu Haldar, has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as per the FIR, one Nipa Akhtar Khushi, aged about 21 years, hailing from Bangladesh, was brought to Kolkata by a girl named Manisha Ray with the help of another girl. And they illegally crossed the Bangladeshi border from the jungle area in connivance with private agents. And further, the case relates to illegal infiltration. Now, amid polling, viewers, crackdown on infiltration is underway. We have Prakash also joining us live from Ranchi. Prakash, this is a big development from Jharkhand, especially even as the phase 1 polling is underway. Crackdown on infiltration continues on one hand, and the Enforcement Directorate has arrested 3 individuals. Give us more details.
Well, this is a huge crackdown as far as the infiltrators are concerned, and the way this issue has been raked up in Jharkhand in the polls by the BJP, specifically Hemanta Biswa Sarma. And 3 people have been arrested in this case since yesterday in a Bali resort, and the 3 people named are Ronnie Mondal and Sameer Chaudhary, who are Bangladeshi nationals, and one Pintu Haldar, who is an Indian citizen. And they were Nipa Akhtar Khushi, aged about 21 years, hailing from Bangladesh, was brought to Kolkata and Jhammu on the midnight of 31st May 2024. And now they have illegally crossed the border in order to provide fake documents. Now the ED has made a crackdown and registered an FIR in this particular case in the Bariatu police station in Ranchi. This is a huge crackdown because time and again the BJP has been raising this issue, and there have been reports of demographic change in around 16 to 18 districts of Jharkhand, and that has raked up the issue. Now Hemant Soren clearly upping the ante against the BJP today, saying that the BJP is not focusing on China. He wants to deflate the issue. That's what I asked Mahua Manji, the spokesperson of the BJP and the Rajya Sabha member, and she said that the BJP is not concerned about the human trafficking. It is the BJP government at the center, and cross-border terrorism and infiltration are the issues pertaining to the central government. So this is attack and counter-attack from both sides. It's one of the biggest poll issue, and it has gained momentum in entire Jharkhand. And after this raid and the arrests that were made in Jharkhand since yesterday, it is going to be a big talking point and may impact the elections here in Jharkhand in a big way, because in the urban areas where I am in right now in Ranchi, as well as in the rural pockets, it is the most talked about point, and the narrative is being set by the BJP BJP, and the BJP may gain from this issue, because apart from the Hindu-Muslim issue or the India-Pakistan issue that was raised by the BJP in the earlier polls as the poll plank, this is a different issue pertaining to the demographic change, and it has concerned and impacted the people of Jharkhand in a big way when I am talking to people concerned in the entire area during the course of the elections. So it is a huge crackdown as far as the arrests that have been made in Jharkhand, and the ED would definitely plug in some holes and make some corroborative evidences and get some more leads further leading up to the crackdown pertaining to the infiltrators issue in the state of Jharkhand. Back to you.
Well, Prakashji, like you mentioned, Hemant Soren today put out a tweet saying that the BJP wants to divert the attention of the people from real issues. Well, guess what, Mr. Hemant Soren? This is a real issue of Jharkhand, because the BJP has said that there is a change in demography. The tribal identity needs to be, safeguarded, and that's what this election is about. This has been BJP's poll plank, something that they're rallying behind this time around, Prakashji. And here we have proof of how rampant infiltration is prevalent in Jharkhand. Well, Prakashji, if you could hear me, this is one of the real issues in Jharkhand. Like Hemant Soren was saying, it's not inflation, it's not unemployment, but it's infiltration that the state has conveniently turned a blind eye to. And time and again, we've seen how the crackdown has gone on to reveal the kind of nexus that is, there in Jharkhand, with 2 Bangladeshi nationals being arrested and 1 Indian also being arrested, who facilitated the infiltration and also, helped them with logistical support.
Well, yes, this racket has been going on for quite some time, and it is not only Jharkhand, but this entire issue pertains to the entire northeastern area of the country, if you take into cognizance, right from Assam, Bengal, Jharkhand and Bihar as well, and certain pockets of UP through Nepal. So it's a porous border. If you take into cognizance the riverine areas of Nepal as well as the state bordering Bangladesh, then the infiltrator issue is a big problem. And yes, it has become a bigger talking point in this election, because apart from infiltration, corruption is also the biggest talking point. And Hemant Soren trying to cash upon the tribal vote bank, because he holds an important sway and control over the tribal vote bank, and that is what the BJP is trying to focus on, the way the tribal women and specifically the tribal population have been affected due to the demographic change, specifically in the Kulhan and the Sultan Pargana area of Jharkhand. And this crackdown made by the ED, specifically 2 Bangladeshis being arrested and 1 Indian national, also facilitating the crossing over of the people concerned and providing them with fake identities. This has really blew up the lid, and it's an alarming situation in the state of Jharkhand. And further lead would be further lead would come to the ED, and with corroborative evidences, they would further examine the entire case. Back to you.
Right, Prakashji, we have also accessed the FIR. If you could take us through the details and charges against these individuals, and also the roles played by these 3 men who have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate.
Yes, as we have been mentioning, that 2 Bangladeshi nationals, namely Roni Mandal and Samir Chaudhary, and 1 Indian national, Pintu Haldar, have been arrested by the ED in Bangladeshi infiltration case for facilitating illegal infiltration and human trafficking in India. And 2 women, Nipa Akhtar Khushi, aged about 21 years, hailing from Bangladesh, was brought to Calcutta by a girl named Manisha Rai and another girl called Jhuma on the midnight of 31st May 2024. And in the jungle area with private agents. Now, this particular case has been lodged in the Bariatu police station of Ranchi, and now Three
well,
people have been arrested in this
I am
case.
sorry we have run out of time because we have another important breaking development coming in from the top court, because the Supreme Court is now pronouncing its judgment as far as the bulldozer action is concerned, and it is laying down pan-India guidelines on the use of bulldozer by state governments as punitive measures to demolish houses or shops of a person immediately after he or she is named as an accused of an offence. Now, the verdict is being pronounced. In fact, let me take you through the judgment that is currently being pronounced. Justice Gawai, he says, and I quote, "Having a home is a longing that never fades. It is a dream of every family to have a house. An important question whether executive should be permitted to take away shelter as a major infliction of penalty." Justice B.R. Gawai has said, and I quote, "Whether the properties of persons accused of committing crimes or even convicted can be demolished without following the due process of law, we have considered issues of fairness in criminal justice system, and that case of accused cannot be prejudged. We have also considered doctrine of separation of powers." And Justice Gawai says, "We have considered the rights guaranteed under the Constitution that provide protection to individuals from arbitrary state action, and rule of law provides framework to make sure individuals know property will not be taken away arbitrarily." In fact, he further goes on to say that we have dealt with separation of powers as well as to how executive and judicial wings work in their respective spheres. And the Supreme Court is all set to pronounce its judgment on petitions seeking directions against bulldozer action by state governments to demolish properties of persons accused of crime. Now, Supreme Court said that there should be a rule of law in the state. That's the latest that we are tracking from the Supreme Court. We have our legal editor, Rhythm, also joining us live on this broadcast. Rhythm, if you could take us through the order that's being pronounced at the Supreme Court on the bulldozer action.
All right, let's tell our viewers first that the order is being pronounced as we are speaking. The Supreme Court's big verdict on bulldozer justice. Viewers, remember the entire court was really looking at what the Supreme Court is going to say. The Supreme Court is pronouncing this judgment, remember viewers, on the petitions that were seeking direction against bulldozers action by the state government to demolish properties of people accused of crime. We at Republic TV have also been covering these cases, whether they've been in Uttar Pradesh, whether there's been bulldozer action anywhere in the country. Justice Gawai's bench that is pronouncing this order has now stated, they have said that it is the dream of every home, every family to have a home. They've also said rule of law is a foundation of democratic government. The issue remains in regards fairness in criminal justice system, which mandates the legal process should not prejudge guilt of an accused. They go on to say we've dealt with separation of powers as to how executive and judicial have to work in their respective spheres. Now, the big thing that's coming in from the Supreme Court as I'm speaking is that the Supreme Court is going to pass guidelines. Earlier, also, the Supreme Court had made it very clear, Deepak, that they want pan-India guidelines to be laid down to ensure that there is punitive measures that are there to demolish house or shop of a person the moment they are an accused. So the Supreme Court had said we're going to lay down guidelines. As I'm speaking, we're getting in from the Supreme Court. The Justice Gawai has said adjudicatory functions are entrusted to the judiciary. The executive cannot replace the judiciary in performing its core functions. It's very, very clear that the Supreme Court is going to try and say that not go ahead and try and misuse this power that you have with you as the government, and there have to be certain norms that are laid down, which is important. I also want to tell our viewers that the Supreme Court has also stated that we've referred to the doctrine of public accountability. We've concluded if executive demolishes houses of a person arbitrarily because he's an accused, it violates principles of separation of powers. So the big breaking news coming in from the top court, viewers, as we are speaking, guidelines that are going to be laid down. The Supreme Court says if the executive demolishes house of person who's arbitrarily only because he's an accused, it violates the principles of separation of power. This is the big breaking news coming in from the top court of the country that is now clarifying not only do guidelines need to be laid out, but they're also stating that the public trust and public accountability, and therefore if it demolishes the house of persons they're accused, it violates principles of separation of powers. They've gone on to say Public officials law in the hands and act in high-handed manner must be fastened with accountability. State officials cannot take arbitrary measures when right of an accused is violated by the state on account of arbitrariness. There has to be restitution. It was obvious that this bench had said guidelines are going to be laid down because they were extremely disturbed with the way bulldozer action was being taken, bulldozer justice was being done, and now the top court of the country laying down the law, stating that the arbitrariness of the state shall not move forward. That's not, it'll violate. If any officer of the state abuses his power, acts in a totally malified manner, he cannot be spared. Therefore, they're saying action needs to be taken against the executive if they act arbitrarily and they act in a malified manner. The top court of the country laying down the law, viewers, and saying the executive cannot declare a person guilty. If a person, only on the basis of allegations, the person cannot be declared guilty, and it could strike its basic principle of rule of law. Executive will not become a judge and will not decide what needs to further be done in the matter. Viewers, as I'm speaking and giving out these details that are coming in from the top court of the country, we're also waiting for guidelines to be given on the bulldozer justice. We've seen several times in the last year, bulldozer justice has been used in several parts of the country, sometimes rightly, sometimes and the Supreme Court is saying use is not allowed. In fact, the Justice Gawai's bench of the top court that's pronouncing this verdict in court 2 today, as speaking at 10:40 a.m., says excesses at hands of executive and the law. Our constitutional ethos does not permit any abuse of law, and it cannot be tolerated by the court of law. So, viewers, we're hearing what we'd already anticipated in the bulldozer justice case. The Supreme Court had said guidelines will be laid down, and any person who's accused of any offense, his house cannot be, or her house cannot be broken down. As I'm speaking, these details coming in, and I'm sure in a moment from now, we'll be getting the guidelines from the court as to what should really be done when bulldozer justice is being used. Who's joining us on the phone line? Swapnil, this is a big breaking news coming in from the top court. How are you looking at the Supreme Court saying that there has to be certain action that has to be taken? They've also said that there can be no excessive measures by the state government.
Rhythm, the court is very, very clearly laying down the law and calling the whip on this, and this was something which we lawyers knew that this was going to happen, because if you have a bulldozer justice where the state exceeds its own authority and its own parameters, the rule of law itself gets bulldozed. So what is there the need for the courts then, if the state only becomes the judge, jury and the executioner? So that is exactly what Justice Gawai and Justice K.R. Viswanathan are saying by laying down this law. And of course the guidelines will be very, very crucial as to what sort of action, within what parameters they can do, if any, if at all, they can do any of these things. So this had become a rampant issue, an issue that riled many people who own their properties legitimately so. Because if this was to happen in cases, say, in remote villages or, say, even in prime towns, then what stops them? What stops the state? If you remember, there was a big hue and cry about Kangana Ranaut's office being, sort of a little damaged by the BMC upon the basis of the fact that there was an illegal extension. Of course, she did not go to the court. I believe she went, but I think she withdrew the matter later on because the portion of it was possibly illegal, so there wasn't any chance. But the bulldozer action, the way, the swiftness with which it was taken at that time, without giving her the opportunity to being heard, is obviously the principles of natural justice being violated here. There is no question of any principle. Here it's just a question of saying that, okay, this is not proper and we're going to bulldoze it. And that is the state arrogates to itself an authority which is absolutely arbitrary and within, not within the bounds of law. So that is what the Supreme Court is trying to say. And it's a little tragic, the Rhythm, that this has come straight up to the Supreme Court and not to that particular state high court. So, this is something which the state high court should have done had it been seized of the matter. The very fact that the people run straight up to the Supreme Court saying that my fundamental rights are violated under Article 32, which itself is a fundamental right. This itself is something which, we lawyers sometimes feel that is a little too much of a burden on the Supreme Court. People should go under Article 226 of the High Court to the state High Court. of the Constitution under 226. So that is where then the High Courts are seized of the matter. They only lay down the law, and they know the state better than the Supreme Court because they're there within that particular state. So this is just another tangential argument that I'm making to reduce the burden of the Supreme Court, because now that we have a new Chief Justice and he's going to be there for 6 months, I'm sure he's a straight talker and shoots straight. So I believe that a lot of these judgments are going to be there when rather under his tutelage. Of course, this bench was different of Mr. Gawai and Justices Gawai and Justice Viswanathan. But I believe, Rhythm, that this is something which is a good judgment which was very much required. And the guidelines should not be worded as guidelines. Even if they are, they should be considered, and the court should make it very clear that they are imperative. Because what we lawyers do, we lawyers have this real great tendency and this real ingenuity, which is more of a wicked ingenuity, where we say that these are guidelines, so they are not mandatory. They are only directory. Like the directive principles of state policy is a directory. They are not fundamental rights which are mandatory or imperative or inalienable rights, as what we call it. So this is something which is where the court should make it clear that these are guidelines and these need to be followed. These are mandatory. So don't think them to be something which you can, sort of toy around with, because the state has this habit of doing it. And then, there are lawyers, the top lawyers come into the fray, and then, they go by the brief. And then again, the court is burdened. So my short point, Rhythm, is that arbitrariness on part of the state is nothing but a violation of Article 14, Article 19 and Article 21. Equality, the many freedoms, and the life and liberty. So this is what the Supreme Court is hitting at and saying that these three are sacrosanct, and we're going to ensure that we are going to contain the state and keep these rights sacrosanct and untouched.
I completely agree, Swapnil. Viewers, we also need to remember, however, as the Supreme Court is speaking, this is only against construction and illegal constructions that they are talking about. However, this is the illegality of the house, the construction. But we have to see that when it comes to genuine cases, Swapnil, where the state is using this power to demolish a construction for genuine reasons, that the Supreme Court is stating is correct and it can go on. It's legal. They're not going to interfere in that aspect.
Rhythm, the word genuine, again, is a very catchy word. Now, if the state says in its own wisdom, in its own discretion, says that this is genuine according to me, what I am harping upon for the benefit of the viewers is the procedure. There is a procedure that has to be followed before you raise down any building, albeit illegal. Obviously, we want to raise down buildings that are illegal or construction which is illegal. You're not going to raise down buildings which are legal. So the point is, my short point is that there has to be a procedure that has to be followed. Sans following the procedure, you are absolutely violating nothing. Then that's the definition of arbitrary when it comes to raising down illegal constructions without following procedure. Because that is the meaning of arbitrary. Arbitrariness means that only. So the point is that is what that is what the court is trying to emphasize upon, that yes, you may bring down for genuine reasons, but you have to have a certain procedure. You have to give the opportunity to being heard. There has to be a notice that has to be issued, which has been spelled out in several Municipal Corporations Act. Mumbai Municipal Corporation Act has got all these procedures stipulated. So I'm sure the Delhi Municipal Corporation has, UP Municipal Corporation Act. These are all state acts. So they're bound to have certain procedures laid down. And if those procedures are there, they need to be followed. Because you people have yourselves made these things, and if you don't follow it, saying that, the Supreme Court has told us, by the way, you won't, bring down buildings that are illegal because you consider them, and these are our genuine reasons, because they hamper light and air, and, those kind of things, these arguments the state can make. So every single case, Rhythm, you're going to see will go to the Supreme Court in this manner if the direction and the guidelines are, first, mandatory. They should be. Two, they should be very clear-cut, leaving no room for debate, so that the lawyers don't come up with their own ingenuity.
Absolutely. And I also want to bring out some breaking news, Swapnil, and I want you to stay with us. The Supreme Court has also now clarified here that this will not be applying. These directions will not be applicable if there is any unauthorized construction on public land. That means if the government is taking action, Swapnil, on any unauthorized construction on public land, they very much can, and when there is a demolition ordered by the court.
Yes. So see, see, that's the good part. That if there is an unauthorized construction on public land, I assume what you're saying is that these are twin requirements. First of all, there has to be an unauthorized construction on public land. Secondly, there has to be court-ordered demolition. So that means you have to go to the court to get. You just can't go ahead and bulldoze it. If my understanding of what you have said is correct, so that means this is a good thing, that it's going to be court-ordered, just as you have a court-ordered SIT. You know, that the special investigative team on any case, say for example, any case, any murder case or anything of that sort, so then it's court-ordered. That means the court is overseeing and supervising the SIT as to what it needs to do. So, and if there is obviously a flack from the court if they don't follow a certain guideline or a certain norm. So same way, I believe this is a good thing, Rhythm, that if this is how it's coming across, any unauthorized construction on public land should be bulldozed with the permission of the court. That's it. So I'm happy about it.
Yes, and I agree with you, Swapnil. Thank you for being with us. Viewers, we'll also take you through the details that are coming up after a short break. But viewers, as we stated, the Supreme Court clarifies that even as they're laying down guidelines, when it comes to unauthorized constructions on public land, there will be no stay. The demolition can continue. It's legal and something the state can go ahead with.
With that, it's time for a quick break. But on the other side, we'll tell you more about the SC verdict on bulldozer action. SC says demolition can continue on encroachments, but not on accused. Stay tuned for more.
It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium, but it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today, is the fact that the Republic Media Network is the only independently journalist-owned news organization of this scale in the world, not just in India. And at a time when corporates and corporate entities think that they can buy over the media business, the Republic Media Network stands as a colossus challenging that idea, believing that it is journalists first, editorial first, news first. For us, news is not a business. भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside, but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Apex Court pronounces the verdict on bulldozers. Says demolition merely because person is accused is violation of Constitution. Says bulldozer action on encroachment not accused. Polling begins at 43 assembly seats in the phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and the Indie bloc.
महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेट कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
CM Yogi fires fresh salvo and MVA says the opposition has made Maharashtra a state of love and land jihad and PAN card jihad. Yogi takes on Kharge after the attack and questions Kharge's silence on Rajakars.
अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो, ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं, मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला.
After likening BJP to dogs, Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole defends his remarks, saying, I have not said anything wrong, and ropes in these Trump ropes in Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in the Cabinet 2.2.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, FM Sitaraman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. All right, getting you some big updates coming in right now. I'm Shivangi, getting you the latest as we are live in breaking. Supreme Court is pronouncing its judgment, laying down pan-India guidelines on use of bulldozer by state governments, and they have made a very, very strong statement there. And we will take our viewers to the latest coming in, where they have said that very clearly the legal process shouldn't prejudice guilt of accused. Supreme Court has pronounced its verdict on the issue of bulldozer action against accused persons, which involves demolishing homes and properties as a punitive measure. The court emphasizes that the importance of the rule of law in maintaining a fair and just system, with particular concern about the potential misuse of municipal laws for punitive action. And Justice Gawai has emphasized the central role of rule of law in democratic government, stating that the rule of law is the foundation of democratic governance. The issue at hand concerns the fairness of the criminal justice system, which mandates the legal process should not prejudge the guilt of the accused. Okay, so we're getting these back-to-back updates coming in. Let's go across to our executive editor joining us, Rhythm. Rhythm, please take our viewers through why this is important, because it's a very important verdict coming in, and given the fact that we have seen bulldozer action in the past in various issues. If you could take our viewers through latest that we are learning of.
Yes, absolutely. I also want to go across to our colleague who's at the Supreme Court. Because basically directions have now been laid by the top court of the country, and these directions are clearly stating there can be no demolition carried out without prior show cause notice, returnable within 15 days. They've also said the notice will contain the nature of the demolition, the unauthorized construction, details of the specific violation. They've also said then an opportunity will be given to the in front of the designated authority as to what needs to be done. Final authority order shall also be given to the noticee. They've also said, very interestingly, viewers, these are guidelines that are being laid down, directions that are being given by the Supreme Court in the bulldozer action case, where they say proceedings of demolition shall be photographed. Demolition report should be displayed on a digital portal. They're using digital media now to ensure that there is a demolition report on a digital portal. The Justice Gavai says violation of any direction will lead to contempt of proceedings against the officers. They've said there will be personal contempt. But I think the most important part, as we're talking about these guidelines that are being laid down, the Supreme Court talking about separation of power between the executive and the judiciary, is that the Supreme Court has clearly said whatever we are saying, these directions will not be applicable if there is any unauthorized construction on public land, also when there's a demolition order by a court of law. This clearly means that the state government is taking action in a case when there has been a court order or it's an unauthorized construction on public land, then this order will not apply because that is within the parameter and within whatever the executive wants to do. This is a very clear thing that the Supreme Court has said, and we have to note they're only therefore talking about illegal actions. The Supreme Court has given out directions today. They've even said this earlier. They've spoken about the right to life and how important it is to have a home. They've said we've dealt with the adjudicatory functions that are there, but largely the biggest 2 points that are coming out when there is a sudden demolition and illegal construction has been demolished, there has to be reasons that have to. I'm also being told that we are now being joined. There are reactions coming in. Let's listen into that first.
अगर भूमिहीन है तो उसको कहीं वहाँ से उजाड़ने से पहले उसको पहले आवास, उसके जमीन की व्यवस्था करके तब उसको वहाँ से हटाया जा सकता है। ये कानून कैबिनेट से पास हुआ है और उसका पालन भी हो रहा है। विपक्ष का काम है विरोध करना, वो विरोध करते हैं, उससे कोई फायदा नहीं।
All right, let's go straight back to Rhythm. Rhythm, we can understand what is happening, and you're explaining it to us, where the bulldozer action by state governments to demolish properties, it has come in saying that it has considered the rights guaranteed under the Constitution that provide protection to individuals from arbitrary state action. So now, Rhythm, the question would be, and if you could help our viewers understand, how will this really change things going forward when bulldozer action is considered by, let's say, the state government or any such scenario in the future?
I am very, very sure now they'll have to take action that has actually been thought of completely, because the Supreme Court said no demolition can be carried out without.
पर्सनल जिम्मेदारी होगी अगर उन्होंने कोई प्रॉपर्टी डिमोलिश की है, इलीगली डिमोलिश की है, तो उसको रेस्टिट्यूट करने की। ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा प्रावधान बना दिया है कोर्ट ने, क्योंकि अधिकारी भी अब एक बार सोचेंगे जब उनकी खुद की जिम्मेदारी, उनके खुद के जेब से पैसा जाएगा, जब किसी गरीब मजलूम या किसी माइनॉरिटी का या किसी का घर जब तोड़ देते थे तो वो उस पर ज़्यादा सोचते नहीं थे।
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कार्रवाई में भेदभाव की भी बात कही कि कुछ का घर तोड़ दिया जाता है, कुछ के घरों को छोड़ दिया जाता है। इस पर क्या सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साफ तौर पर कहा? सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साफ कहा कि अगर एक जगह घर है वहाँ पे और आपने एक ही लाइन में घर, आपने बस एक घर पकड़ा उसको तोड़ दिया, तो ये दिखाता है कि एक भेदभाव है। अगर एनक्रोचमेंट है उसी लाइन में बाकी घर है तो वो भी एनक्रोचमेंट है। तो लॉजिकल यही है कि अगर आप स्टेट हैं, आप बायस नहीं हो सकते किसी के अगेंस्ट, आप पे जिम्मेदारी है कि आप आर्बिट्रेरी नहीं हो सकते, बायस नहीं हो सकते। तो उसके लिए उन्होंने कहा कि अगर एक घर है और आपसे वो तोड़ रहे तो वो दिखाएगा कि ये एक आपका बायस है, एक प्रेजुडिस है, एक पर्टिकुलर लोगों के या कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ। जिन लोगों के घर बिना नियमों का पालन किए तोड़े गए, क्या उनको कोई मुआवजा वगैरह देने का निर्देश भी अभी फिलहाल दिया गया है?
मुआवजे का निर्देश भी दिया गया है, वो उसका सिस्टम क्या होगा वो हमें जजमेंट पढ़ के पता चलेगा। अभी प्रोनाउंसमेंट हुआ, अभी जजमेंट की कॉपी आएगी, हम उसका अध्ययन करेंगे और उसके उपरांत बताएंगे।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा राइट टू शेल्टर जो है वो मौलिक अधिकार है, और क्या टिप्पणी इसको लेकर की है मौलिक?
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यही कहा है कि राइट टू शेल्टर पूरी तरह मौलिक अधिकार है। राइट टू शेल्टर राइट टू लाइफ का हिस्सा है, और आप जब किसी का घर ऐसे तोड़ देते हो जाके, जो उसने ज़िंदगी लगा दी है बनाने में, तो आप उस मौलिक अधिकार की अवहेलना करते हो, उसके विपरीत कार्य करते हो। इसलिए उसको रिकॉग्नाइज़ किया है फिर से, जो कि पहले भी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड राइट है, उसको फिर से रिआइटरेट किया है कि राइट टू शेल्टर जो है वो एक मौलिक अधिकार है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा किसी भी सरकारी अधिकारी को मनमानी तरीके से बुलडोजर चलाने के लिए जो है वो बख्शा नहीं जा सकता है। सरकारों की मनमानी को कड़े कानून बनाकर निपटना होगा, ये भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है।
जी,
एक बार
तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि देखिए, पहले तो जो मैंने पहले भी कहा कि पर्सनल लाइबिलिटी जहां डाल देते हैं आप अधिकारी की, तो इन सब चीज़ों पे एक रुकावट आ जाएगी। साथ ही साथ हमारा केस था कि आप नोटिस भेजते नहीं हैं। मेरा क्लाइंट गणेश गुप्ता था, जिसका जहांगीरपुरी में जूस शॉप को डिमोलिश किया गया था। उसमें जो नोटिस स्टेट ने लगाया था अपने काउंटर एफिडेविट में, वो नोटिस हमारी दुकान का है ही नहीं, हमारा नाम भी नहीं है उस पर। तो ये एक बैकडेटेड नोटिस कई बार लगा देते हैं, गलत नोटिस लगा देते हैं। अब इन सब चीज़ों पे रोक लग जाएगी। अब इनको सीधा सीधा उठा के डीएम साहब को भेजना पड़ेगा कि हमने ये नोटिस इस तारीख को भेजा, और उसके बाद 15 दिन तक, उस नोटिस के रिसीव होने के बाद 15 दिन तक का टाइम होगा उसका जवाब देने का। वो नोटिस घर पे चस्पा भी होगा, ये नहीं होगा कि सिर्फ भेज दिया, वो चस्पा होगा, प्रोमिनेंटली दिखना भी चाहिए।
एक सिंगल आईडी करो सर।
All right, we heard that one of the lawyers speaking there. I want to go back to my colleague, our executive editor, Ridham Bhardwaj, joining us back with us. Ridham, like we were talking about what would be expected next in terms of next time the state government would like to take bulldozer action and any kind of scenario similar to that, what would happen next now, Ridham?
Well, one thing we also need to understand here, as the Supreme Court gives these directions, they've clearly said when there is any unauthorized construction on public land, these directions will not be applicable. Even if there's a demolition order from the court of law, these directions will not be applicable. This is very, very clear, therefore, that if the state government does believe that there's an illegal construction and unauthorized construction on public land, these details and these particular directions will not follow. However, at the same time, this is also going to be seen, as the Supreme Court has said, the executive cannot pronounce a person guilty only on the basis of acquisitions. If the executive demolishes the property of the person, it will strike at the rule of law. They've also said the executive cannot become a judge and demolish the properties of any person accused. The chilling sight of a bulldozer demolishing a building reminds one of lawlessness, where might was right. Such high-handed arbitrary actions have no place in a constitutional democracy. I also think, therefore, the Supreme Court judgment is going to be looked at both the ways. One, at the same time, they are saying when there's a demolition of an unauthorized structure, it is legal. But at the same time, I believe during the course of the day, it's going to be politicized, this judgment, as certain opposition political parties would say that this is victorious because they said the executive cannot become a judge. But I think if we actually really understand the judgment, when it comes to unauthorized constructions, the Supreme Court said demolition is the law, it has to be followed. Only when demolition is being done without prior notice, without any digital photocopy, with digital copying of this bulldozer action, only if it's being done arbitrarily, it will not stand the test of law. However, if it's being done under the guidance and guidelines that have been laid down, then it will very much continue to be legal. So if we actually look at it, the judgment is to really understand that if there is an unauthorized construction, the government can go ahead and actually demolish it without any orders from the court. This is only coming when there is arbitrary action taken that the Supreme Court says that that's not possible, that should not happen. Such actions have to be dealt with a heavy hand of law, is what the court has said today.
Right. Rizal, we also have Riyanka joining us live from outside at the Supreme Court. Riyanka, please take our viewers through what is happening, because this is a huge verdict on bulldozer action. It will definitely have a lot of repercussion as time goes on.
Absolutely. You know, we have seen
very important verdict today regarding the bulldozer action that we have seen happening in several areas, especially in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And now there were several arguments that were made in the previous hearings, and considering all the sides, Supreme Court Justice B.R. Gavai has in fact given out the judgment today, where the Supreme Court has very clearly mentioned one thing, that it believes that if someone's house is demolished just because he's an accused, then it is against the constitution. So there needs to be a complete follow-up of the law before demolition of a person's house. And the Supreme Court has also mentioned when it started giving its judgment that a house is a dream for people and it is the right to shelter, which is the most important factor here that needs to be considered. And only because a person has been considered as an accused, then his house cannot be demolished arbitrarily. The Supreme Court also have come down heavily on the government officials and said that those who are carrying out such processes without a follow-up of proper law, then a strict action will be taken against them as well. Now, the Supreme Court has also gone ahead and said that governments that run bulldozers arbitrarily are guilty of taking the law into their own hands. Building a house is a constitutional right. The Supreme Court has also gone ahead and mentioned several directions that needs to be followed going forward. It has said even after the order is passed, the aggrieved party should be given time to challenge the order, because that is what the law says, that there is a right for a person, guilty or not guilty, accused or not accused. People have the right to go knock the doors of the court, knock the doors of the law to see what happens in the process next. So the time should be given to challenge the order. Secondly, the direction comes that there should be a sufficient time that should be given to vacate the house. The Supreme Court has said just because one person is the accused in the case and the whole house, if it's demolished, then the family gets affected. So that needs to be considered. There should be time given for the party to vacate the house, and also no demolition should be carried without a show cause notice. Very important point that has been mentioned by the Supreme Court. The court also goes ahead and says that the DM will appoint a nodal officer to deal with the demolition of the structures within a month from today, and each local authority will have to allocate a digital portal within 3 months containing details of the notices. So a show cause notice is something that needs to be given to the party before the demolition is carried out, if at all. The court said that the demolition proceedings should be videographed as well. The demolition report should be displayed on the digital portal. So these are very important points, important directions that has been given by the Supreme Court in this very important case of the bulldozer action that has been carried on several accused and their houses. Many families have been affected. So the Supreme Court coming out and giving out this big order that yes, it is not possible to carry out arbitrary proceedings in this case, and the state government do not have power more than the law, and there should be a follow-up of the law before such demolitions are taken place.
Right, Priyanka. Okay, we also have with us Ajay. Hopefully Ajay will be back with us. Ajay is not with us right now. But I want to go back to Rhythm, because Rhythm can help us understand, what we can expect next. Now, guidelines will be issued, like Priyanka is saying, Rhythm, to DMs, to cops. So what can we expect in those guidelines? This is very important, because the Supreme Court is trying to lay out some guidelines and some rules whenever it comes to bulldozer action. And this is a very critical part of this verdict.
Yes, absolutely. And I would say an excellent understanding of what happened in the Supreme Court by our colleague Priyanka, who spoke at the Supreme Court. I'm also going to try and go across to Ajay. He's with our sister channel, Republic Bharat. But viewers, the big breaking news today at 10:40, the Supreme Court was supposed to give a judgment on bulldozer action that is being taken. The Supreme Court order has come. It's much in the same fashion as the hearing went. The Supreme Court did say that any bulldozer action that needs to be taken needs to be with law that has to be followed. Excesses at the hand of the judiciary will be dealt with a heavy hand of the law. They've also said that the executive cannot become the judge. They've also said that when a particular structure is chosen for demolition all of a sudden and the rest of the properties are not touched, presumption could be that the real motive was not the legal structure, but action of penalizing without trial. So what the Supreme Court is trying to say is, if a person has been who made an accused in a case, but he's not been convicted in that case, any action on his particular property will be considered to be illegal. And the Supreme Court has therefore given out directions, which Priyanka was telling us, viewers. They've said no demolition will be carried out without a prior show cause notice. I also want to go across to Samajwadi Party leader IP Singh on the phone line. IP Singh, आपको ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर कैसे लग रहा है?
Right. I think
I'm just going to go across in a second to him, but I also want to, Riyanka, come back to you. What are the kind of reactions you're picking up, Riyanka, in the Supreme Court? Are you seeing any lawyers from both the sides present there?
That's right. There are reactions going on at this point in time. There are lawyers who have come out and they are in fact speaking to the media at this point in time. And we are, of course, also noting at this point that it is indeed an important order that has come out today by the Supreme Court in the demolition of properties, the bulldozer action that has been taken place. We will also try and speak to a few of the lawyers here, but I believe I'm at a distance from them. Rhythm, over to you. I will definitely get a word from the lawyers at this point.
Okay, even as we're going to try and do that, I'm going to see if Ajay continues to be with us, viewers. This is a this is a judgment from the Supreme Court, but it's politically going to have ramifications with all the sides speaking up about it and trying to say that this is a victory for one side or the other. But we are going to only be talking about the directions that have been given out by the top court of the country as we are speaking. And these directions are clear. These directions are saying that there will not be a demolition carried out without prior show cause notice. Point number one, that has to be given. Point number two, the notice shall contain the nature of the unauthorized construction, the details of the violation, and the grounds of the demolition. Point number three, the designated authority will give an opportunity of personal hearing to the accused. Point number four, these proceedings will be videographed. Point number five, demolition report will be displayed on a digital portal. And lastly, point number six, extremely important, contempt proceedings even against the officials. So very clear reactions that are coming in, and we're only going to try and get a sense of what's been happening also in Uttar Pradesh from our colleague Ajay, if he's with us, and can give us a sense of what's happening there right now. Ajay? All right, viewers, we're also joined by Anurag Bhadoria on the phone line. Mr. Bhadoria, how are you looking at this judgment from the Supreme Court that has said that there has to be a notice given before any illegal demolition takes place? Anurag Bhadoria, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Bhadoria, how do you look at this reaction coming in from this order coming in from the Supreme Court? What's your reaction to it? Okay, possibly hear me, viewers. We'll go back to him. I'm also going to try and see if we have Ajay and Riyanka joining us and continuing to be with us. But this is the big breaking news that we're putting out today. Right now, the Supreme Court has given directions on demolitions and how they have to be ensured that the government does not take action on any accused. It has to be a convicted accused, and there has to be a certain procedure in law that has to be followed.
All right, Rhythm, we are waiting for our colleagues to join in. You're right. Like we'll go to Riyanka and we also go to Ajay Dubey, who will be joining us live from Lucknow. It's very important, like you said, a very important verdict on bulldozer action, where very clearly Supreme Court has come down hard and said that the executive cannot act like a judge by directing the demolition of the property of an accused. We have Riyanka joining us. I'll just go to Riyanka, Rhythm, and then you can maybe take over from there. Riyanka, we are trying to get some reactions from the ground as well because you're outside the Supreme Court. Please take our viewers through what is happening outside.
get you the details that we are gathering. Well, when it comes to the Supreme Court's big decision and big verdict at this point, well, the focus was the show cause notice that needs to be given to the party in advance before the demolition is taken place, also hitting out at the state government officials.
Riyanka, hold on for a second.
The Supreme Court has
hold on for a second, Riyanka. I'm coming back to you in a short while from now. We have Anurag Bhadoria, Samajwadi Party spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. So I would like to take a reaction from the Samajwadi Party first. Mr. Bhadoria, your first reaction to what the Supreme Court has said on bulldozer action. What do you think about this? All right, okay, we will connect back. We're getting some technical issues connecting, but we are trying to get our viewers all the top reactions because this Supreme Court verdict is very important. The Supreme Court is saying the executive cannot act like a judge. So that is a very important part that, of this verdict, where they have laid down the strict code for bulldozer demolition and said that in violation of the officers concerned will be responsible for restitution of property at personal cost in addition to the damages. And if I have Riyanka, I'll go back to Riyanka. Let's go Riyanka again. Riyanka, yes, go ahead and take our viewers through what is happening, because obviously after such a big verdict, we see a lot of action outside the Supreme Court with a lot of lawyers and advocates speaking there. Go ahead, Riyanka, what is happening?
We'll try and go ahead and speak, look for the lawyers who are currently speaking at this point in time, requesting my Vijay to come along with me. We'll just go ahead and speak to the lawyers here who have in fact come out and, they are giving out their reactions in this case. There are several reactions going on. We'll try and get a word from the lawyers.
ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, उस डिसीजन प्रोसेस में इस बात का ध्यान रखा जाएगा कि क्या ये कंपाउंड होकर बगैर तोड़े हुए काम चल सकता है या पार्शियल हैज़ टू बी अंडरटेकन विच विल इंक्लूड गिविंग नोटिस, अलाउइंग देम टू फाइल एन अपील एटसेट्रा, एंड इफ दिस प्रोसीजर इज वायलेटेड, देन when it is found that the procedure was violated, then the officer concerned will also be held personally accountable. When it has to be somebody claims damages or restitutions, then probably the officers will have to be personally accountable. So that's the judgment.
Also said something about 15 days notice period and some nodal officer has to be appointed by
15 दिन का वक्त दिया जाएगा ताकि वो उस पर अप्रोप्रिएट लीगल रेमेडी जो हो सकती है वो लें, या फिर वो अगर चाहें कि हमें इसको अपील नहीं करना है तो घर में जो बिलोंगिंग्स हैं उनको वो खाली कर सकें वहाँ से. तो ये फैसला है. और अगर ये प्रोसीजर वायलेटेड माना गया या कहीं दिख गया या साबित हो गया कि ये प्रोसीजर वायलेट हुआ था, उस सिचुएशन में जो ऑफिसर कंसर्न होंगे उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय की जाएगी, पर्सनल अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय की जाएगी.
जिन मकानों को तोड़ दिया गया, जाहिर सी बात है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश ने उन कार्रवाइयों को अवैध माना है. अब उनको क्या कोई मुआवजा मिल पाएगा? वो अपना घर वापस बसा सकेंगे? बहुत
सारे मामलात इस सिलसिले में अलग अलग कोर्ट्स में पेंडिंग हैं और मुझे लगता है कि इस फैसले से उनको स्ट्रेंथ मिलेगा और उसको मुआवजा मिलेगा.
थैंक यू सर.
Much for coming up, viewers. As we keep getting our viewers top of list, Supreme Court judgment on bulldozer action is out. Says executive cannot become judge. Stay tuned.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside, but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage of a future looking back at the past.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficulties.
Apex Court pronounces judgment, says demolition merely because person is accused is a violation of Constitution. Says bulldozer action on encroachments not accused. Polling begins at 43 assembly seats in the phase 1 of the Jharkhand assembly elections. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and the ND bloc.
लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेट कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
CM Yogi fires fresh salvo and MVA says the opposition has made Maharashtra a state of love and land jihad and PAN card jihad. Yogi takes on Kharge after Gerua attack, questions Kharge's silence on Rajakars. After likening BJP to dogs, Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole defends his remark, says, I have not said anything wrong.
अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो. ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं, मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला.
Trump ropes in Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in Cabinet 2.2.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, FM Sitaraman weighs in on de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. All right, getting you some big updates coming in. Officials are actively investigating the Bhattapara shootout, where tensions remain high after the incident impacted the TMC's booth president. Authorities are focusing on uncovering the motives and individuals involved as concerns grow over rising violence in the area. This comes as by-polls are currently underway in West Bengal. A TMC booth officer, Ashok Shah, was shot and has passed away. Bengal by-polls once again seeing a lot of violence, and this is something we have seen in the past where there's violence during polls, pre-polls and post-poll. And remember, this is coming in as polling for by-polls is underway in 6 assembly seats in West Bengal. Started at 7 a.m. today. And we have Ridhita joining us from Republic Bangla newsroom. Violence during by-polls in West Bengal. And Ridhita, if you could take our viewers through what has happened, and also remind our viewers that in the past, every time there's an election in West Bengal, every election is marred by violence, and it looks like this by-poll is no different.
Exactly, Shivangi. has not left to prove themselves again of by-polls and elections being a very high-tension area. So since today morning, Noihati has witnessed a very tensed area or a tensed polling situations. Now Bhatpara is very close to this Noihati Assembly poll where the election has been happening since the morning. So at Bhatpara today morning at around 9:30, this tea stall was attacked by some unknown people. Now both TMC and BJP are claiming that their men were not involved. So this person sitting, Ashok Shah, who was sitting inside, who was the ex-ward commissioner or the president of that area, was attacked. He was shot at. It was not only that fire guns which was rolled, but it was also socket bombs which was landed in that shop. And after much attack, he was taken to the nearest the medical college, where he has come a result that has come around 11:30 that he has passed away. So that is the as of now information that we are getting from Noihati Assembly poll. With much update, we'll update you. Back to the studio.
Right, and Hidita, before we move out of West Bengal and what is happening there, we have to talk a little bit about what the allegations are already, because the BJP has alleged, Sivindu Adhikari a short while back from the West Bengal BJP had alleged that once again there's high-handedness coming in from the TMC. Also, we're seeing that both the TMC and the BJP are contesting in these 6 assembly seats. If you could take our viewers through those details coming in.
Rightly said, today West Bengal is witnessing 6 assembly polls, so there is a high tension area. But from the morning, there are reports coming in about the attacks. There are 144 reports that has been submitted as of now to EC with different areas. There's different 6 polls which have been attacked variously. We have seen house arrests that you were correctly mentioning about Shubhendu Adhikari's tweet, where we have seen this person from Mednipur, a BJP Karyakarta, was house arrested. Then at Chittai, we had also seen the bike gangers who have been trying to influence the voters. TMC bike gangers have been trying to influence the voters. Then at another assembly called Tal Dangra, we have seen that people are being treated food. It's a bribe. It's kind of a bribe from the TMC to influence the voters to come and vote for TMC. And also various areas that we are seeing. We have also seen Ashok Shah. So currently the situation at West Bengal and the 6 polls which are going on, the elections, are quite tensed. So with the day passing on, we are hoping that the tensions level down. But again, TMC is leaving no stone to prove themselves again and again about how they are influencing their voters to come and vote for them. Back to the studio.
All right, Ritita, thank you for joining us there with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we track the by-polls in West Bengal. We're going to move ahead right now because one more state is going to elections today, 7 a.m. onwards. Jharkhand went to vote today for 43 constituency seats. And we're coming to know that a big update is coming in from the BJP leader and former CM of Jharkhand, Champai Soren, who has made some allegations and has said that Jharkhand's tribals are in the worst state, in a bad state under JMM Congress government, and CM Hemant Soren has done nothing. So this is a big update coming in right now, viewers. And this is, by the way, as the polling is underway in Jharkhand in the phase 1 of elections, and phase 2 will be on November 20th. Big update coming in. Hemant Soren did nothing for tribal, says Champai Soren, and has spoken exclusively to Republic TV. So this is the conversation that Champai Soren has had with Republic TV. We're getting those details for you. Back-to-back details coming in for you as Jharkhand is going ahead and polling today. And we have Harsha joining us live. Harsha has spoken to Champai Soren. Harsha, over to you. What has he said? And very important remarks being made on the day of polling.
Yes, Shivang, you rightly pointed out, we spoke to Champai Soren exclusively before he left from his residence to cast the vote in the nearest polling station, and he clearly stated that the tribal right is something which I have been speaking and I have been advocating on, that how much tribal rights is important. We have fought for tribal. We are a tribal state, but in the power of Hemant Soren, nothing has been done for tribals. He in fact went on by saying that the Rani Yojana, which was to empower tribal women, tribal women primarily, that entire scheme was stopped, that entire scheme was halted, and the new scheme was made into focus by the JMM government. But what Champai Soren has done while he was for 5 months, while he was at the CM position, when he filled in for Hemant Soren, at that time also he worked for the tribals, but in the Hemant Soren's government, the functionaries, the policies have completely changed. Now the government of JMM and Hemant Soren are not pro-tribal. That's what Champai Soren stated, and he spoke at length regarding what should be done for tribals and how tribal lands at large has been taken by the Bangladeshi infiltrators. He indeed believes, and clearly stating that this is the issue of Jharkhand. The foremost issue is the influx of the Bangladeshi infiltrators, and after he wins, this is the issue which he will focus on, and he's very confident that in the entire Kolhan Pargana region, he is very confident that the BJP is going to win all these seats, and also he said that he is going to retain his seat, just as this time he is contesting on the BJP ticket, but he will win the seat for the 5th term. Back to you.
Right, and Harsha, we also had that entire exclusive conversation you had with Champai Soren, who is contesting, and we have to go ahead and play it out. Let's hear out that entire conversation.
चंपई जी, आपके लिए तो बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप इस बार भी इस सीट को रिटेन करें। लगातार आप जेएमएम से चुनाव जीतते रहे सीट पर, लेकिन इस बार भाजपा का टिकट है। आपको लगता है कि आपका चेहरा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है कि लोग पार्टी भी देखते हैं?
देखिए, संघर्ष जो किया है ना, जनता संघर्ष को याद करते हैं, और हमने हर समय हमने संघर्ष किया है ना। हमने स्टूडेंट लाइफ से ही हम संघर्ष के रास्ते में था। ये मेरा पत्नी है ना, ये हमारा जितना बच्चा सबके यही देखती थी। हम तो आंदोलन में रहते थे, जंगल में रहते थे, नदी किनारे सोते थे, ये घर तो यही चलाती थी, बच्चा को यही पढ़ाते थे। हम तो नहीं जानता था बच्चा कब बड़ा हुआ, कब पढ़ रहा था, इन्हीं का दिन है। चले
चंपई जी, पूरे चुनाव में आपने एक तो घुसपैठियों की बात की, एक आदिवासियों के हक और हुकूक की बात की। आपको लगता है कि बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आदिवासियों की ज़मीन जो अब छिन गई है, घुसपैठियों ने ले ली है, वो उनको वापस मिले?
छीनने के साथ साथ आदिवासी समाज का व्यवस्था को भी आज चरम ये कर दिया, बाधा इसको ऐसा कर दिया, आदिवासी समाज को चूर चूर कर दिया है। आदिवासी व्यवस्था को भी तोड़ने में, आदिवासी परिवार के साथ अत्याचार करने में नहीं छोड़े हैं। कितना बेबूटी का वहाँ पर बेबूटी पर अत्याचार हुआ है। अब सुनने से, दिखने से आपका आंसू गिर जाएगा।
आपको लगता है कि जो मैया योजना स्कीम है जेएमएम की, वो रंग लाएगी? क्योंकि उनका मानना है कि इसी योजना, इसी स्कीम के माध्यम से वो वोट में कन्वर्ट होगा।
ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है। शुरुआत हमने संरक्षित कर दिया था, मई की योजना को मैया योजना हो गया। आप देखिएगा आधा अधूरा, और ये सबसे विफलता सरकार की है कि अपने जो बूढ़ा माँ बाप पेंशन अपने 5 महीना से नहीं दे रहा है, बंद कर दिया उसका। आप मैया योजना को सामने रख के इस प्रदेश के बूढ़ा माँ बाप को आपने आंसू गिरा दिया, उसका कोई पूछने वाला नहीं। क्या आप कहता है, रनिंग योजना को क्यों बंद कर रहे हो? नया लाइए, लेकिन रनिंग योजना तय है। पुरानी जो वो महत्वपूर्ण है, जो यहाँ का बूढ़ा माँ बाप है, उसको पेंशन दे के एक सहारा था ना, अब उस सहारा को आपने बंद कर दिया। ये कितना बड़ा दुर्भाग्य की बात है।
All right. Okay, so we heard that exclusive conversation that my colleague Harsha has with Champai Soren. And I want to go back to Harsha. Harsha, we heard that entire conversation, and obviously right now what we would be expecting would be all these allegations coming in, given the fact that this election has seen a lot of to and fro, war over words, especially on issues such as infiltration and on issues such as UCC, on government reservation, on development issues. A very important election this time around, Harsha.
Yes, Shivangi, if you see the situation of Jharkhand, the entire demography has completely changed. If we go towards Santhal Pargana and if we move from Kolhan area to the Santhal, we'll see how demography has completely changed. And this has been the major issue and the campaigning also of the BJP, where they have clearly stated that how if they come in power, they will ensure that the
अरे यार कैसे करते हो बताओ कैसे बोल पाएंगे वोट कर दिया भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिल्ट्रेटर के मुद्दे को बहुत उभार रही है अरे छोड़िए आज मतदान है पहले मतदान कीजिए उसके बाद बाकी बातें करते हैं आज हम लोगों ने लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व को अपना एक महत्वपूर्ण पर्व के रूप में लिया आज हम लोगों ने अपने अपने मतदान केंद्र में जा करके अपने मतों को प्रयोग किया और मैं राज्य के हर एक नागरिक से अपील करता हूं कि इस महापर्व को और इस लोकतंत्र के इस व्यवस्था को हम लोग और मजबूत करें बरसों बरस से चलने वाली और जब तक ये देश रहेगा ये लोकतंत्र का पर्व हम सबको मनाना चाहिए और मजबूत करना चाहिए धन्यवाद
दादा रिपोर्ट लेना
All right, Hemant Soren speaking there. Remember that it's a very intense fight between the Indie bloc and the BJP as well. It'll be very, very intense to see what will happen. Remember, CM Hemant Soren has already was under pressure because of a lot of allegations which have been leveled against him, and he has also, in that scenario, targeted the BJP. So back-to-back details coming in right now, Republic TV viewers, where we're seeing that it's an intense battle for Jharkhand happening as we speak, viewers. All right, let's move ahead right now. We're getting some more updates coming in, where in Nagpur, Maharashtra, Congress President Nana Patole has defended his dog jibe at the BJP, asserting that he would not remain silent if his community was insulted. Nana Patole said, and I quote here, "If they abuse my community, I call them a dog, why will I stay quiet?" So we are getting these back-to-back details coming in, where Nana Patole has defended his dog jibe by the BJP and said that he will not be quiet at all under any circumstance if his community was insulted. There's a big update coming in on Republic TV viewers, where we're getting back-to-back details on what is happening. And remember, this is happening just ahead of those crucial Maharashtra elections. Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole defended his recent dog jibe and said that his remarks were a response to the alleged remarks by the party against the OBC community. So he has said, if they abuse my community and call them a dog, why will I stay quiet? This is why I said what I said. This comes after Patole asked voters in Akola district if they would vote for the BJP, who calls them quote-unquote kutta or dog in English. The big update coming in right now. Remember, the BJP has objected to Patole's remarks and said that these statements demonstrate the MVA's declining state. I want to go ahead and play out what Nana Patole said.
समाज को गाली देंगे, कुत्ता बोलेंगे, तो मैं क्यों चुप रहूं? अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो, ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं, मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला.
Now, Nana Patole has defended the dog jibe that he made, getting reactions from the BJP on the Maharashtra Congress chief's latest remarks, which have stirred controversy. Let's listen in.
मुझे लगता है उनका जो वक्तव्य बयान आता है वो भौंकने सरी का लगता है, तो इसलिए खुद वो नजरिया से देखते हैं, क्योंकि उनका बयान वो भौंकने सरी का रहता है, इसलिए उनका ऐसा बयान आता है।
बार बार इस प्रकार की बातें कही जाती हैं। कल जो है मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे वो बयान दे रहे थे, कह रहे थे कि योगी जी को भगवा छोड़ करके ये राजनीति में आना चाहिए, जो भगवा पहनता है उसको राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज ने तो हमारा भगवा झंडा लेके ही रहते का राज किया, तो मुझे लगता है भगवा लेके राज करने में कोई उसमें बुरा नहीं है। मुझे लगता है भगवा अपने राष्ट्रभक्ति का प्रतीक है, वह लेके राज करना वो अभिमान की।
जैसे ही चुनाव नजदीक आ रहे हैं वैसे ही अपशब्दों का दौर जो है वो शुरू हो गया है। कल खड़गे जी ने कहा कि योगी जी को भगवा रंग छोड़ करके या तो राजनीति ही करें या तो वो साधु ही बन जाएं। आज नाना पटोले का बयान आया, उन्होंने कहा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कुत्ते की हालत में जो है बनाने का वक्त आ गया है। इस प्रकार की भाषाएं चुनाव के दौरान,
देखिए कांग्रेस बौखला चुकी है, और कांग्रेस जब बौखला जाती है उनको मालूम है कि वो हार की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो फिर उन्होंने अपना मानसिक संतुलन वो खो देती है। वो जो बोलते हैं उनके ऊपर है, हमें उसके ऊपर कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं देनी। वो अपना मानसिक संतुलन खो चुके हैं। अब तो उनको क्योंकि इमरजेंसी के किसी हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराने की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी अभी धीरे धीरे, जब 23 तारीख को रिजल्ट आएंगे। आप देखना कांग्रेस और इंडी गठबंधन के लोग।
It is possible to explain every tariff that we have levied. It's not to control imports. But yet, do I have a responsibility towards the companies, for instance, in India, the capacities that is existing in India to produce some goods, and we go about importing those goods or those goods in broken down fashion and then reassemble them? Do we have a moral authority to kill or nip in the bud those who are growing in India and who can produce in India? I need to give that protection for them as well. As much as I have to encourage industries which need those imports. Imports are required. Intermediary goods are required to be imported. I will have to encourage that. I will lift the tariffs on them, provided it doesn't, intended or unintended, hurt my own capacity to produce. I have to balance the two.
Very important. It is not about the number of acres that this complex is encompassed in. It is not about the 3.5 lakh square feet of studio space. It is not about the hundreds of cameras or strobe lights or this beautiful auditorium. But it is about the passion that makes the Republic Media Network a one of its kind, completely special news organization in the world today. The fundamentals of this organization are very clear, and I must emphasize them again. What makes Republic special beyond the news complex, beyond what you will see today,
सबसे बड़ी आबादी गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग की है, और बीमारी भी सबसे अधिक इन्हीं वर्गों को प्रभावित करती है। इस वजह से इलाज पर इनका खर्च भी बहुत ज्यादा होता है। हम सब उसी पृष्ठभूमि के हैं, गरीब और सामान्य परिवारों से निकले हैं। इसलिए घर में कोई गंभीर रूप से बीमार पड़ता है तो कैसे पूरा घर संकट में आ जाता है, हम इस चिंता को भली भांति समझते हैं। और पहले के दौर में स्थितियां भी बहुत कठिन हुआ करती थी। अस्पताल बहुत ही कम थे, डॉक्टरों की संख्या बहुत ही कम थी, दवाइयां बहुत महंगी थी, बीमारी की जांच का कोई ठिकाना नहीं था और सरकारें सिर्फ वादों और दावों में ही उलझी रहती थी। यहां बिहार में जब तक नीतीश जी सरकार में नहीं आए थे, तब तक गरीबों की इस चिंता को लेकर कोई गंभीरता ही नहीं थी। गरीब के पास चुपचाप बीमारी सहने के अलावा और कोई चारा नहीं था। ऐसी स्थिति में हमारा देश कैसे आगे बढ़ता? इसलिए पुरानी सोच और अप्रोच दोनों बदला। साथियों, हमारी सरकार देश में स्वास्थ्य को लेकर होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ काम कर रही है। हमारा पहला कदम, हमारा फोकस बीमारी से बचाव पर है।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है। So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
करता हूं और मैं चाहूंगा कि आगे 5, 7, 10 दिन भी इस कार्यक्रम को और तेजी से चलाया जाए. साथियों, ज्यादातर बीमारियों का अगर समय रहते इलाज शुरू कर दिया जाए तो उन्हें गंभीर होने से रोका जा सकता है. लेकिन महंगी जांच की वजह से अक्सर लोग बीमारी के बारे में जान ही नहीं पाते. इसलिए हमने देश भर में 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर बनाए हैं. इससे कैंसर, डायबिटीज जैसी अनेक बीमारियों के बारे में शुरू में ही पता लग सकता है. साथियों, आयुष्मान भारत योजना से अब तक देश में 4 करोड़ से अधिक गरीब मरीजों का इलाज हो चुका है। अगर आयुष्मान भारत योजना न होती तो इनमें से ज्यादातर लोग अस्पताल में भर्ती ही नहीं हो पाते। मुझे इस बात का संतोष है कि इनके जीवन की बहुत बड़ी चिंता एनडीए सरकार की योजना से दूर हुई और इन गरीबों का इलाज सरकारी अस्पतालों के साथ ही प्राइवेट अस्पतालों में भी हुआ है। आयुष्मान योजना से करोड़ों परिवारों को करीब 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। इस 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपया अगर सरकार ने देने की घोषणा की होती तो महीने भर हेडलाइन पे चर्चा चली रहती। एक योजना से देश के नागरिकों के जेब में 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपया बचे हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, चुनाव के समय मैंने आपको गारंटी दी थी कि 70 साल के ऊपर के बुजुर्ग हैं, उन सबको भी आयुष्मान योजना के दायरे में लाया जाएगा। मैंने अपनी ये गारंटी पूरी कर दी है। बिहार में भी 70 साल से ऊपर के जितने भी बुजुर्ग हैं, परिवार की कमाई कुछ भी हो, उनके लिए मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा शुरू हो गई है। बहुत जल्द सभी बुजुर्गों के पास आयुष्मान वय वंदना कार्ड होगा। आयुष्मान के साथ साथ जन औषधि केंद्रों पर बहुत ही कम कीमत में दवाइयां दी जा रही है। साथियों, बेहतर आरोग्य का हमारा चौथा कदम है छोटे शहरों में भी इलाज की बेहतरीन सुविधाएं पहुंचाना, डॉक्टरों की कमी को दूर करना। आप देखिए, आजादी के 60 सालों तक देश में सिर्फ एक ही एम्स था और वो भी दिल्ली में। हर गंभीर बीमारी के लोग दिल्ली एम्स का रुख करते थे। कांग्रेस की सरकार के समय जो 4-5 एम्स और बनाने की घोषणा हुई, उनमें कभी ठीक से।
Well, that was the Prime Minister speaking about the Ayushman Bharat scheme. He said that very soon elderly people will turn beneficiaries of the Ayushman Bharat scheme. In fact, he also laid foundation stone for AIIMS Darbhanga. He said it will be completed within 48 months. That's the Prime Minister's assurance from Darbhanga in Bihar. Now let's move on and shift our focus to what's happening in Karnataka, viewers, because fresh documents have revealed that Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has requested for the submission of a file regarding Muslim reservations in government contracts, which have contradicted his recent denials of any such proposal. Remember, on August 24th, a group of Muslim Congress MLAs and MLCs led by Chief Minister's political secretary and MLC Nazir petitioned for reservations in contracts for economically and socially backward Muslims under category 2B of the OBCs. And Siddaramaiah, in fact, endorsed the request on August 31st, directing the file to be advanced by mid-October. His finance department prepared a note proposing an amendment to Section 6 of the Karnataka Transparency in Public Procurements Act, or the KTPP Act, to include category 2B Muslims in the contract reservations. This is a big proof of how there is vote bank politics and appeasement politics in Karnataka under Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah might deny that there is no appeasement, there is no special quotas or special treatment given to a particular community, but Republic Kannada has accessed documentary proof. In fact, Sri Lakshmi is also joining me from Bengaluru newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, we have accessed the documents wherein Zamir Ahmed Khan, along with a few other leaders of the minority community, demanding 4% reservation for the Muslim community in the government contracts. And this is contrary to the Chief Minister's denials, because every speech that he delivers and every time he's questioned about it, he completely debunks all these allegations. But here is proof.
Well, very true, Deepak. Karnataka is currently witnessing a huge wave of minority appeasement, and farmers of Karnataka, normal citizens of Karnataka, are completely against it because it is at their cost of their lives and their rights that Congress government is doing this appeasement. You know why this doubt comes in this reservation thing? Few days earlier, this very same Zamir Ahmed Khan had said that Waqf is not going to snatch any land from farmers. But now what we see, in each and every district, Waqf is said to have been conducting surveys. You know, thousands of acres of land is claimed by Waqf, saying that it belongs to them. And Revenue Department is up to, conduct a survey. That is one big lie which Karnataka citizens are witnessing. On the other hand, now this reservation thing has come up. Now, yesterday only Siddaramaiah has said that no such proposal is there in front of the government. But the document says the proposal has already reached the finance department. That too with the support of CM and his chief secretary. This clearly shows that the hypocrisy of the government on appeasement. In action, they are for appeasement. In action, they are pro-Muslim. In oral statements, they are like trying to. They are in damage control mode. This hypocrisy is being witnessed by people of Karnataka since quite long. And now today, Dr. G. Parmeshwar has also said that no such proposal is there in front of government, and that even if the proposal is there, that doesn't mean that government has made a final decision. It's only after taking action people will come to know about it, because that's what has happened in Waqf case. It's only after an action, so many actions that has been taken by district administration, then only people started protesting. And remember, few days earlier, a leader named Iqbal Ansari, Congress leader, has said that it's only by Siddaramaiah Muslims can be benefited. Muslim leaders should take crores of rupees of projects to the table of Siddaramaiah and make benefits from him. That's what Congress leader had said. Otherwise, no other leader is going to help Muslim community. Empty vessel only they are going to get from other leaders. That's what the statement made by Congress leader. So this clearly shows that this government is totally into appeasement. That's what opposition BJP is claiming too. Back to studio, Deepak.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, like you clearly pointed out, this is nothing but a hypocrisy of the Congress government led by Siddaramaiah. And on the other hand, we have Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara completely downplaying this entire incident, saying that just because a proposal is there before the government, that doesn't mean that we will implement it. Here's how the Karnataka Home Minister has been forced onto his back foot.
Somebody has given a representation. In this case, MLAs and few other leaders have given a representation. And that he has signed on that representation to examine it. It's not that they have already taken a decision. So just to say you examine the request, it doesn't mean that there is already a decision taken and the government orders are issued. It is not like that.
Well, that was Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara saying that just because a proposal is there, that doesn't mean that we will implement it. It's just a proposal, and the Chief Minister has signed on it. for the examination of this particular proposal made by Zamir Ahmad Khan, Rizwan Arshad and many other leaders of the minority community. Now let's shift our focus on the other story that we're tracking, viewers. It is the saffron robe versus the Razakar war, because this is an all-out war between the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi. Because remember, Mallikarjun Kharge yesterday took a jibe at Yogi Adityanath, saying that there are some politicians who hide behind the saffron robe in the guise of being a sadhu or a sant, and he said such leaders must quit politics. And just hours after Kharge's statement, we have Yogi Adityanath, who came out and said that Kharge, on the other hand, for the sake of the vote bank that MVA is trying to appease, is turning a blind eye to what the Razakars did to his own kin. Listen in.
आजकल कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी अनावश्यक रूप से मेरे ऊपर लाल पीले हो रहे हैं, गुस्से में हैं। खड़गे जी मेरे ऊपर गुस्सा मत करिए, मैं तो आपकी उम्र का सम्मान करता हूं। आपको गुस्सा करना है तो निजाम पर करिए, हैदराबाद के निजाम को, जिस हैदराबाद के निजाम के रजाकारों ने आपके गांव को जलाया था, हिंदुओं की निर्मम हत्या की थी, आपकी पूज्य माता को, आपकी बहन को, आपके परिवार के सदस्यों को जलाया था। इस सच्चाई को देश और दुनिया के सामने रखिए कि जब भी पटेंगे तो इसी प्रकार से निर्ममता से पटेंगे। ये सच्चाई रखिए। आप वोट बैंक के लिए इस सच्चाई को देश के सामने रखने से कोताही कर रहे हैं, देश के साथ धोखा आप कर रहे हैं। मैं तो एक योगी हूं, मैंने तो एक ही बात सीखी है, मैंने तो एक ही बात सीखी है, हर काम देश के नाम।
Well, it all started, viewers, after Mallikarjun Kharge took a veiled jibe at Yogi Adityanath by targeting his attire and also saying that some politicians, hinting at Yogi Adityanath, are hiding behind saffron robes in the guise of being a Hindu community leader, and such politicians must resign from politics. Listen it.
कौन एक साधु के बेस में रहते हैं, लेकिन अच्छे पॉलिटिशियंस बन गए हैं, चीफ मिनिस्टर भी बने हैं, और उनका गेरुआ कपड़े पहनते हैं और सर पे बाल भी नहीं रखते। तो ऐसे एक नेता है जो बीजेपी ने पैदा किए। ठीक है कि हम मुझसे कोई, मैं ये कह रहा हूं उनको, बीजेपी को, या तो सफेद कपड़े डालो, या तो सन्यासी कपड़े डालते हो, गेरुआ डालते हो, पॉलिटिक्स से बाहर हो जाओ। भाई उसकी पवित्रता क्या रही? एक तरफ गेरुआ कपड़े डालते हो, जज साहब आपको पूछ रहा हूं, एक तरफ गेरुआ कपड़े डालते हो, दूसरों को उपदेश करते हो, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे बोलते हो, और ये क्यों डाले? अरे आपका काम तो सब कुछ जोड़ना।
Well, shifting focus to West Bengal, viewers, every time there is election, there is violence too. We've seen in the past as well how There is pre-poll violence, there's post-poll violence, and there is poll violence. And this time around, the story isn't any different. Polls and violence are very synonymous in West Bengal. We've showed you how Suvendu Adhikari today put out a tweet saying that there are BJP leaders who are being placed under house arrest. Then we told you about Bhatpara shootout where the probe has begun. And now we have another incident that has been provoked by TMC goons who have attacked the car of BJP candidate Rahul Lohar in Madarihat. And this is the latest that's coming in from West Bengal. Remember, 6 seats are in the fray in the by-elections, and amid the polling process, as usual, there is violence. Different elections, but the same template that's time and again rearing its ugly head in West Bengal. We have Ridhita joining us live from Republic Bangla. Ridhita, TMC goons have allegedly targeted a BJP leader. They've attacked his convoy. Tell us through what's happening in the latest.
Absolutely, Deepak. So since today morning, there is no less of violence which is going on in West Bengal today as we see the elections proceeding through the day. So now at Madarihat, which is a constituency in Alipurduar, Manoj Tikka has also won from there in 2021. So it's a constituency of the BJP candidate Manoj Tikka, and this time we saw Rahul Lohar was contesting from there against the TMC candidate Jai Prakash Tappo. So while he was passing this tea garden at the Madarihat booth, which is the 14 by 162 booth, as he was crossing that, there's a tea garden beside that, and while he visited after he finished his visit at the booth, he was leaving from there and his car was badly attacked. If you can see the visuals where we see the car was massacred, the glasses, the front, the windows were broken, and it was a massacre of the car which has been seen. As of now, the information says that Rahul Lohar is safe, but the situation in West Bengal, in every other polling booth, we see it's escalating as the day is passing by. Back to you, Deepak.
Right, Idita, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, this is the latest to the list of violent incidents that have been reported amid polling in West Bengal. 6 seats are in the fray in the by-elections, and we have seen back-to-back incidents of poll violence, Bhatpara shootout, BJP leaders being allegedly placed under house arrest by TMC. And now we have come across another incident where TMC goons have attacked a BJP leader in Madarihat. Well, we'll get you all the latest that's happening from Bengal. But first, let's now shift our focus to the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. In Nanded, Congress leader Imran Pratapgarhi responded to the Batenge to Katenge slogan criticizing the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance's stance. He questioned the alliance's unity on the slogan and asserted that the Mahavikas Aghadi prioritizes unity and development over divisive politics. He also championed the MVS promise to bring positive change for Maharashtra by proposing initiatives like 3,000 rupees for women, free bus travel, 50 lakh rupees in health insurance, and job opportunities for youth.
मुझे लगता है इस मुद्दे को तो महायुति के सहयोगी दलों ने ही नकार दिया। आपने अजीत पवार जी का इंटरव्यू नहीं सुना है क्या? महायुति आपस में ही इस नारे पर सहमत नहीं है और कोई भी इस नारे पर सहमत नहीं हो सकता। हम महिलाओं को 3,000 रुपए देने की बात कर रहे हैं, हम उनको बसों का फ्री टिकट देने की बात कर रहे हैं, हम 25 लाख रुपए का हेल्थ बीमा देने की बात कर रहे हैं, हम नौजवानों को रोजगार देने की बात कर रहे हैं।
PM Modi will embark on a 3-nation tour from November 16 to 21st, visiting Brazil for the G20 summit and to strengthen bilateral ties with Nigeria and Guyana. During the visit, the Prime Minister will hold talks to review the strategic partnership between India and Nigeria and discuss further avenues to enhance their geopolitical partnership. A thick layer of smog has blanketed the area around India Gate as air quality in Delhi remains severely compromised, with the AQI registering figures in the very poor category across multiple areas in the Delhi NCR region. The smog has significantly reduced visibility and is posing severe health risk for residents. Authorities are now urging residents to minimize outdoor activities and to take precautions against the hazardous air by masking up. In Prayagraj, aspirants escalated their protest outside the Uttar Pradesh Public Service Commission office, demanding that the PCS exams must be held in a single phase, in a single shift. The protest has flagged concerns over fairness and logistical issues, and it has prompted a significant deployment of rapid action force and also police personnel at the site to maintain law and order. The aspirants have argued that conducting the exams in multiple shifts could lead to discrepancies, calling on the UPPSC to implement changes to ensure equal opportunity for all the candidates. Viewers, tensions continue to simmer in Manipur. A 24-hour shutdown has been ordered in selected districts in Imphal East because the situation continues to remain very tense after the recent bomb attacks as well. My colleague Anirudh has filed a ground report explaining to us about the current situation. Listen in.
Republic TV is the only channel on Ground Zero bringing you updates from violence hit Manipur, and now we are reporting from Kangchup village in Imphal West, where fierce gun battle took place last night. Several houses were set ablaze in this area. You can also see this vehicle. This vehicle was also torched by the suspected armed Kuki militants who stormed the village last evening. It is being seen as a retaliation to the fierce encounter that took place in Jiribam, where 11 suspected Kuki militants were killed, and thereafter this village was attacked by the armed militants yesterday night at around 8:30, and you can see these houses completely burned down. They have also wrote on the walls when the militants came here. They engraved these markings. They left these markings on the walls, which you can read by yourself, and we are giving you a sense of what has unfolded here last night. The gun battle continued for at least 2 to 3 hours, though no casualty has been reported in this village. The villagers were taking shelter in the nearby relief camp, and as we bring you this visual now, the entire village remains abandoned. Several houses have been tossed. At least 10 to 12 houses have been tossed in this area. Also, there are another set of vehicles which have been tossed towards this direction. I'm bringing you these visuals from Kangchup, the only channel to be present on Ground Zero. Here you can see 2-3 houses completely ransacked, set on fire by the militants, armed militants who stormed into this village. It is being told that when the militants attacked this village, at that point in time, only village volunteers were present here, and the villagers were at the relief camp. Here you can see all the belongings have been ransacked and houses completely damaged, ravaged by the militants who stormed here. 2-3 vehicles again on this side here, completely damaged as the militants set it on fire. This incident took place yesterday night at around 8:30, and smokes is still coming up here. The attack was carried out from multiple fronts in this village. Mortars were also dropped with the help of drones, and after the attack that was carried out by dropping of the mortars. Several rounds were also fired towards the village, and later the militants allegedly stormed into the village. They ransacked 12 houses as they went on a rampage here and set all the houses on fire. Some partially damaged, some completely leveled to the ground. With video journalist Ashok, I am Aniruddha Bhakat, and this is a ground zero report from Kangchup in Imphal West for Republic TV.
Moving on, viewers, strengthening the Indo-Vietnam friendship. The 5th edition of Exercise Winbacks 2024 is currently underway at Ambala. Troops of the Indian Army and the VPA are being trained on deployment of various engineering, artilleries, and also the engineering company, and also a team of a medical unit in the UN mission as well. We bring you this Nation First report.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money. This Republic Media Network is a fundamental belief that we can make dreams happen if we put our heart to it. 1000%, every single day. There is only one philosophy which guides us. We have many ups and downs. We have difficult days. We have challenging days.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting
Apex Court pronounces judgment, says demolition merely because person is accused is violation of Constitution, says bulldozer action on encroachments and not accused. Polling begins at 43 assembly seats in the phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and Indie bloc. 29.31% voter turnout recorded till 11 a.m.
महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेट कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires fresh salvo at MBA, says the opposition has made Maharashtra the capital of love jihad, land jihad and PAN card jihad. Yogi takes on Kharge after Gerua attack, questions Kharge's silence on Razakars.
अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो, ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं, मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला.
Likening BJP to dogs, Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole defends his remarks, says, I haven't said anything wrong. Trump ropes in Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in his cabinet.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman weighs in on de-dollarization debates as countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. First up, viewers, our focus is on the appeasement charge on Karnataka government because Republic Kannada has also accessed fresh documents that reveal that Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah requested the submission of a file regarding Muslim reservations in government contracts and contradicting his recent denials of any such proposal. On August 24th this year, a group of Muslim Congress MLAs and MLCs led by Chief Minister's political secretary MLC Nazir petitioned for reservations in contracts for economically and socially backward Muslims under Category 2B of the OBCs. In fact, Siddaramaiah endorsed the request on August 31st, directing the file to be advanced by mid-October. The Finance Department prepared a note proposing an amendment to Section 6 of the Karnataka Transparency in Public Procurements Act to include Category 2B Muslims in contract reservations. And today, we have also accessed the proposal that has been sent by Zamir Ahmed Khan, Rizwan Arshad and other leaders of the minority community to the Chief Minister with the Chief Minister's signature on it. And when questioned about it, here's what the Chief Minister said.
See, demand ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದವರು ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟವರು
They have demanded for reservation,
ಬಟ್ ಆ ತರದ್ದು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
but no such decision has been taken so far.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಕೋಮುವಾದ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ.
BJP's work is to indulge in communal politics.
ಅವ್ರ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಇಡದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ.
That is their thinking and that's their model in Karnataka. Well, this is Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. They're once again denying, signing off on any such proposal. He says that the demand has been made, but there is no such plan that has been approved. But he's not saying that it won't be approved. He says that it is not approved yet. That's what Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said. We have Smita also joining us live from Kannada newsroom. Smita, this is the statement coming in from the Chief Minister. He's not denying that he has received such a proposal. He said that the demand has been made, but it is not approved yet. What does this mean?
Exactly. There is a clear contradictory statement between Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. Yesterday, when Republic Canada asked Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar about this Muslim reservation in the government tenders, he clearly said that there is no appeal. There is no such issue in front of government. This is what exactly D.K. Shivkumar had said. But Republic Canada had access to a few letterhead and also a few government documents which clearly stated that, in a letterhead belonging to Nasir Ahmed, he is also the secretary for the Chief Minister of Karnataka. In his letterhead, including Minister Zamir Ahmed Khan and prominent Congress Muslim leaders, had signed and proposed, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to think over bringing in the reservation for the Muslims, in particularly Muslim, because there is no such provision to provide reservation on the basis of religion. We all know that. But in that letterhead, it was clearly and specifically mentioned that the reservation for the Muslims should be given, in the government contracts, that to 4% of reservation. This was exactly what the letter, stated. And not only the letter had reached Chief Minister office, but we have also
Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara has said that the proposal has been signed by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah for the purpose of examining. So that is the first process that follows before getting an approval to that particular demand, right?
Exactly. That is what I was quoting. We have accessed that letter where we have Chief Minister's signature and sending it to the subordinate department to verify, examine regarding this demand from the Muslim community, whether the 4% reservation in the government contracts can be given or not. This is the first step, as you were rightly quoting, that the government, if at all the government is not in favor of providing the reservation for the Muslim community, why would Chief Minister himself sign and send a letter to the subordinate departments or the government officials to examine and look over regarding the possibilities is the basic question. Now, as the state is undergoing three, by-election in the three assemblies, whether the government is trying to prick this issue in the right time of the election just to show that Muslim community that the entire Congress government is trying to be in their favor, or is there any hide-and-seek game, going on within the party where D.K. Shivkumar says that he is not at all aware of any such, request from the Muslim community, whereas Siddaramaiah says that the request was there, but the government has not taken any step towards us. So it is very clearly visible that there is some misunderstanding or some hide-and-seek game within the Congress party which is going on regarding this reservation issue.
Right, Smita, like you clearly pointed out, there is a misunderstanding between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, but there is an understanding between the Chief Minister and the minority communities, and the proposal that we have accessed is a clear proof of that. In fact, viewers, Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara has downplayed the entire incident. Listen in.
See, somebody has given a representation. In this case, MLAs and few other leaders have given a representation. And that he has signed on that representation to examine it. It's not that they have already taken a decision. So, just to say you examine the request, it doesn't mean that there is already a decision taken and the government orders are issued. It is not like that.
And moving on, TMC goons have attacked the car of BJP candidate Rahul Lohar in Madarihad. Officials are parallelly also investigating the Bhatpara shootout, where tensions remain high after the incident impacted the TMC's booth president. But right now, on focus, and the visuals on our screens clearly show how TMC goons are geroing the BJP leader, a candidate in Madarihad, Rahul Lohar. These visuals, viewers, clearly show you how the TMC is now confronting the BJP leader's convoy and are asking him to move out of this particular constituency. Clear display of arrogance by TMC goons. We have Ridhita also joining us live from the Kolkata newsroom. Ridhita, take us through what's happening in these visuals. What are the TMC goons saying?
Absolutely, Deepak. So West Bengal since today morning has been a very high ground of tension that we have been seeing. So now now Rahul Lohar, who is a BJP candidate from Madarihat, which falls under Alipurduar, and just to take back, on 2021, Manoj Tigga had won his seats from here. So this time TMC's Joy Prakash Tappo was contesting against him, and while he was visiting this booth, which is near the tea garden, the Munjari tea garden, the 1462 booth number 14/62, he was visiting that. He finished his visit and he was coming back. So he was attacked and gherafied by TMC goons near this tea garden, and his car was vandalized badly. There were windows which was broken down, and he was also attacked. But as of now, the report says that he has escaped out of the car safe. But this situation we are facing since the morning. We are seeing that TMC has trying to influence the voters and
संविधान के अनुसार, चुनाव के नियमों के अनुसार जो 48 घंटे होते हैं मतदान से पहले, वो 48 घंटे साइलेंट पीरियड के हिसाब से जाना जाता है, जिसके नियम होते हैं कि उस दौरान कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपनी प्रचार प्रसार में उतर नहीं सकती, प्रचार प्रसार कर नहीं सकती, अपना मैनिफेस्टो या घोषणा पत्र रिलीज नहीं कर सकती है। कोई बड़ा नेता किसी प्रकार का उस समय रैली नहीं कर सकता है। इस विषय से अनभिज्ञ हम कोई नहीं है। मगर बड़े दुख के साथ मुझे कहना पड़ रहा है, कांग्रेस पार्टी जो एक राष्ट्रीय दल है, यह जानते हुए कि साइलेंट पीरियड चल रहा है, 13 तारीख को प्रथम चरण का मतदान है, 11 तारीख से 48 घंटे के लिए 48 आवर्स के लिए मतदान से पूर्व किसी प्रकार का प्रचार नहीं होगा, मगर उसके बावजूद 11 तारीख से बाद कल 12 तारीख को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपना घोषणा पत्र जारी किया है। यह अपने आप में बहुत ही दुखद है, यह संविधान के साथ खिलवाड़ है और यह पहली बार नहीं है जो कांग्रेस पार्टी इस प्रकार से कर रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कई बार संविधान के साथ इस प्रकार का खिलवाड़ किया है और मुझे कहते हुए कोई गुरेज नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के दिग्गज नेता, तथाकथित दिग्गज नेता राहुल गांधी, चुनाव आयोग को वो कभी सीरियसली लेते ही नहीं। उन्होंने कभी भी चुनाव आयोग को एक अच्छे दृष्टिकोण से देखने की बात कही नहीं, हमेशा चुनाव आयोग के खिलाफ कहते रहे हैं। और जिस प्रकार से कल राहुल गांधी की पार्टी ने चुनाव आयोग के नियमों की धज्जियां उड़ाई है, मुझे लगता है हमारे पार्टी ने तो कंप्लेंट किया ही है, इस पे कार्यवाही होनी चाहिए। बंधुगण, बड़े दुख के साथ हमें कहना पड़ रहा है कि आखिरकार यह जो घोषणा पत्र है, इस घोषणा पत्र में क्या होगा मैंने तो पढ़ा नहीं, मगर जो सुनने में आ रहा है कि जो बातें कांग्रेस ने कही है उसके अलावा एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें जो कांग्रेस ने नहीं कही है शायद, मगर घोषणा पत्र में वो बात उठ के आनी थी और आज हलचल भी है उस विषय को लेकर झारखंड में। जिस प्रकार कर्नाटक में आप सभी जानते हैं 4% आरक्षण रिजर्वेशन पब्लिक टेंडर में मुस्लिम ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के लिए होगा, इस विषय का तुष्टीकरण आज हो रहा है। आज सिद्धरामैया सरकार कर्नाटक में इस बात को लेकर अपनी सहमति रख रही है कि हां 24 अगस्त को चिट्ठी आई थी जो मुस्लिम विधायक कांग्रेस पार्टी के कर्नाटक में थे, जो वक्फ और हाउसिंग के मिनिस्टर जमीर अहमद खान और खुद के उनके मुख्यमंत्री के निजी सचिव नसीर अहमद, इन्होंने जो चिट्ठी लिखी थी सिद्धरामैया जी को कि कर्नाटक में 4% का आरक्षण पब्लिक टेंडर में मुस्लिमों के लिए होना चाहिए, इस विषय को लेकर सिद्धरामैया सरकार ने फिनांस विभाग को, वित्त विभाग को चिट्ठी भी लिखी थी कि आप इसे रिव्यू करिए और देखिए कि KTPP कर्नाटक ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट एक्ट के अंतर्गत क्या यह करना संभव हो पाएगा। क्या हम पब्लिक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स में कर्नाटक में 4% आरक्षण दे सकते हैं मुसलमानों को। और झारखंड में भी ठीक इसी प्रकार क्या एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी के आरक्षण को छीन करके हम घुसपैठियों को दे सकते हैं? यही उनके मैनिफेस्टो में है कांग्रेस पार्टी के। इसी विषय को कांग्रेस पार्टी आगे बढ़ाना चाहती है और साइलेंट पीरियड में भी घोषणा पत्र जारी करके जिस प्रकार से रांची में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ाई गई है, मुझे लगता है चुनाव आयोग को इसका संज्ञान लेना चाहिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी के खिलाफ कार्यवाही भी होनी चाहिए। केवल इतना ही नहीं, मैं तो यह भी मानता हूं कि जिस प्रकार कर्नाटक में किसानों की जमीन को छीन करके वक्फ बोर्ड को देने की साजिश कांग्रेस पार्टी ने राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी के कहने पर रचा था, और आप सभी जानते हैं हजारों किसानों की जमीन को वक्फ बोर्ड को जो देने की साजिश थी उसका पर्दाफाश हुआ था। वो चिट्ठी भी सामने आया था और उसके पश्चात सिद्धरामैया सरकार घिरी थी, उन्हें सफाई भी देनी पड़ी थी इस विषय को लेकर। इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। झारखंड में जेएमएम और कांग्रेस पार्टी इसी प्रकार के षड्यंत्र को अंजाम देने के लिए जो घोषणा पत्र है उसमें अपने बिंदुओं को लेकर आई है कि हम वक्फ बोर्ड को किस प्रकार किसानों की जमीन देंगे। और इस एवज में झारखंड में हमने यह भी देखा है, और वो चिट्ठी लेके आया हूं, ये चिट्ठी है जमीयत उलेमा का, और जमीयत उलेमा ने झारखंड में कांग्रेस पार्टी के समर्थन में चिट्ठी लिखा है, और चिट्ठी लिखते हुए कांग्रेस पार्टी को समर्थन देने की जो अपील की है, ये स्पष्टता के साथ कहती है कि ये जो संविधान की धज्जियां उड़ा करके कांग्रेस पार्टी घोषणा पत्र जारी करती है, एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी के आरक्षण को समाप्त करके उस आरक्षण को किस प्रकार मुसलमानों के लिए दिया जा सके उसका षड्यंत्र करती है, उसका पर्दा भी फाश हो रहा है। और ये केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है, ऐसा नहीं है। आपने वायनाड में देखा है, केरल में देखा है, किस प्रकार से पिनरई विजयन जी ने भी कहा है कि प्रियंका वाड्रा जो है वो जमायते इस्लामी का समर्थन उन्होंने मांगा है। जमायती इस्लामी का समर्थन प्रियंका वाड्रा केरल में मांग रही है, और जमायती इस्लामी किस प्रकार का संगठन है यह किसी से छुपी नहीं है। तो यह स्वाभाविक विषय है कि झारखंड के जनता के साथ भी इसी प्रकार के खिलवाड़ करने की कोशिश कांग्रेस पार्टी की रही है, और जेएमएम भी कांग्रेस पार्टी के कंधे पर बंदूक रख के जो चलाने की कोशिश कर रही है। खैर, हेमंत सोरेन जी से अधिक कुछ कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। अपने परिवार के लिए, अपने जेब के लिए उन्होंने झारखंड की जनता के साथ जो खिलवाड़ किया है वह तो हमने कोर्ट में देखा है। मगर कांग्रेस पार्टी को स्पष्टता के साथ हम कह दें कि आपका ये षड्यंत्र नहीं चलने वाला है, और हमारा तो ये गुहार रहेगा। चुनाव आयोग से भी हमने शिकायत की है कि साइलेंट पीरियड में जिस प्रकार से राहुल गांधी की पार्टी ने ये गुस्ताखी की है, उसके लिए उनके खिलाफ कार्यवाही जरूर होनी चाहिए। धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछे।
कोई प्रश्न हो? शैलेंद्र दीदी,
क्या आप इसके लिए कोई औपचारिक शिकायत की गई है कि 48 घंटे के अंदर घोषणा पत्र जारी किया?
जी, हमारी राज्य की इकाई ने औपचारिक शिकायत की है, चुनाव आयोग को किया है, और हमें आशा है कि चुनाव आयोग इस विषय को जरूर आगे बढ़ाएगी। ये हमें सुनने में जरूर मिला है कि इस प्रकार की बातें जो कर्नाटक में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आगे बढ़ाया है, इस प्रकार की बातों को उनके घोषणा पत्र में स्थान देने की बातें चल रही थी। अब हुआ है कि नहीं, मैंने तो घोषणा पत्र पढ़ा नहीं है। जरूर होगा, यही होगा। उनके घोषणा पत्र में होता क्या है?
Well, that was BJP MP Sambit Patra launching a blanket attack on the Congress party from Jharkhand to Karnataka. There you see BJP calling out the appeasement model and how the Congress party led by Rahul Gandhi is depriving the SC, ST and the OBC communities their quota rights to appease a certain vote bank, a certain section of the community. In fact, we'll get you all the latest details. But it's time for us to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more news and updates on the other side. Do stay tuned.
character, the taste of success.
I'm not sure we'll ever in India change from being non-aligned. The expression may change. You're not going to be able to explicitly be with one group of nations as opposed to another group of nations. You are going to constantly keep friends everywhere. You need to keep friends everywhere. And why, pray, should you do that? Whether it is unipolar world, bipolar world, or multipolar world as we face now, India's given position and India's inherent belief and our geopolitical location necessitates us to be consistent in one thing, that you recognize you have friends everywhere. Circumstances may change, but your friendship and alignment with each one of them should continue. You cannot, at the cost of becoming
Well, viewers, and while Republic TV continues to bring you the latest from ground zero, here's a quick look at some of the reactions that we are tracking from leaders on polling day in Jharkhand.
झारखंड की होगी ना, ये सारे के सारे जो विपक्षी दल वाले हैं ना, इंडी गठबंधन वाले, वो चाइना चले जाते हैं, पाकिस्तान चले जाते हैं, अमेरिका बांग्लादेश चले जाते हैं। अरे भैया, झारखंड में जो डेमोग्राफी बदल रही है, चेंज हो रही है, आप देखो ना किससे उसको नुकसान हो रहा है। हमारे आदिवासी भाइयों बहनों का नुकसान हो रहा है ना। ये आते हैं, लव जिहाद करते हैं, लेने जिहाद करते हैं, कि ये मुद्दा तो है।
मैं बस जमशेदपुर की जनता को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। जिस तरह से अपार प्यार मिला है, सब लोग अपने घर से निकल के वोट डालें। हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि जमशेदपुर के मतदान करता जो है एक स्वच्छ छवि के लोग व्यक्ति को चुनेंगे। पहले भी हमने हमेशा कहा है कि हमने जमशेदपुर का सेवा किया है और 5 साल सेवा करेंगे तो कोई निराश नहीं होगा। ये हमारा वादा भी और आश्वासन भी।
देखो, झारखंड की जनता इन 5 सालों में त्रस्त हो गई, ऊब चुकी है, भ्रष्टाचार से ऊब चुकी है। कहते हैं ना, ब्लॉक में बिना पैसे कोई काम नहीं होता है, थाने में कोई पैसा दिए काम नहीं होता, ब्लॉक बिकते हैं, थाना बिकता है। और आप कह लो भ्रष्टाचार का ये आलम कि लोग त्राहिमाम कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, अब तो नतीजे ही बताएंगे 23 नवंबर को कि क्या हो रहा है। मगर हम लोग उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि इस राज्य में एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी, सत्ता में परिवर्तन होगा।
Well, viewers, it's time for a quick break, but on the other side, we'll tell you more about Supreme Court's ruling on bulldozer action. The message is loud and clear: no bulldozer action on accused persons, but demolition of encroachments can take place with the following of a few guidelines set by the Supreme Court. We'll get you all the latest after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Inside the person, the strength of bearing with the challenges and also the kind of demands that come off, that is the strength I'm talking about of a leadership. And you find that in Prime Minister Modi, and I will say this up front before I even open up this conversation with Arnab. A leader of that nature, keeping a team of people working with him, gives the confidence to the ordinary citizen that you are in safe hands, we will work hard, there shall not be any corruption, we are clear where we want to go along with you. It's not a dream of the leader alone. People are also resonating that voice. So to be in that team, I feel very humbled and honored, and all the praise that Arnab might give me, saying, this is what you brought to this position, this is what you did. It's a big team under Prime Minister Modi. And it is that team which is delivering it. And I don't think personally and individually I am doing some miracle. No, it's a large team and a very firm leadership which says, let's go together. If there are little challenges, if there are, criticism, we'll take it in our stride. I'm not sure we'll ever in India change from being non-aligned. The expression may change. You're not going to be able to...
Well, viewers, let's now take a look at the top stories that we're tracking from the world of sports. So much has been happening in and around the ICC Champions Trophy. Pakistan now claims that they are not ready to accept the hybrid model. Pakistan government has reportedly asked the cricketing board not to give in to India's demands. Yannick Sinner's quest to bookend his standout season with a Nitto ATP Finals trophy continued on Tuesday night in emphatic fashion as he beat Taylor Fritz in straight sets. All-rounder Andre Russell has been ruled out of the remainder of the T20I series against England, while Alzarri Joseph made a return to the team as West Indies revealed their squad for the next 3 games. Ashum Malik single-handedly wrote a beautiful script for the Dabang Delhi KC in match 50 of PKL 11 as he completed a Super 10 and also helped secure an impressive 38-38 tie with Puneri Paltan. The International Paralympic Committee or the IPC has banned athlete Clement Nyoni of Zimbabwe for a period of 2 years for committing an anti-doping rule violation in breach of the IPC anti-doping code. Well, it's time for a quick break, but our focus is on SC's observation on bulldozer action. It has issued a set of guidelines for bulldozer action against encroachments. We'll get you all of that and more after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Imagine the conflict, the dharma sankata of a prime minister. He wants to give vaccination to our people at the earliest. The process of getting our own vaccines ready is taking a bit more time. In the meanwhile, the temptation is that we can get the vaccines from outside, but it came with so many conditions. Were you ready to compromise on those conditions and get them? It's a different story that those vaccinations and their human fitness, as they say, are being questioned now. I'm not talking with the benefit of that doubt which is there. I'm not talking from that, advantage of a future looking back at the past.
भारत एक ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बनेगा और मीडिया नहीं होगा तो वो ग्लोबल सुपर पावर बन नहीं सकता है. So we are a dedication towards making India a global superpower. And we are very thrilled about it. We are very excited about it. For what we do is we live our dream and we say, can we make that happen? And I want to make one more prediction. People who think that they can do global news because they have money are totally mistaken. Ideas don't cost money. Ideology doesn't cost money. Nation first doesn't come with money. Belief doesn't come with money. The spirit of challenge doesn't come with money.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Lots of action on Wednesday. Lots of top stories that we're tracking. We'll get you all the latest, but after a quick check on the headlines that we're tracking. Apex Court pronounces judgment on demolition action. Says demolition merely because person is accused is a violation of the Constitution, but says that bulldozer action is permitted on encroachments with guidelines. Polling underway across 43 assembly seats in phase 1 of Jharkhand assembly elections. High stakes electoral battle for BJP and the Indie bloc. 29.31% voter turnout recorded till 11 a.m.
महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेन कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath fires fresh salvo at MVA. Says the opposition has made Maharashtra a center for love jihad, land jihad and pan card jihad. Yogi takes on Kharge after Gerua attack. Questions Kharge's silence on Razakars.
अगर मेरे ओबीसी समाज को कुत्ता बोलेंगे, मैंने भी कहा कि बीजेपी को भी कुत्ता बना के छोड़ दो, ये तो मैंने कोई गलत बोला नहीं. मैंने जो बोलना था उनने बोला, इसलिए मैंने बोला.
After likening BJP to dogs, Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole defends his remarks, saying he hasn't said anything wrong. Trump ropes in Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in Cabinet 2.0. Republic's newsbreak has been confirmed.
Regional arrangements with regional currencies now being worked up so that the regional trade arrangements don't collapse for want of dollars. So to that extent, de-dollarization is inadvertently or not hitting at the dollar but promoting things happening with non-dollar currencies.
Days after the US elections, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman weighs in on the de-dollarization debate, says countries want to integrate through UPI and RuPay. Viewers, phase 1 of Jharkhand elections is currently underway, and Union Minister in Jharkhand in charge Shivraj Singh Chauhan during his visit to Budni encouraged all citizens to exercise their right to vote, emphasizing the significance of the voting symbol. In fact, Chauhan also expressed confidence in the support for the BJP candidates. He assured that the people would receive even more dedication and affection from the Saffron Party. Listen in.
अभी जो रुझान आ रहे हैं प्रथम चरण के मतदान के, वो बहुत उत्साहजनक हैं. परिवर्तन की लहर झारखंड में चल रही है. जनता बेईमान, भ्रष्ट, विकास विरोधी और घुसपैठियों की संरक्षक सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकना चाहती है. लोग बीजेपी के साथ हैं, एनडीए के साथ हैं.
आपने जो योजना यहाँ शुरू करी लाडली बहना, वही आपके लिए एक तरीके से वहाँ पर एक चुनौती के तौर पे आई.
उनने ढोंग किया है. 5 साल नहीं दिए उनने, अंतिम 2 महीने में केवल पैसे डाले हैं. तो लोग जानते हैं केवल चुनाव के लिए टुकड़े डाल रहे हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गोगो दीदी योजना बनाई है. पंचप्रण में एक प्रण ये है कि बहनों के खाते में 2100 रुपए डाले जाएंगे. लोगों को विश्वास है मोदी जी पर, बीजेपी पर. अभी जो रुझान आ रहे हैं प्रथम चरण के मतदान के, वो बहुत उत्साहजनक हैं. परिवर्तन की लहर झारखंड में चल रही है. जनता बेईमान, भ्रष्ट, विकास विरोधी और घुसपैठियों की संरक्षक सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकना चाहती है। लोग बीजेपी के साथ हैं, एनडीए के साथ हैं।
आपने जो योजना यहाँ शुरू करी लाडली बहना, वही आपके लिए एक तरीके से वहाँ पर एक चुनौती के तौर पे आई।
उनने ढोंग किया है, 5 साल नहीं दिए उनने, अंतिम 2 महीने में केवल पैसे डाले हैं। तो लोग जानते हैं केवल चुनाव के लिए टुकड़े डाल रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गोगो दीदी योजना बनाई है। पंच प्रण में एक प्रण ये है कि बहनों के खाते में 2100 रुपए डाले जाएंगे।